Chapter 1700 Flames of War Extinguish, Heavenly Eagle Rejoices. Chapter 1700 Flames of War Extinguish, Heavenly Eagle Rejoices. When martial artists broke through a major realm, that was when they were closest to the heavenly Tao, and it was also the easiest time to comprehend the Tao. Coldfeather had the foundation of spatial laws, and his comprehension ability was not poor either. Hence, Yi Yuan set up an inheritance SPACE anew, making it more suited for Coldfeather. It was all to help him achieve a breakthrough in spatial laws. And Coldfeather did not disappoint Yi Yuan's expectations either. When breaking through, he finally grasped first-layered heaven spatial laws in one stroke. In normal situation, even if having another few tens of thousands of years, he also might not be able to completely comprehend it. Yi Yuan integrated the power of chaos into the supreme jade void pill. To begin with, it was extraordinary. Coupled with Yi Yuan's ataraxia and tranquil heart, that was how it helped Coldfeather successfully to break through. And now, it was finally Coldfeather's turn to display his abilities. Even though Coldfeather did not fuse Sword Dao and spatial laws into one like Yi Yuan, coupled with spatial laws, his strength became totally different. Although when Yilin's strength was decent, he was still considered a newbie in the celestial deity realm. His breakthrough was also something that happened in these few tens of thousands of years. In an instant, his pressure surged. Among the four people, only Zheng Qi's strength was slightly weaker. But his opponent's strength was also average. He could still barely hold on. Therefore, after Heavenly Eagle's people showed their trump cards, the situation instantly reversed. Swiss. H. Plus a swift and fierce sword light flashed past. When Yilin directly had a hole bored through, Coldfeather continued his victorious pursuit, one sword faster than the other. When Yilin was routed like a landslide, how did he still have any strength left over to counterattack? Bang! Another streak of sword light pares said through the void, landing on Wen Yilin, directly knocking him into the ground. Coldfeather raised his long sword, looked at the half-dead Wen Yilin, and said coolly, "I've indeed wasted more than 100,000 years, but my life is better than yours, because when I was at my most hopeless, I ran into the person who rekindled my lease of life." When Yilin was already heavily injured, currently on the verge of death. His eyes were full of terror as well as the desire to live on. He was actually defeated just like this. Coldfeather did not have the slightest compare. Scion, swinging his long sword, ending Wen Yilin's life. When the inspector saw this scene, he was speechless for a long time. Truly, in a blink of an eye, the whole world was turned upside down. Heavenly Eagle actually really turned things around. He never dreamed that Heavenly Eagle actually prepared so many contingencies. The inspector opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Up in the sky, the battle still continued. Zhuo Shujie controlled the origin magnetic divine mountain, sweeping forth ever victorious. Qiao Anshan became increasingly unable to hold on. Their strength was originally very close. Zhuo Shujie relied on the power of the mystic treasure and became braver as the battle progressed. Bang! A moment of carelessness and Qiao Anshan was smashed flying out backward. Who would have thought that Qiao Anshan actually turned into a stream of flowing life and fled at the risk of heavy injuries? This sudden turn of events caught everyone by surprise. The inspector gave a cold snort, figure Russ. H.I. plussing out swiftly. A powerful to the extreme aura surged straight for the horizon. A swift figure par S said bye. The inspector actually reached first despite moving later, stopping Qiao Anshan. The inspector said coolly, "Where are you going?" Qiao Anshan's entire person had already gone berserk, and he roared furiously, "Why do you care where your father is going? Your father doesn't want to die, so get lost." Done talking, the frenzied Qiao Anshan actually cleaved an axe blow towards the inspector. Courting death. The patrolling inspector was a paramount existence in the Southridge 10 nations. This Qiao Anshan had also lost his head in defeat, to actually dare attack him. It was only to see the inspector suddenly erupted with an imposing manner. It was world power. He suddenly punched out. Bang! A loud noise came from the sky. After that, there was no more after that. The inspector put away Qiao Anshan's giant axe and said with a cold snort, "Blind and reckless thing, to actually dare make a move against this envoy. In a blink, two great celestial deity powerhouses fell. This battle no longer had any suspense. Following Coldfeather and Zhuoshujie joining the battle royal, Heavenly Eagle completely wiped out Utmost Peace's celestial deity powerhouses neat and tidily. Once the Golden Sword token happened, that was a situation of not resting until they were dead. Either you die or I perish. It was just that Xiao Anshan never dreamed that Utmost Peace Imperial City actually ended up in this conclusion in the end. Heavenly Eagle is mighty. City Lord is mighty. Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City seethed with excitement, from despair to hope, then to victory. This battle met with life in a desperate situation, bringing them too many surprises. No one could have thought that the powerful Utmost Peace Imperial City was actually wiped out just like this. And the ones who launched the war were even Utmost Peace Imperial City themselves. Zhuoshujie few people's faces also revealed looks of wild ecstasy. This battle was fought until it was really to their heart's content. As the weakest existence among the Southridge 10 cities, Zhuoshujie, this city lord, was actually very vexed and timid. But today, they announced their might to the other 8 imperial cities. Haha, it's really too great. I don't even remember how long it's been since I've felt so refreshed. He Chong said with a big laugh. Zhuoshujie smiled and said, yeah, after this battle, our Heavenly Eagle is sufficient to rise to the top 5 ranks of the Southridge 10 nations. In the future, no one can think about bullying us anymore. Come, we have to thank Yi Yuan properly. Without him, today's result will be completely different. Everyone secretly nodded their heads when they heard that and followed Zhuoshujie over. 4 great celestial deity realms arrived together. Zhuoshujie directly returned the origin magnetic divine mountain to Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Yi Yuan, this battle, I represent Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to thank you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, City Lord's words are too serious. This Yi is Heavenly Eagle's Pill Tower's head elder. I naturally have to contribute effort to Heavenly Eagle. The 4 great celestial deities were all extremely grateful to Yi Yuan in their hearts. Except, what they could give Yi Yuan was seriously not much. Furthermore, they similarly knew that Yi Yuan's end journey was absolutely not at a tiny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Even the Southridge 10 cities could not pin him down. Sooner or later one day, he would leave. But without a doubt, the transformation that Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly Eagle was tremendous. At this time, the inspector slowly came over. His gaze swept past Yi Yuan, but he said to Zhuoshujie, the Golden Sword Pact has already concluded. This envoy has to make a trip back to the imperial capital and report the situation of the Southridge 10 nations to the higher-ups. According to the rule, Utmost Peace Imperial City will be under Heavenly Eagle's jurisdiction now. You guys should send people to take over control of Utmost Peace as soon as possible, but don't make any trouble. Zhuoshujie hurriedly said, yes, Lord Inspector. The inspector nodded his head and said to Yi Yuan, you come with me for a bit. Under everyone's wondering gazes, the inspector brought Yi Yuan to one side and said, kid, this time, count it as this envoy owes you a favor. Returning to the imperial capital this time, this envoy will bring over the spirit medicines to refine the supreme Jade Void Pill. At that time, you take action to refine one for this envoy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your Excellency is too serious. It's just a minor favor. Your Excellency, you don't need to take it to heart. The inspector gave Yi Yuan a deep glance, feeling secretly alarmed in his heart. He finally understood now that this kid already had prepared plans to deal with the situation. When saying and doing things, he seemed very wild. Actually, everything was within his control. No need to take to heart. Even if he, Yi Yuan, did not take it to heart, could he not care about it? But Yi Yuan did not say a word and just said that it was a small matter. This way, it saved his face and also made him owe a favor. This kid was impressive. Chapter 1701 100 years later. Chapter 1701 100 years later, becoming famous under the heavens in one battle. Heavenly Eagle's domineering rise swept across the Southridge 10 cities like the wind. 4 great celestial deity realms, without losing a single person, completely annihilated utmost peace's 4 great celestial deity realms. The battle's outcome was extremely dazzling. Among the Southridge 10 cities' celestial deity realms, even though there were strong and weak ones, their strengths were more or less very close. Under normal circumstances, such a tragic great battle, both sides having casualties, were bound to happen. But none of Heavenly Eagle's celestial deity realms was lost. What did this show? It showed that Heavenly Eagle's 4 great celestial deities were powerful, completely cruise. Hi+ing utmost peace imperial city. However, this was not what made the other imperial cities most shocked. What shocked them the most was that Heavenly Eagle produced an alchemist who could refine the supreme jade void pill. This was the thing that made them most jealous. Yi Yuan's name instantly echoed throughout the entire Southridge 10 cities together with Heavenly Eagle. A genius alchemist who could refine the supreme jade void pill. What did this mean? This meant that as long as he had sufficient spirit medicines, Yi Yuan could create celestial deity powerhouses non-stop. That was right. It was Ma's production. This ability simply drove people insane. What did the Southridge 10 cities lack the most? Powerhouses in the celestial deity realms. But with Yi Yuan's ability, celestial deity realms could actually be par-SS produced. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? For the other imperial cities, there was nothing they could feel other than jealousy. Fortunately, even though there were many divine lords, there were very few half-step celestial deity martial artists. Furthermore, the spirit medicines that the supreme jade void pill required were extremely scarce in the Southridge lands. Those truly able to gather them were very few. Otherwise, the entire Southridge 10 cities would really change heavens. Even so, Cloud Jade Imperial City still offered a sky-high price of 300 billion, wanting to invite Yi Yuan to take action to refine the supreme jade void pill. Cloud Jade Imperial City was the Southridge 10 cities' strongest imperial city. Just the celestial deity powerhouses were as many as 5. Only the Cloud Jade Imperial City, this kind of existence, could gather the supreme jade void pill's spirit medicines. These spirit medicines were extremely hard to come by. If not for Yi Yuan going to Riverluck capital city, wanting to gather them would really not be an ordinary kind of difficult. The spirit medicines to refine the supreme jade void pill, the total value was around 20 billion. It could be seen from this how valuable the medicine pill was. The sky-high price of 300 billion that Cloud Jade Imperial City offered was merely just to have Yi Yuan take action to refine it. The spirit medicines were prepared by them. It was just that if Yi Yuan could refine successfully, 300 billion to buy a celestial deity realm was extremely worth it. However, Yi Yuan still refused. Increasing other imperial cities' strength, this kind of thing, Yi Yuan naturally would not do it. But since that day, the other 8 cities would frequently send envoys to Heavenly Eagle to request pills from Yi Yuan. No choice, the rank 4 divine pills that Yi Yuan refined, the quality was too good. The other imperial cities' divine lord realm powerhouses, once cultivated to a critical juncture, ordinary medicinal pill quality would not be able to satisfy at all. In the past, they could only be stuck at the gateway and take time to slowly grind. But now, they had one more choice, that was to request pills from Yi Yuan. The powerhouses of the 8 great imperial cities, as long as they could obtain a medicinal pill from Yi Yuan's hands, breaking through for them were virtually something already guaranteed. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were highly popular. However, it was hard to request for even one pill. Of course, even if it was ordinary rank 4 divine pills, Yi Yuan would not casually refine them as well. Some key medicinal pills, he would not refine for outsiders. This was his principle. Furthermore, wanting to request Yi Yuan to take action, the prices were all extremely high. But even so, Yi Mana's front door was still almost trampled flat. Hence, after the Golden Sword Pact, Heavenly Eagle became a very special existence. Even Cloud Jade Imperial City would not easily offend them either. Furthermore, there was a legend that Heavenly Eagle's head elder Yi Yuan was on very friendly terms with Southridge Patrolling Inspector, Jiang Jadehor. This legend made everyone even more cautious in taking action, not daring to have the slightest notion towards Heavenly Eagle. An empty hole invited the wind, but who knew if it was real or fake? The key point was that Jiang Jadehall himself had not come out to clarify it either. Ever since the Golden Sword Pact, Yi Yuan's prestige in Heavenly Eagle had no equal. And he had basically become a hands-off manager as well. Currently, the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's affairs were already handed to Ruo Shu and Ning Jiyuan to deal with. How could the present Ruo Shu still dare to even mutter dissent towards Yi Yuan's words? As for Ning Jiyuan, with Zheng Qi and Coldfeather both breaking through, he also became the Marshall Tower's head elder as a matter of course. Yi Yuan would give sermons in the Pill Tower every once in a while. At that time, even Xian Yu and Ruo Shu would also be like well-behaved little pupils, listening to the lecture quietly below. Finally, one day, when Yi Yuan was giving a lecture, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. Xian Yu gained enlightenment on Tao. At this point, Heavenly Eagle added another celestial deity powerhouse. Furthermore, it was even a 5-star alchemy god. Southridge Land's one and only 5-star alchemy god. The sad thing was that Xian Yu this 5-star alchemy god fell short of reality. Southridge's rank 5 divine rank spirit medicines were too scarce. Xian Yu had no way of studying rank 5 divine pills at all. However, 5-star alchemy god was 5-star alchemy god, his strength was far from what 4-star alchemy gods could compare to. In a blink, 100 years already Pares said. On this day, a figure drifted into Yi Manor and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, little friend Yi Yuan, this old man came to beg for a drink again." Yi Yuan came out to welcome and said with a smile, "Elder brother Jiang, you've been coming rather diligently recently. My 100 Flowers Heavenly Immortal Wine can't support your drinking like this." 100 Flowers Heavenly Immortal Wine was a kind of rank 4 spirit alcohol that Yi Yuan created, gathering the essence of 100 types of spirit flowers, and brewed with a secret method. Not only was the taste superb, but it was also greatly beneficial to martial artists. This flask of alcohol was very valuable. Ever since Jiang Jadehall knew that Yi Yuan had this wine, he would come to ask for a few cups to drink every now and then. In the long run, he became Yi Manor's frequent guest. Just as rumored in the outside world, these two people's relations, Hi+P, was really not ordinary. This reason was naturally due to the supreme Jade Void Pill. Jiang Jadehall's request of Yi Yuan was high grade, but in the end, Yi Yuan gave him a huge surprise. It was a divine grade pill. A divine grade supreme Jade Void Pill. This was an existence that could not be purchased even by spending money in the imperial capital. The effect of the medicinal pill was naturally extraordinary. Jiang Jadehall requested the pill for his niece. After his niece consumed the medicinal pill, she naturally broke through to the celestial deity realm as a matter of course. Furthermore, the same as Ning Tianping, her celestial deity realm could not be compared to the normal celestial deity realm. The effects of the medicinal pill would last for many years. Presently, inside the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined contained his chaos power. Divine grade supreme Jade Void Pill was not the least bit inferior to the previous Void Spirit divine grade. Ever since then, Jiang Jadehall treated Yi Yuan as a bosom friend. Furthermore, Jiang Jadehall understood that this was not Yi Yuan seeking connections with someone of higher standing. It might even be him, Jiang Jadehall, who was seeking connections with someone out of his league. With Yi Yuan's talent, he would absolutely not be limited to just Southridge 10 cities in the future. The land of the Southridge 10 cities was barren with a shortage of resources. This place already did not have much space for his development. Drinking a cup of 100 Flowers Heavenly Immortal Wine, Jiang Jadehall was very refreshed and said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Younger brother, have you considered the matter that I talked with you about? With your talent, staying in this Southridge land is too unworthy of your talents. The imperial capital is the land where you put your talents to great use." Yi Yuan's expression dimmed and he let out a sigh as he said, "I know that elder brother has good intentions. However, let's wait a while more." Chapter 1702 Extreme Light Imperial City. Chapter 1702 Extreme Light Imperial City. Presently, several years had already said since the 500-year agreement. But, no matter whether it was Leah, Lu'er, or White Light, there was no news. So these few years, Yi Yuan was unable to cultivate in peace too, looking forward to their news every single day. But along with the pa's sing with time, Yi Yuan also became more and more restless. Actually, several decades ago, Jiang Jadehall already invited Yi Yuan to the imperial capital. But Yi Yuan had the 500-year agreement and naturally would not go. Now, he would not go even more. Jiang Jadehall gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "Rest assured, sister-in-law, they all will be blessed by the heavens and turn calamities into blessing." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Jiang, these words, you yourself don't even believe it, right?" Jiang Jadehall was a little embarrassed. Said when he heard that and laughed awkwardly. The heaven-span world was too big. Danger was everywhere. The few of them, their strengths were not strong either. Something happening outside was not surprising. Back then, when they all left, what Yi Yuan was most worried about was this situation today. He did not expect that it still happened. The reason why he set the 500-year agreement was in order to not let them run too far. Looking at it now, the development of things still could not be as he wished. Jiang Jadehall saw that Yi Yuan was dejected and urged, "Don't blame yourself too much either." Saying something a little pretentious, "Want to blame that you're too outstanding. Being by your side requires enormous pressure." Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Jadehall and could not resist rolling his eyes. However, what Jiang Jadehall said were heartfelt words and did not have the intention of tearing him up. Even though these words indeed sounded rather flattering. These few years, Jiang Jadehall and Yi Yuan had a close friends. Hi+P and naturally knew how astonished Hi+ing Yi Yuan's talent was. Such an outstanding genius, ordinary people being by his side had to bear tremendous pressure. And this was also precisely the reason why they all left. Jiang Jadehall continued, "Got to look at the bright side of things. You think about it, they are training outside. Perhaps they had some lucky encounter, or are hindered by something, who knows?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "Can only think like that." Jiang Jadehall said, "So next, what do you plan to do?" Yi Yuan said, "In another few years, if there is still no news, I plan on making a trip to Extreme Light Imperial City." Jiang Jadehall's expression changed and he cried out in shock, "Extreme Light Imperial City? That's the Gen family's territory. God knows how many imperial cities in the heavenspan world. Imperial cities that were contented to exercise sovereignty over a part of the country like Heavenly Eagle were completely unknown to the public. But some imperial cities were resounding like the roar of thunder. Everyone knew about them in the entire heavenspan world. Extreme Light Imperial City was one of them. The reason why it was so renowned was naturally that it was one of the territories of the Gen family. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' descendants spanned all over the heavenspan world. But some rendezvous points were the Gen family's private plots. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The Gen family's aura viewing art is unparalleled under the heavens. I want to invite them to take action. At least, I got to make sure of their safety." Jiang Jadehall's expression changed and he said, "The Gen family's members are all unbelievably proud. You, a first-led Heaven Divine Lord, they won't recognize you when you arrive there. Who will give you face?" Yi Yuan said, "The last time I went out to train, I became acquainted with a member of the Gen family. See if he can help or not. All in all, not getting their news, I can't even continue cultivating." Jiang Jadehall was incomparably shocked in his heart. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually even got acquainted with a member of the Gen family. One had to know, precisely because members of the Gen family all knew the aura viewing aura, so the people that they made friends with were all people with great potential. Ordinary people could hardly enter their arcane sites at all. One should not make the assumption on how he, Jiang Jadehall, was a celestial deity powerhouse. Once a Gen family member saw that he did not have potential, they would not even be bothered to look at him. But thinking about it, Jiang Jadehall was also relieved. With Yi Yuan's talent, the Gen family members regarding him highly were also reasonable. If let him know that Gen Jintao only took one look at Yi Yuan and blinded his eyes, who knew what he would think? Jiang Jadehall nodded when he heard that and said, "May as well. Extreme Light Imperial City is powerful. If you can get acquainted with members of the Gen family, it will be infinitely beneficial to you. Yi Yuan suddenly took out a large jar and said, Brother Gen, after I leave, Heavenly Eagle's affairs will be entrusted to you. Here is a jar of 100 flowers heavenly immortal wine, you take it and slowly savor it. Jiang Jadehall's gaze turned sharp and he stared at Yi Yuan as he said angrily, You punk, complaining to me daily about how hard up you are, but turns out that you actually hid so much. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I brewed a total of 3 jars, this is the last jar. The spirit medicines that this 100 flowers heavenly immortal wine requires, you're also aware of it. After fineness. Hi+ing this, who knows what year and month you'll have to wait until to drink it again. The moment Jiang Jadehall heard, his expression calmed down slightly and he said with a cold smile, You punk, want to use this jar of wine to bribe this envoy? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then will you accept the bribe or not? Jiang Jadehall suddenly cracked and smiled, hugging that jar of wine, and said with a big laugh, Of course I accept. Such a delicious wine, whoever doesn't drink is a fool. You go ahead, Southridge's matters, even if you don't give a heads up, could it be that I can still sit by idly and remain indifferent? It's just that with Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's current strength, it doesn't need me to intervene at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This place is my base camp. Not handing it over well, how can I leave with peace of mind? Jiang Jadehall as the Southridge 10 Cities patrolling inspector, the authority that he possessed was tremendous. Holding power over life and property was up to his whims. Jiang Jadehall was not the kind of person who perpetrated whatever evils that he pleased. If not, Southridge 10 Cities would never know peace at all. As long as Jiang Jadehall was willing, he could even concoct various pretexts and abolish or establish the lord of a city. Hence, with Jiang Jadehall around, Yi Yuan was still very reassured. As long as Jiang Jadehall was willing to take care, Heavenly Eagle would have no worries about troubles back at home. This is Extreme Light Imperial City. Indeed magnificent. After more than 10 years, Yi Yuan still stood outside the city gates of Extreme Light Imperial City in the end. Waiting for another close to 10 years at Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan seriously could not carry on waiting anymore. Hence, he left behind Long Zhon to guard Heavenly Eagle, while he himself brought Ning Qianping to Extreme Light Imperial City. Extreme Light Imperial City was indeed worthy of the name Extreme Light. Sunglow surrounded the skies of the city, akin to colored ribbons. It was extremely spectacular. Similarly, an imperial city, Heavenly Eagle compared to Extreme Light was simply a remote hinterland. Of course, the truth was also like this. Extreme Light Imperial City belonged under Brilliant True Heavenly Emperor's command, a different Heavenly Emperor than Heavenly Eagle. The place where Brilliant True Heavenly Emperor resided was naturally much more abundant in spiritual energy. Compared to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Extreme Light Imperial City's spiritual energy was several times more abundant. In contrast, Heavenly Eagle was really a remote village. Indeed well deserving of being the Gen family's city. This kind of atmosphere, probably only the Gen family can create it, right? Ning Qianping said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan nodded and said, The art of viewing auras is indeed pitilessly marvelous. Ning Qianping said, Your Excellency, where should we go to find Elder Gen? Yi Yuan said, The last time, he told me that it was a place called Profound Secrets Pavilion. I'm completely clueless about this place too. Let's enter the city first and take a look at the situation. Done talking, the two people paid the costs of entering the city and entered Extreme Light Imperial City. Chapter 1703 Because your eyes didn't go blind. Chapter 1703 Because your eyes didn't go blind. This little brother, I see that your bones are special and you're unusually endowed with talent, but you have an ominous sign. Quick, let me divine for you and help you resolve this disaster. This little brother, this seat is a Gen family's direct lineage successor. I see that your glabella is dark. There must be a great calamity recently. Quickly come to my place and this old man will teach you the method to resolve it. High as mountains and long as rivers, exposed to the winds and rains in travel, little brother, you're here to find someone, right? Within Extreme Light Imperial City, it had a totally unique atmosphere. Yi Yuan walked on the streets, feeling like he entered a base camp of conmen and fortune-tellers. There was someone pulling him to go divine his fortunes non-stop. Some people said it was too profound to understand, making it really seem like the case at first glance. These guys are also too obvious in swindling and bluffing people, right? Will there really be this kind of idiot who will fall for it? Yi Yuan was speechless as he said to Dustless. But Dustless said, "You're mistaken. They aren't swindling or bluffing." Yi Yuan was surprised when he heard that and said, "No? Could it be that they can really fortune tell?" Dustless nodded and said, "They naturally can. Heavenly Emperor profound secret skill is involved in good fortune. These people peddling on the streets, most have the Jian family's bloodline. It's just thinner. A person whose destiny is too flawless. Hi+ing, they can't divine it. But how can there be so many people with exuberant destinies? The vast majority of the people are merely mortals. Us cultivators are the most sensitive to matters of good or ill luck and weal or woe. Some martial artists will specifically make a trip to extreme light Imperial City before entering a mystic realm to divine their fortunes. How can they come into contact with members of the Jian family? These people naturally become their first choice. Although it might not be accurate, it can more or less still achieve the goal of pursuing good fortune and avoiding disasters. Yi Yuan was also extremely surprised when he heard that, not expecting that there was still so much involved in this. These people looked too debased. Hence, it gave him a very unreliable feeling. He did not expect that these people actually all had some skill. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked in his heart. Just how powerful was this Heavenly Emperor profound secrets? Even just getting tainted by a tiny bit of bloodline and they could have such divination and scrying skills. No wonder the martial artists in Extreme Light Imperial City were so many. It turned out that they were all aiming for the aura viewing art. Different from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the majority inside Extreme Light Imperial City were clearly foreign martial artists. Divine Lord realm powerhouses could be seen everywhere on the streets. Using Divine Lords walking all over the place to describe was also not the least bit of exaggeration. These people should know where the Profound Secrets Pavilion is. "Let's go over and ask," Yi Yuan said to Ning Tianping. At this time, a shy little girl came up to greet and said to Yi Yuan weakly, "Sir, fortune-telling? Come to our house, my father still has quite a bit of attainment in the path of divining fortunes." Yi Yuan originally had no plans of divining fortunes and was just asking for directions. But this little girl had a pitiful appearance. Yi Yuan somewhat did not have the heart to do so. "Then, fortune tell then. Tianping, you go," Yi Yuan said. Ning Tianping froze and pointed at himself as he said in surprise, I go?" Yi Yuan scolded with a smile, "Ask you to go, just go, what's with the nonsense?" Ning Tianping nodded and said, "Okay." These stalls were all placed on the streets and could be seen everywhere. One look and it was clear that the level was very low. Not far ahead, there were still shop fronts that also had signboards that wrote augury and aura viewing on it. Clearly, they were much more high-end. At these stalls, everyone was calling out, vying to pull people to come and fortune tell. Those who dared to yell, the business was all pretty good too. Rather, this little girl's home was deserted, with nobody showing any interest. Clearly, the people setting up stalls on the streets, their bloodline were all extremely thin, even the Jian family would not acknowledge. They were forced to make a living. That was why they did this kind of thing. Otherwise, with Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' prestige, they would not be reduced to such a plight. Yi Yuan went over to take a look. This little girl's father was actually a cripple. Even walking was somewhat difficult. No wonder he would let a timid little girl go to the streets to pull people. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he stepped forward and said with clasped hands, "Elderly person, give this little brother of mine a good aura viewing and divination." This old geezer was very haggard, his face with the vicissitudes of life. Seeing that there were guests, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said to Ning Tianping, "Please sit. I wonder what this little brother is testing." Ning Tianping said, "We came to Extreme Light Imperial City to find people. Elder, just help me to test whether this trip will go well or not." That old man nodded his head, fished out a tortoise shell. and started to infuse divine essence. 1. A profound divine essence aura spread out. Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head inwardly. The mysterious aura on this old man was far too weak. Compared to Jian Zhentao, it was simply one up in the heavens, the other down on earth. No wonder they would end up in such a plight. The old man fiddled for a bit, his brows could not help furrowing, and he said, "This little brother, pardon this old man for being blunt, but your trip likely won't go too well. However, you have the help of a noble lord, all troubles can be easily resolved." Ning Qianping laughed when he heard that and said, "Haha, then that's good. Elder, how much?" As he said, Ning Qianping was about to pay up, but Yi Yuan's heart stirred and he asked, "Elder, since you know the art of viewing auras, help me take a look at how my brother's destiny is." The old man nodded his head and mustered up divine essence once more, looking over toward Ning Qianping. With this look, his expression could not help changing and he shook his head and said, "Two little brothers, pardon this one for being ignorant, but I truly can't see through the two of your destinies." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Say whatever there is, don't need to be apprehensive." The old man's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, "Then, all right. This little brother, his destiny is exuberant. This old man's strength is meager and can't see through it. But with this old man's experience, his destiny likely won't be lower than Cyan." Ning Qianping was also overjoyed when he heard that. Cyan destiny was already a very high-level destiny. The vast majority of martial artists were only yellow destiny and below. Looks like ever since encountering His Excellency, his destiny became much more booming. Ning Qianping asked, "Then what about, my lords?" Seeing Ning Qianping ask, the old man's expression became even uglier and he said, "This little brother has no color. It's likely unranked." The old man looked towards Yi Yuan and there was nothing exciting. The aura viewing art could not stir up a trace of wave at all. He had inspected countless people and had never seen before such a poorly endowed person. Ha ha ha. A trash who can't even enter the ranks actually dares to come and fortune tell too. I say, kid, do you still want face or not? Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter sounded out. A young man brought several guards and slowly walked over, a mocking expression on his face. The little girl's expression changed and she hurriedly pushed Yi Yuan away, saying anxiously, "Sir, sorry, you hurry up and go." Yi Yuan was naturally not what she could push. He looked at that young master with furrowed brows and said coolly, "You also know the art of viewing auras?" That young man seemed to have heard some hilarious joke and said with a big laugh, "I also know." "Are you joking?" This young master, Jian Yu, is a direct lineage descendant of the Jian family. Do you think I know or not? Yi Yuan came to a realization and said, "Then do you think that my destiny can't enter the ranks?" Jian Yu said disdainfully, "Rubbish. Plus this young master used the art of viewing auras to look just now, a stretch of stagnant waters. This young master has never seen before a person with such inferior aptitude. Aren't you getting lost in your head there?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then your aura viewing level is too lousy, your skill is still lacking." Jian Yu's expression changed and he said in a cold voice, "Who the hell do you think you are, to dare evaluate this young master's aura viewing art?" As the Jian family's direct lineage descendant, Jian Yu was extremely confident in his aura viewing art. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he was naturally greatly enraged. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I naturally have the qualifications, because your eyes didn't go blind." 1. Tortoiseshell. ELLS are a traditional Chinese divination tool. Chapter 1704 Break the legs, throw out. Chapter 1704 Break the legs, throw out. Blind. Pooh. Your eyes are the ones that are blind. Jian Yu was furious when he heard that. This guy was cursing him to go blind. Yi Yuan was naturally not cursing him, but that Jian Yu's aura viewing art was indeed lacking. If it was like Jian Zhentao, as long as he looked at him continuously, his eyes would definitely be blind. It was precisely because his strength was lacking that he could not see through his actual situation, making it seem like he had no rank. That little girl's father was similarly so. Yi Yuan gave him a look and waved his hand and said, "This young master is getting my fortune told. If you want to get your fortunes told, queue up." Not getting it told, immediately get lost, don't jump up and down here, repulsing people. Jian Yu's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, Brat, you have divination done here already violated this young master's ban. You dare to oppose my Jian family? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled and said, Ban? What ban is here saying that I can't get divination done here? Jian Yu's eyes narrowed slightly and he looked at that young lady and said, Xiaoran, why don't you tell him what the outcome will be? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, looking at the girlie curiously. Rana seemed to be like a startled little bunny, her complexion ashen pale, giving people a feeling of unable to help showing tender care when one saw her. Seeing Yi Yuan use a probing gaze to look over, Rana said sobbingly, sir, sorry, it was all Rana who harmed you. You hurry up and go, otherwise they will break your legs. Young Master Jian Yu has warned us father and daughter, saying that if anyone has divination done here, he'll break their legs. Jian Yu said with a smug look, heard that, kid? Don't blame this young master. Want to blame Xiaoran. Go on, break this punk's legs for this young master. Over a dozen subordinates rubbed their fists and wiped their palms and surrounded over the surroundings. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them could not help revealing a look of reluctance. Sigh, this kid is also unlucky to actually provoke Jian Yu, this great demon king. Xiaoran, this lane SS also has a bitter fate. Their father and daughter duo are being forced into a dead end. Who asked Jian Yu, this great demon king, to unwittingly take fancy on Xiaoran, this lane SS? What sin have they committed? Clearly, everyone was very apprehensive of this Jian Yu. Right at this time, a figure suddenly dashed out, flying straight for Jian Yu. Jian Yu, I, Zhong Haotian, will fight it out with you. Even if I die, I also won't give Xiaoran to you. This was extremely sudden. Everyone did not react to it, but it gave Jian Yu a big fright. Bang! Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Jian Yu, sending Zhong Haotian flying with one punch. Zhong Haotian collapsed on the ground, fresh blood spewing wildly without ceasing. Zhong Haotian was merely a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord, one leg was even crippled. Jian Yu's subordinate was also first-layered Heaven Divine Lord at the very least. So how could Zhong Haotian be a match? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The ins and outs of the matter, he had also roughly figured it out. This Jian Yu took fancy of Zhong Xiaoran's looks and wanted to have her for himself. But Zhong Haotian and Zhong Xiaoran did not agree. Hence, even though Jian Yu forbade them father and daughter from setting up a stall, he did not make things difficult for them either. He came up with a lousy rule of beating anyone who came to get a divination. When this father and daughter two people had no livelihood, they would naturally give in obediently. Zhong Xiaoran was naturally unresigned to it. So taking the chance when Jian Yu was not around, she pulled Yi Yuan over to get his fortunes told. She did not know that Jian Yu dispatched informants around them. The moment Yi Yuan sat down, he knew. The baffled-looking Yi Yuan was swept into this farce without rhyme or reason, just like this. Zhong Haotian, you're courting death. You all, break this kid's legs for me first, then carry them father and daughter away for me, Jian Yu said in a great rage. Yes. The bunch of subordinates received the orders and rushed over towards Yi Yuan, glaring like ravening tigers. Yi Yuan said coolly, Tianping, cripple all of them for me and throw them out. Yes, my lord. Ning Tianping answered, suddenly releasing the aura of a fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Everyone's faces changed. When Yi Yuan entered the city, he did not want to be too ostentatious, so he had Ning Tianping restrain his aura. Jian Yu also saw that Ning Tianping's strength was not strong, that was why he was so arrogant. How could he have thought that Ning Tianping was actually a fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord already at a young age? These few years, Ning Tianping's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, following by Yi Yuan's side. He had long broken through to become a fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The moment he made his move, how could these initial stage Divine Lord Realm family guards be his match? It was only to hear miserable screams linger on incessantly. The entire street instantly became a chaotic mess. Ning Tianping did not kill people either. It was just that each person had their legs broken by him. These family guards lay on the ground, wailing without ceasing. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded with shock. What background does this young man have? To actually bring alone a fifth-layered heaven divine lord as his follower, it's really funny. This young man's destiny doesn't even enter the ranks and is simply a trash. But there's actually a fifth-layered heaven divine lord following by his side. Probably he himself and his family clan doesn't know at all, right? Coming to Extreme Light Imperial City this time, his true colors will probably be revealed. At the same time, they were marveling at Ning Qianping's strength. Those stall owners also became curious about Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. Quite a few people secretly mustered up divine essence, observing Yi Yuan's destiny, and discovered that it was indeed a dried-up well without ripples, unable to even stir up a hint of a wave. Unranked. Your Excellency, what to do with this guy? Ning Qianping asked very calmly. Jian Yu's face had long turned white. He completely did not expect that he actually kicked a metal plate this time. You dare to touch this young master? This young master is a member of the Jian family. If you touch me, that's climbing on top of the Jian family's heads. You have to think about the consequences. Although Jian Yu was afraid, at the thought of the Jian family's strength, his back immediately straightened up. Sure enough, the moment Ning Qianping heard, he immediately revealed a look of hesitation. They came to seek help from the Jian family this time. If they offended the Jian family, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. Jian Yu observed his expression and words, and immediately said to Ning Qianping smugly, Kid, your strength is pretty good, sticking with this young master in the future is definitely much more promising than that good-for-nothing. I'll tell you very responsibly, that kid is simply a trash who can't enter the ranks. When Ning Qianping heard that, his face revealed a strange look. If His Excellency was trash, then all in this world was waste residue. He laughed in spite of himself and said, Fool, your aura viewing art is really lacking. Wait till you cultivate it entirely and then come and look at His Excellency again. You'll know why he said that your eyes didn't go blind. At this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, still waiting for what? Break his legs and throw him out. Being noisy in this place. Jian Yu's expression changed greatly when he heard that and said, You really dare to make a move? You have to think of the consequences well. Those who touch my Jian family's members all don't have a good outcome. Yi Yuan said coolly, just your bit of strength is also fit to represent the Jian family? Then the Jian family really doesn't have anyone anymore. Qianping, do it. Yes, my lord. With Yi Yuan's order, Ning Qianping no longer hesitated, directly sweeping over and breaking Jian Yu's 2 legs in no time flat. Ah, brat, you'll regret it. Ah. On the street, came Jian Yu's shrill and miserable screams. Chapter 1705 Wait for him to come. Chapter 1705 Wait for him to come. Well fought. Beautifully done. Finally vented this foul breath. Vented this anger, but with Jian Yu's temperament, he'll definitely take revenge. His elder brother, Jian Ping, is a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion. His strength is very powerful. When everyone saw Jian Yu's legs being broken, they immediately felt very appeased, shouts of bravo linking up together. This Jian Yu, they normally did not dare to provoke at all. He had always played the tyrant on these few streets. Today, someone finally came out to take care of him. It was just that they could not help worry for Yi Yuan. After all, the Jian family's people were not to be trifled with. Sir, it was all Xiaoran's fault. Sorry. You hurry up and go. That Jian Yu is very powerful. He won't let you off. Zhong Xiaoran supported Zhong Haotian as she said with a rueful look. Yi Yuan did not speak, but walked in front of Zhong Haotian and took out a medicinal pill for him to take. That kick earlier was very heavy. Zhong Haotian's injuries were not light and already could not speak. Yi Yuan looked at Xiaoran and said with a smile, Do you want to marry Jian Yu to be a concubine or not? Zhong Xiaoran shook her head repeatedly and said with a decisive look, I won't marry him even if I die. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Well, we'll wait here for him to come. Zhong Xiaoran's expression changed and she waved her hand and said, No, sir, you hurry up and leave. Jian Yu's elder brother is a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Yi Yuan revealed a hint of surprise when he heard that and said with a smile, "A member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion? Then perfect, I was just about to go to the Profound Secrets Pavilion." When the people beside heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help shaking their heads secretly. This kid was simply a hothead. He completely did not know what Profound Secrets Pavilion represented in Extreme Light Imperial City. "This, sir, it was all this old man who dragged you in, truly sorry. You hurry up and go, you really can't afford to provoke the Profound Secrets Pavilion. At most, this old man will fight it out to the death with them," Zhong Haotian suddenly said. Zhong Xiaoran got a fright. She suddenly discovered that Zhong Haotian's complexion was ruddy, full of energy. He was actually completely recovered already. This medicinal pill was also too miraculous, right? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder, your leg should have been injured by a flatland poison wolf, right?" Zhong Haotian froze. Already at this point, he still had time to care about his leg. However, he still nodded and said, "Yes. Back then, we husband and wife brought the newly born Xiaoran back to Extreme Light Imperial City. Who knew that we encountered flatland poison wolves halfway?" Xiaoran's mother did not hesitate to feed the wolves with her body in order to save Xiaoran, exchanging for us father and daughter two people to escape with our lives. However, this old man's leg was still crippled. Sigh, the one who should have originally died should have been this old man, who knew. Talking up to here, Zhong Haotian evoked a painful memory, tears running down his old face. "Dad, don't blame yourself anymore, this isn't your fault." Zhong Xiaoran was also in tears as he said. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this father and daughter's encounter was actually so tragic. However, this was also the true portrayal of ordinary martial artists. Not everyone could possess Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent and destiny. The majority of martial artists were all struggling to survive at the bottom. The toxicity of the flatland poison wolf was very fierce and extremely hard to remove. Hence, Zhong Haotian's body aged very quickly too. And his leg was also unable to regrow because of the toxins. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I'll treat it for you then." Zhong Haotian smiled bitterly and said, "The reason why we father and daughter are in such a state of poverty is because of this old man's leg. These few years, this old man has sought countless medical treatments, but it can't be cured at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's no big deal, just pric king a few needles will do." After talking, Yi Yuan took out a set of silver needles and started to apply acupuncture on Zhong Haotian's severed leg. "Kid, don't show off your skill anymore. Old Zhong's leg, even Master Li Shouqing couldn't treat it, with just the likes of you. Really don't come up with a draft when boasting. If it was so easy, wouldn't old Zhong's so many years of suffering be in vain? Yeah, youngster, you'd better hurry up and leave. In a while, when Jian Ping comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Yi Yuan said it casually. Everyone all felt that he was boasting. These few years, Zhong Haotian spent all of his savings in order to seek medical treatment, which also barely managed to maintain the injury. Even so, his injury was still continuously deteriorating. But very soon, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. Zhong Haotian's severed leg area started to have black blood ooze out continuously, emitting a pungent and repulsive smell. Yi Yuan's divine fire emerged, completely refining it. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Zhong Haotian's severed limb actually started regrowing. Really cured. This kid has such formidable means. Truly a magic hand that restores life. The poison that even Master Li Shouqing couldn't cure, he treated it. I really didn't expect that this kid is actually an alchemist. No wonder he would have a fifth-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse as a follower. All around, the people around let out a series of exclamations. Master Li Shouqing was already a very famous alchemist in this vicinity. His strength was very powerful. Zhong Haotian's poison wound that even he could not treat, it was basically already sentencing one to death. No one could have thought that this unknown young man really cured Zhong Haotian in no time flat. Zhong Haotian opened his mouth wide, looking at his own leg in disbelief. Ever since coming back from Master Li Shouqing there, he thought that he would never stand up in this lifetime. Who knew that Yi Yuan cured his leg in no time? Yi Yuan fished out another medicinal pill, Pares said it to Zhong Haotian, and said, "Eat this detoxification pill. The residual poison in your body will be pretty much cleared. You try standing up." Zhong Haotian received the medicinal pill tremblingly and attempted to stand up. Tears rolled down his old face and he said, "Es sir, you're really this Zhong's great benefactor. How much are these 2 medicinal pills? This old man, even if this old man risks this life, I'll also pay the money." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "These medicinal pills, just take it as covering the cost of the divination just now. Who broke my younger brother's legs, scram outside." At this time, an icy-cold voice was heard. Everyone's faces changed. It's Jian Ping. Came so quickly. Jian Ping is also 5th layered Heaven Divine Lord. There's a good show to watch now. I heard that Jian Ping's bloodline is very pure. His profound spirit chaos formula is also cultivated very solidly. The crowd divided. A das. HI+ing young man with a valiant bearing walked over. This young man had some similarities with Jian Yu at the glabella. He was naturally Jian Ping. By the side, Jian Yu was on crutches. At the sight of Yi Yuan, he roared loudly, "Big brother, it's that punk. An unranked trash actually dared to break my legs. You have to take revenge for me. Ouch, so painful." Unranked. Jian Ping's brows furrowed, looking at Yi Yuan rather curiously. Unable to even enter the ranks and could actually cultivate to the Divine Lord realm? Furthermore, as long as one was a martial artist, they more or less had some destiny. Unranked, so how did this fellow survive until now? Members of the Jian family were the most curious about destiny. People who were unranked were very seldom seen. Under the urging of his curiosity, Jian Ping could not resist mustering up divine essence, and looked over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 1706 Transaction. Chapter 1706 Transaction R. My eyes. Jian Ping suddenly screamed, covering his eyes with his hands, and fell to the ground in pain. This sudden turn of events made everyone stare dumbfoundedly in shock. Jian Ping came in a threatening manner, but who would have expected that he only took a look at Yi Yuan and then collapsed? What the hell was this? Initially, Jian Yu had a pleased look. Suddenly seeing Jian Ping fall down, his entire person was in a daze. He completely did not expect that the words he unintentionally said aroused Jian Ping's curiosity. Took a look just like that and he went blind. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Jian Yu said with a look of shock. Pain. My eyes hurt. Jian Ping screamed tragically. Jian Yu had a petrified look, completely not knowing what had happened. All around, the people emitted a series of exclamations. What happened? Just now, Jian Ping used the aura viewing art on that young man, right? Isn't his destiny unranked? How did Jian Ping become like this with one glance? Why are we totally fine when we look at him? No, wait, I remembered, that young man said previously that Jian Yu's aura viewing art is lacking. Could it be? He even said that it's because of this that Jian Yu's eyes didn't go blind. This. The people abruptly startled awake. Previously, Yi Yuan said that Jian Yu's eyes were not blinded, so his aura viewing art was still lacking. Now, Jian Ping took one look at Yi Yuan and his eyes went blind. Which was also to say that it was not that this young man's destiny failed to enter the ranks, but because it was too strong. What kind of destiny would be so strong? That was at least imperial aura. Everyone was incomparably shocked in their hearts. This young man before their eyes, could it be that he was in possession of the legendary imperial aura? Yi Yuan looked at Jian Yu and said with a smile, looks like his skill is much more profound than yours, so he went blind. But you don't even have the qualifications to be blinded. Jian Yu's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He finally understood now what the words Yi Yuan said before meant. He also finally understood why Big Brother would suddenly be like this. You're actually of the legendary imperial aura. This is impossible. Jian Yu cried out weirdly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I also don't know whether or not it's the imperial aura, because currently, no one can tell me yet. Regarding this, Yi Yuan was very speechless too. He also wanted to know just what destiny he was. But sadly, Even Zhen Juntao, such a powerful existence, directly went blind after taking a look. Imperial aura was also just Zhen Juntao's guess. Jian Yu's expression changed several times. These words sounded so arrogant. But, if it was the Imperial aura, the Profound Secrets Pavilion would treat him as a guest of honor. Then this guy could not be offended anymore. One had to know, people possessing Imperial aura, barring no accidents, they would all be powerhouses who inspired awe in a region. This kind of people, even the Zhen family had to make friends with him. After all, Extreme Light Imperial City was just an imperial city. Even though it was the Zhen family's territory, the strongest here was also merely celestial deity realm only. Making friends with future powerhouses, this was also an important reason for the Zhen family's power. Because they had wisdom eyes, which others were not equipped with, that they knew how to make their choice. At the same time, members of the Zhen family were also SN. Oh Bebish. If your destiny was lacking, they would not even be bothered to give you a glance. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Zhen Ping. Zhen Yu's face changed, and he said in panic, What do you want to do? I'm warning you, my big brother is a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion. If you dare to touch a single strand of hair of his, you absolutely can't leave the city alive. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to look at him. He knelt down and said to Zhen Ping, You're called Zhen Ping, right? How about we make a deal? Experiencing the initial most pain, Zhen Ping was already much better now. But his eyes could not open, shedding the same blood tears as Zhen Juntao. How could he still not understand at this time that this young man in front of him was someone with extremely exuberant destiny? But this guy blinded his eyes. Woos. H. Plus suddenly, Zhen Ping launched an attack. Go to HELL. Who wants to make a deal with you? Zhen Ping said with a hideous grin. This scene was too sudden, fast until everyone did not react to it. All around were cries of exclamations. Sir, be careful. Zhong Haotian's and Zhong Xiaoran's faces turned ashen pale, crying out in shock. Bang! The floorboards cracked and debris flew everywhere. The violent attack of a fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, how shocking was the commotion. Everyone's heart sunk to rock bottom. They did not expect that Zhen Ping was actually so despotic, to actually directly deal a killing blow. Yi Yuan and Zhen Ping were too close. Furthermore, the strength difference was enormous. Wanting to avoid was simply something impossible. Under this punch, how could Yi Yuan still be alive? Ha ha ha, what dogfart Imperial aura? Isn't he still beaten to death by me with one punch? Zhen Ping said with a savage laugh. Yi Yuan blinding his eyes was equivalent to ruining his future. So how could he not be furious? Moreover, this guy even broke his younger brother's legs. This kind of guy, even if he had an Imperial aura, it would not do either. Sigh. Pity this young man, the legendary Imperial aura. He wanted to stand up for Zhong Haotian father and daughter, but he also doesn't think about how powerful the Profound Secrets Pavilion is. Someone who overestimates his own strength. A first-layered Heaven Divine Lord was actually so close to a fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. What is it if not courting death? In the crowd, some people lamented, some people felt that Yi Yuan was too inexperienced. Zhong Xiaoran's legs turned soft, directly sitting down on the ground. This sudden turn of events made her unable to stand. Your eyes suffered the backlash of heavenly Tao. Even if cured, it's also very hard to recover to the peak. Don't you want to be cured? At this time, amidst the dust, a voice sounded out faintly. Everyone had astonished faces. This kid was not dead. How was this possible? Zhen Ping was currently laughing loudly without ceasing. Suddenly his smile froze on his face, a look of astonishment on his face. You! How could you possibly not be dead? Zhen Ping said in shock. Yi Yuan said coolly, You're still a bit too unskilled to want to kill me. At this time, you should be grateful that you're a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Otherwise, you're already a dead man. Enough nonsense, we'd better talk about our deal. I'll help you treat your eyes, but you brothers must swear a heavenly Tao oath that you're not allowed to find trouble with Zhong Haotian father and daughter again in the future. Zhen Ping's entire body trembled and he said, You You can cure my eyes. Yi Yuan said coolly, I can naturally cure it. In fact, I still have an objective for coming to Extreme Light Imperial City this time. It's to help Jian Zhentao, Elder Jian, treat his eyes. Jian Ping trembled again and said in disbelief, Elder Jian's eyes, could it be because he used the aura viewing art on you? Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. This transaction, do you agree? Jian Ping's heart was shocked until it could not be any greater. Elder Jian answered the invitation of Riverluck Capital City the last time and went to host an auction. After coming back, his eyes went blind. Until now, it was not healed too. But Jian Ping never thought that Elder Jian was actually blinded by looking at Yi Yuan. Chapter 1707 Next Deal. Chapter 1707 Next Deal. Jian Ping naturally had no reason to say no. Even though Jian Yu was extremely reluctant, he also knew that Big Brother's eyes were very important. Being helpless, he could only swear the heavenly Tao oath. Regarding this, Zhong Haotian was extremely agitated. Pulling his daughter Zhong Xiaoran, they knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud. This old man kneels in thanks to Sir's grace of rebirth. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped up Zhong Haotian father and daughter and said with a smile, Elder is too courteous. Xiaoran is obedient and sensible. It would be a pity to be defiled by a bad guy. It's merely a matter of lifting a finger. Elder, don't need to take it to heart. However, your divination skill is indeed proficient. This actually all came true, who? Zhong Haotian blushed with shame. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan's trouble was actually answered by him. Zhong Haotian was an external surname member of the Jian family, his bloodline very thin. But his divination was indeed very accurate. Rather, Jian Yu listened by the side until his face turned green. What was being defiled by a bad guy? Hey, do you know how to speak human language or not? What's with that phrase being defiled by a bad guy? Jian Yu said in great rage. Yi Yuan turned to look at him and said with a smile, saying that you're a bad guy, you ask if they have objections? Jian Yu's expression changed. Sweeping a glance over, he discovered that everyone all had approving looks and could not help saying in a great rage, looking at what? Keep looking and your IEB. LLS will be dug out. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, restraining themselves. Fat. Zhong Xiaoran could not hold back and immediately laughed. Blabbering on for what? Still not treating my eyes. Jian Ping said with an annoyed look. Also my legs. Jian Yu added. Ning Tianping's blow was very heavy. It was naturally impossible to let Jian Yu to recover using divine essence. Yi Yuan said coolly, your legs aren't in the deal. Jian Yu said furiously, you. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, this place isn't convenient, you bring me to the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Just nice, I want to go and see Elder Jian. Jian Ping gave a cold snort and directly turned around and left. Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and followed closely behind. Before long, the few people arrived at a very magnificent palace. Profound Secrets Pavilion, these 3 words were written on it. Deacon Jian, what's wrong with you? When the guard saw the Jian Ping shedding blood tears, he could not help coming up to greet with his face pale with fright. Jian Ping waved his hand and said, nothing. Bring us to the back hall, he's going to treat my eyes. That guard hurriedly responded and brought Yi Yuan and the rest to the back hall. Entering a side hall, Jian Ping instructed, you go and guard outside, don't let people disturb us. Yes. That guard answered and immediately went out. Quickly do it. I'm warning you, if any hidden ailment is left behind in my eyes, I'll make you die very horribly. Don't forget, this place is the Profound Secrets Pavilion, Jian Ping said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, relax, this he has never failed when making a move before. Done talking, Yi Yuan took out silver needles and stuck needles around Jian Ping's eyes. No idea how long had Pares said either. Yi Yuan said coolly, open your eyes. Jian Ping's eyelids twitched and opened both eyes rather nervously. Indeed, he could see. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. This punk's medical skills were truly extraordinary, to actually be able to cure the backlash of heavenly Tao. One had to know, Jian Zhentao's eyes had already been blinded for almost 200 years and no one could treat it. This kid was actually really able to cure it. Big brother, you can see? Jian Yu asked rather agitatedly. If Big Brother's eyes were blind, he would be bound to lose his standing in the profound secrets pavilion. Then he would also lose his greatest reliance. Jian Ping nodded his head and said, "Can see." Finished talking, he attempted to revolve the profound spirit chaos formula and looked over toward Jian Yu. Sure enough, he saw a faint orange-colored aura. This time, he did not dare to look at Yi Yuan anymore. This kid was too sinister. However, this younger brother of his was really useless. Piled on so much resources and he was still just first-led Heaven Divine Lord. Orange Destiny, his accomplishments in his lifetime would also be like this. Can see. Jian Ping nodded his head and said. Jian Yu said with an excited look, really can see. Couldn't tell that this brat really has some capability. Jian Ping looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, he is capable, but, all come in for me. Bang. A large group of people burst open the door and entered, directly blocking Yi Yuan. 2 people in this side hall. These people were actually all middle-stage Divine Lord realm powerhouses. Jian Ping looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Punk, you wouldn't really think that I'd let you off, would you? This young master don't find trouble with those 2, but you must die." Turned out that when he entered just now, Jian Ping secretly signaled that guard and had him summon people over. When Jian Yu saw this scene, he shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha, big brother, kill him. Kill him. This guy is too COC Kai. Punk, this time, you can't escape even if you grow wings, right?" Yi Yuan looked at Jian Ping and said coolly, "Jian Ping, if you kill me, no one will treat Elder Jian's eyes anymore." Jian Ping sneered and said, "Elder Jian? Pooh. That useless old man's eyes are already blind. Do you think that he can still be the profound secrets pavilion's elder? Moreover, you probably don't know, but that old bastard is at odds with my eldest senior brother. I'm eagerly looking forward to seeing his eyes not get better." Yi Yuan also did not expect that Zhen Zhentao actually already lost power now because of that one glance. Moreover, he was even on very bad terms of Jian Ping's eldest senior brother. Looks like the struggle of power was the same everywhere. Just like the struggle between the Pill Tower's head elder and second elder back then, it lasted for as long as several tens of thousands of years. This profound secrets pavilion seemed to be a place that transcended worldliness, but it also could not rise above conventions. Places with people would have conflicts, it was indeed true. Haha, kid, are you feeling despair now? Kneel down and beg me, maybe. I can still let you live. Jian Ping laughed wantonly as he said. Just now, on the streets, both brothers lost a huge amount of face. Now, not gaining back any ground, where would his face be put? Ning Tianping had a mocking look on his face and did not mean to worry at all. He knew that His Excellency definitely would not be without contingencies and just come in so recklessly. Sure enough, Yi Yuan looked at Jian Ping very calmly and said coolly, "All right, I understand. Next, we can discuss another transaction." Jian Ping was taken aback, following that, laughed loudly as he said, "Still making a deal with your father? Are you dumb? Now, what can you still use to make a deal with me?" Yi Yuan said, "Forgot to tell you, but before applying acupuncture on you, I just used it to let out Zhong Haotian's blood. And he was afflicted with the flatland poison wolf's poison many years ago. To this date, he was unable to get rid of it. Just now, I left in a hurry and forgot to clean the residual poison on the needles. It's fine, you can do it. Either way, the residual poison on the needles isn't much, you shouldn't die. At most, it will just be like Zhong Haotian, aging a little faster, that's all. Also, although your eyes are fine right now, it will be hard to guarantee that they will be fine in the future." Yi Yuan said very calmly, but Jian Ping's expression became increasingly uglier. Chapter 1708 How can you be so strong? Chapter 1708 How can you be so strong? Humph. Do you think that you can scare me with a few words? Jian Ping said with a grim expression. No idea why, after Yi Yuan said this, his eyes actually started to itch a little. No idea whether was it a psychological effect or not. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, Don't you know that the ones who can't be offended the most are alchemists? I can treat you, so naturally, I can cure you to death too. By the side, Jian Yu suddenly said rather nervously, Big brother, Zhong Haotian was indeed poisoned by the flatland poison wolf's poison. But I saw just now that his severed limb actually regrew. It should be real. Jian Ping's expression changed. His eyes were becoming even more unbearably itchy, and he could not resist rubbing it twice. Yi Yuan smiled when he saw the situation and said, Now, can we discuss the next transaction? Jian Ping's face fell and he said, What do you want? Yi Yuan said coolly, Bring me to see Elder Jian. Jian Ping's expression was grim until it was virtually about to drip water. This kid simply drove people nuts. You clearly already cornered him, yet, you had to be counterbitten by him. He actually still had to be at his mercy in his own lair. This foul breath backlogged in his heart really made people uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to hold it in. The flatland poison wolf's poison was famed for being bone-infesting, overwhelming people with distress. It tormented people the most. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to remove. His eye area was poisoned. In the future, he might very likely become a blind man again. Yi Yuan being able to cleanse poison, he did not doubt it at all. He could even cure heavenly Dao backlash, so this bit of poison was naturally nothing. But bringing him to go see Zhen Juntao just like this, he was also unwilling in his heart. Really a painful decision. Finally, Jian Ping gritted his teeth and said, Consider yourself ruthless. Jian Ping led Yi Yuan to a very small house and said in a solemn voice, This is it. Yi Yuan looked at this house and could not help being somewhat stunned. A ninth-layered heaven divine lord, to an imperial city, their status was very lofty. However, Zhen Juntao was actually staying in such a tiny house. It was seriously shabby. Seemed like these few years, Zhen Juntao probably suffered quite a bit of ostracism. Yi Yuan walked to the door, mustered up divine essence, and said in a clear voice, Junior Yi Yuan, request an audience with Senior Zhen Juntao. Before long, an aged voice came from inside. Who? I was wondering who it was. Turns out that it's little friend Yi Yuan. Please, come in. Clearly, Zhen Juntao also thought for a long time before recalling who Yi Yuan was. What surprised Yi Yuan a little was that Zhen Juntao did not have the least bit of resentment in his voice, as if he was an old friend that he had not met for many years. One had to know, Zhen Juntao ending up in such a plight was entirely thanks to Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan did not do anything, how many in this world were truly able to let it go? If it were others, they were most likely going to blame this on them. Yi Yuan did not think that Zhen Juntao was actually so open-minded. Now, you can get rid of the poison for me, right? Jian Ping said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said coolly, Take it and eat. Jian Ping received the medicinal pill and said in a cold voice, On what basis should I trust you? Yi Yuan said, Do you think that everyone in this world is as shameless as you? If you don't believe, you can naturally find someone better qualified. As he said, Yi Yuan was about to push the door and enter. Right at this time, a hint of cold light flashed in Jian Ping's eyes and he suddenly launched an attack. Another sneak attack. This palm was quick as lightning. Jian Ping erupted with his full power, wanting to kill Yi Yuan with one palm. Nirvana seal. What answered him was a powerful seal art. Yi Yuan's back seemed to have grown eyes, suddenly hitting out a seal. Rumble. Amar. Sieve rumble transmitted over. Jian Ping's entire person flew out backward, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood with a cough. He looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of shock. How could a second-layered heaven divine lord possibly send him flying with one seal mark? After so many years, Yi Yuan expended God knows how many medicinal pills and finally forcefully pushed his realm to the second-layered heaven divine vortex realm. His current strength could already rival fifth-layered heaven divine lords and not fall into a disadvantageous situation. The moment the Nirvana seal emerged, who could contend? Jian Ping's unwillingness in his heart, how could Yi Yuan not perceive it? He had long guarded against Jian Ping. The Nirvana seal against Jian Ping's ordinary palm, it was without any suspense. Impossible. You. How can you be so strong? Jian Ping said in disbelief. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Ping coldly and said, I said it before, if you weren't a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion, you'd long be a dead man already. Do you think that I'd be so patient to deal with a trash like you? Get lost. Jian Ping crawled to his feet, gnashed his teeth in hatred as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, Punk, just you wait for me. Opposing me, Jian Ping, you'll get to know the outcome soon. Finished talking, Jian Ping clutched his wound and ran away. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Ning Qianping also frowned and said, Your Excellency, this Jian Ping's background is deep, I'm afraid. How could Yi Yuan not know that Jian Ping had a deep background? Otherwise, with his temper, he would have long killed him. But on this trip, he was asking help from the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Unless it was a last resort, he did not wish to fall out with the other party. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. Go in. Puss. Plussing the door and entering, the house was not large. But Yi Yuan seemed to have entered a small farmyard. Inside the small yard, flowers and plants were planted everywhere, plussing and delightful. An old man was currently clearing the weeds. In this bustling city, there was actually a feeling of relaxing vigilance, being like clouds without a fixed abode. This old man was naturally Jian Zhentao. Not seeing for 200 years, has little friend Yi Yuan been well? Jian Zhentao put down the hoe and said to Yi Yuan with a smile. It was just that that pair of eyes were still tightly shut. He was slightly astonished in his heart. He could clearly sense two people's auras. One of them was a fifth-layered heaven divine lord, the other, he actually could not see through. As if it was a stretch of chaos. The divine essence undulation outside just now, he clearly felt it too. That was the showdown between two fifth-layered heaven divine lords. No matter how good Yi Yuan's talent was, it was also not possible to be a fifth-layered heaven divine lord's match currently. Hence, he did not pay attention either. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior hasn't been doing well. Haven't I come to request help from Senior? Jian Zhentao was somewhat surprised as he said, Oh? What's the matter? Yi Yuan smiled and said, My matter isn't in a rush. Rather, Senior's otherworldly and idle days made Yi Yuan very surprised. Jian Zhentao stroked his beard and smiled as he said, Do you feel that this old man should be dispirited and eking out a miserable existence right now, waiting to die? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Who? It was Yi Yuan who judged with the yardstick of a petty man. Senior's breadth of mind is extensive, Yi Yuan admires. Jian Zhentao smiled and said, What you said is right too. Our two eyes hold extraordinary meaning to our Jian family members. Losing our two eyes is equivalent to exhausting our future. But later on, this old man gradually thought things through. Hence, I lived this kind of reclusive life. Presently, I gradually understood something. Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said in surprise, Senior actually touched the threshold of celestial deity realm. Jian Zhentao nodded and smiled as he said, These few years, I've indeed had some comprehension. But to talk about breaking through, I likely still need some more time. Chapter 1709 SHI plus ELDing Heaven's Secrets. Chapter 1709 SHI plus ELDing Heaven's Secrets. Who, looks like Junior came in time. Lucky that Senior hasn't broken through. Otherwise, the backlash of heavenly Tao will make your eyes more serious and I'd be powerless to do anything as well. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Jian Zhentao's entire body trembled and he said, What do you mean? Yi Yuan said, Coming this time, it's firstly to request help from Senior. Secondly, it's naturally to help Senior treat your eyes as well. Jian Zhentao said in surprise, You mean that this old man's eyes actually still have hope of restoring sight? Heavenly Tao's backlash was Heavenly Tao's punishment to martial artists. It was naturally impossible to heal easily. Jian Zhentao had long given up hope, so his entire person became open-minded too. It was also because of this that his mind became illuminated and touched that layer of fleeting and ephemeral Heavenly Tao instead. Originally, with Jian Zhentao's talent, it was very hard to break through to the celestial deity realm. But now, Yi Yuan told him that his eyes had hope of restoring sight again. This made his long motionless heart stir up ripples once more. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The last time, at Riverluck capital city, Yi Yuan did not know whether I could break through to rank 4 or not. My divine essence wasn't sufficient to support applying acupuncture. So I didn't mention it to Senior." Jian Zhentao said excitedly, "In that case, you already broke through now? No wonder when I felt your aura, it's somewhat different. I really didn't expect it. This old man's eyes actually still have hope of seeing the light again." Jian Zhentao's strength was much stronger than Jian Ping. So his backlash was naturally much more severe than Jian Ping's. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he had to go through a great deal of trouble before he let Jian Zhentao see the light anew. When Jian Zhentao opened his eyes, his eyebs regained their liveliness once more. Everything returned to the past. Jian Zhentao looked at Yi Yuan gratefully and said, "These 200 years, this old man thought that I've long been at ease. Didn't expect, when this day arrives, this old man is still unable to keep calm. Little friend Yi Yuan, thank you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is too serious. Your eyes were originally due to Yi Yuan. How can Yi Yuan look on with folded arms?" Jian Zhentao shook his head and said, "This old man looking at you with the aura viewing art, that was this old man's problem. How can it be blamed on you? There's no such logic." "Oh, right, what did you come to find this old man for?" Mentioning this, Yi Yuan controlled his expression and became solemn. Yi Yuan said the purpose of his trip, but Jian Zhentao's brows knitted together. When Yi Yuan saw Jian Zhentao's expression, he could not help having a foreboding premonition in his heart and could not resist asking, "Senior, is there any difficulty here?" Jian Zhentao smiled bitterly and said, "Come, this old man will divine for you. You'll understand." Yi Yuan had a puzzled look. It was only to see Jian Zhentao take out several copper coins. These copper coins were naturally not ordinary items but made with special materials. Yi Yuan looked over, they were actually a set of Divine Lord mystic treasure. Jian Zhentao slowly mustered up the profound spirit chaos formula and injected divine essence into the copper coins. Very soon, a series of dense vapor curled upwards. The entire house was filled with a mysterious aura. Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed. Jian Zhentao taking action was indeed extraordinary. Zhong Haotian's divination was considered pretty good already. But in front of Jian Zhentao, it was completely not enough to look at. However, when Yi Yuan saw this situation, he also faintly looked forward to it, hoping that Jian Zhentao could help him find Leah their news. However, the results turned out contrary to his expectations. Crack. Pew walk. Right at this time, a crisp sound echoed. Those few copper coins actually directly snapped, while Jian Zhentao himself spewed out a large mouthful of blood, dyeing his chest red. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly and he hurriedly went up to support Jian Zhentao and said, "Senior, what's going on?" Jian Zhentao waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He said with a bitter smile, "Sure enough, like I thought." Yi Yuan's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said, "Senior, what's going on?" Jian Zhentao said, "The more exuberant one's destiny, the higher the requirement of the person performing the divination too. Little friend Yi Yuan, your destiny is too exuberant. It's very likely the legendary imperial aura. Everything regarding you is a mystery. Your destiny SHI plus elded heaven's secrets, there's no way of prying into it at all. Otherwise, this old man also wouldn't have received a backlash from heavenly Tao with one glance. This divination is naturally the same principle too." Yi Yuan's heart plunged fiercely to rock bottom. If it was like this, in the sea of faces, where should he go to find people? An emotion called despair rose in Yi Yuan's heart. "Senior, could it be that there's no other way?" Yi Yuan said unwillingly. Jian Zhentao said, "Your situation, there's probably only inviting the Pavilion Lord to personally take action. It's just that." Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "Senior, can the Pavilion Lord divine it?" Jian Zhentao nodded and said, "Pavilion Lord's cultivation method understands the mystery of good fortune. His attainments in augury are exceedingly accomplished. If he's willing to take action, there is some hope." Yi Yuan was overjoyed and said, As long as I can invite the pavilion lord to take action, Yi Yuan is willing to pay any price. Jian Zhentao slowly nodded and said, "Forget it, I'll go and give it a try." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, senior. I'll help you treat your injuries first." Toward Jian Zhentao, Yi Yuan was still very grateful in his heart. Just now, Jian Zhentao had clearly long expected the result, but he was afraid that he would feel that he was plussing him off, and still help him to divine. In the end, even the divine Lord Mystic treasure was broken, and he even sustained injuries. This friends. Hi+P, Yi Yuan had no choice but to accept it. Treating Jian Zhentao, he brought Yi Yuan to the Profound Secrets Pavilion. When people saw Jian Zhentao, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. Isn't this elder Jian Zhentao? His eyes are actually healed. Truly inconceivable. Suffering Heavenly Tao's backlash and already became a cripple. Who is so formidable, to actually be able to cure his eyes? Heh, there's something worth watching now. Elder Jian Zhentao returning domineeringly, the Profound Secrets Pavilion is going to get lively again. Because Jian Zhentao's two eyes were already crippled and he was certain to become a cripple, that was why he would leave and live in seclusion. Being unable to use the aura viewing art was equivalent to a cripple in the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Jian Zhentao, what did you come to the Profound Secrets Pavilion for? Your eyes can see? At this time, an old man suddenly appeared in front, blocking the three people's path. But when he saw that Jian Zhentao's eyes actually regained sight, he turned pale with fright. Jian Zhentao looked at the arrival and said with a cold smile, "Yeah, Jian Shaoning. You're very disappointed, right?" Clearly, the two were on very bad terms. Back then, when Jian Zhentao went blind, it was Jian Shaoning who did his best to suppress and squeeze him out of the Elders' Association. Now, Jian Zhentao actually returned domineeringly. How could he not be alarmed? Jian Shaoning's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "Did you forget the Profound Secrets Pavilion's rules? What's the deal with bringing two strangers here?" "Elder senior brother." Right at this time, another voice sounded out. Yi Yuan turned his head to look. Who was it if not Jian Ping? Truly, enemies met on a narrow path. Chapter 17:10 Domineering. Chapter 17:10 Domineering. When Jian Ping saw Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, "It's you." Heh, enemies really meet on a narrow path. Jian Shaoning's brows furrowed and he said, "Junior brother, you know each other?" Jian Ping smiled and said, "More than knowing each other. Heh, my eyes were almost blinded by this kid. Eldest senior brother, no matter what this punk is here for, don't agree with what he want." Jian Shaoning chuckled and said, "That's for sure, still need junior brother to say?" Yi Yuan's face turned cold, his eyes when looking at Jian Ping was full of coldness. This guy was seeking death to the end. If the last trace of hope of him getting Lia's news was cut off, even if offending the entire Extreme Light Imperial City, he would also have to kill this guy. Being looked at by Yi Yuan like this, not only did Jian Ping not have the least bit of awareness, he instead had a provocative look as he said, "Brat, are you very angry right now?" Heh, it's useless. This is the outcome of offending this young master. Jian Zhentao's face fell and he said, "Move aside, I'm going to request an audience with Pavilion Lord." Jian Shaoning sneered when he heard that and said, "Jian Zhentao, don't you forget your ident. One Tai. You're no longer the Profound Secrets Pavilion's elder currently. What right do you have to go and meet Pavilion Lord?" Jian Zhentao's face fell and he said, "This old man isn't an elder, but also didn't withdraw out of the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Jian Shaoning, if you dare to block my path, then you and I will have a battle today." Jian Shaoning laughed loudly and said, "Fight then, am I scared of you?" Jian Ping smiled coldly and said, "Jian Zhentao, you're my eldest senior brother's defeated foe. Raising flowers and grass says for 200 years, why? Fortified your ambition?" Jian Zhentao ignored Jian Ping and looked at Jian Shaoning as he said, "Are you giving way or not?" "Not giving way. Can you do anything to me?" Jian Shaoning said with a disdainful look. Jian Zhentao gave a cold snort and suddenly smacked a palm out. Jian Shaoning laughed coldly and directly met it. The two people instantly clashed together. This is also too fast. Elder Jian Zhentao has just come back and already went to war with Elder Jian Shaoning. But Elder Zhentao isn't Elder Shaoning's match at all. This is inviting humiliation. He's doing it for that kid, right? Wonder who he is, to actually stand up for him like this. The battle between two great elders immediately attracted a lot of people to surround and watch. But everyone was not very optimistic about Jian Zhentao. After all, the two people had exchanged blows in the past. Jian Zhentao had fewer wins and more losses. But very soon, everyone discovered something amiss. Jian Zhentao's aura was currently rising steadily. The moment they started, Jian Shaoning discovered that something was wrong. This Jian Zhentao seemed to be different from in the past. Bang! Suddenly, Jian Zhentao smacked a palm out, directly blasting Jian Shaoning flying out. Jian Shaoning's essence churned, looking at Jian Zhentao with a look of disdain as he said, You actually touched that threshold. Jian Zhentao said coolly, I still need to thank you. If not for you kicking me out of the Profound Secrets Pavilion, I'd probably also just be ninth-led Heaven Divine Lord in this lifetime, right? To really talk about it, little friend Yi Yuan, the source of this matter is still on you. Thinking about it now, little friend Yi Yuan has deep fortunes. I benefited from your light. Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's Senior whose fate should be so. How is there Yi Yuan's credit? Jian Zhentao shook his head and said, Members of my Jian family believe in this kind of destiny the most. My strength is feeble and can't see through, but I can also guess some of it. All right, let's go. Jian Shaoning's expression was incomparably ugly as he said angrily, Jian Zhentao, don't you dare. Jian Zhentao brought Yi Yuan and walked past from the side, disinclined to even give him a glance. Without warning, a horrifying aura descended from the sky. Pew walk. Yi Yuan, 3 people were akin to being struck by lightning, directly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Celestial deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan's face changed and he gritted his teeth and said. Clearly, this celestial deity powerhouse was not friendly. Ahead, a figure slowly walked out, gaze like lightning. The moment Jian Shaoning and Jian Ping saw, they could not help saying with joy, Master. Jian Zhentao's expression similarly changed and he exclaimed, Grand Elder Tianhua. Jian Tianhua looked at Jian Zhentao coldly and said in a solemn voice, Zhentao, you're becoming more and more unruly. Is there still me, this Grand Elder, in your eyes? Jian Zhentao's expression changed and he gritted his teeth and said, Zhentao. Zhentao doesn't dare. In front of a celestial deity powerhouse, Jian Zhentao had no confidence at all. Jian Tianhua gave a cold snort and said, You don't dare. If I didn't come, were you going to tear down this Profound Secrets Pavilion? Amen. A calm talk, but with the words fused with the pressure of a celestial deity powerhouse. Jian Zhentao spewed out another mouthful of old blood. Even if your 2 eyes regained sight, you still haven't regained the position of elder currently. You actually dared to attack a Profound Secrets Pavilion's elder? Who gave you such gall? Amen. Jian Tianhua said in a cold voice. By the side, the others were silent like cicadas in winter. While Jian Shaoning and Jian Ping had excited looks. With Jian Tianhua standing up for them, their waist immediately toughened up. Master, Jian Zhentao insisted on bringing this unknown brat to see the pavilion lord just now. I stopped him and he attacked me, simply unbridled in his truculence. Jian Shaoning reproached angrily. Jian Tianhua gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a cold snort, Pavilion Lord comprehends heaven's secrets every day, so how could he have time to meet an irrelevant kid? Zhentao, you're becoming more and more absurd. Come, men, detain Jian Zhentao into jail and imprison for 30 years, so as to punish him. Yi Yuan's expression changed, he did not expect for matters to reach such a state. In front of a celestial deity powerhouse, he did not have the slightest capital to resist at all. This Jian Tianhua was clearly intentionally suppressing Jian Zhentao in order to stand up for his disciples. But he was a celestial deity powerhouse, and none of them had the capital to rebut at all. Senior, this doesn't concern Senior Zhentao. It was this Yi who made him bring me to go request an audience with the pavilion lord with treating his eyes as the condition. If Senior wants to punish, just let it fall on this Yi. Yi Yuan blocked in front of Jian Zhentao and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. If not for the sake of meeting the pavilion lord, Yi Yuan would have long fallen out now. But in order to get Lia's news, he had to endure. If he even offended a celestial deity powerhouse, he would likely really have no chance anymore. Jian Tianhua looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This is my profound secrets pavilion's internal affair. Who the hell are you, to dare intervene in this seat's affairs? Also, you arbitrarily barged into the profound secrets pavilion. Could it be that you still want to escape this seat's punishment? None of you three can escape." Finished talking, Jian Tianhua's body gave off a pitilessly powerful world power and crushed over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's complexion turned deathly pale all at once. This was the world power belonging to a third-led heaven celestial deity. How powerful was it? Yi Yuan secretly revolved chaos divine essence, forcefully resisting this pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Jian Tianhua was slightly surprised in his heart, not expecting that a measly little second-led heaven divine lord could actually withstand his pressure. He sneered inwardly and was just about to make a move to take Yi Yuan down when a nonchalant voice suddenly echoed in the profound secrets pavilion. "Tianhua, let him come up." Jian Tianhua's expression changed, his eyes full of doubt, as he said unwillingly, "Yes, Pavilion Lord." Chapter 17:11 Aura of Emperor, Surmounting the World. Chapter 17:11 Aura of Emperor, Surmounting the World. It's Pavilion Lord. He actually wants to meet this kid. Who on earth is he? Pavilion Lord actually wants to meet a second-led heaven divine lord. I didn't hear wrongly, right? This is shooting down Grand Elder Tianhua's face in public. This kid has such incredible face, to actually be worthy of Pavilion Lord personally standing up for him. For some time, everyone used astonished gazes to look over toward Yi Yuan, trying to guess his ident. One Tai. The Pavilion Lord was not what anyone could meet. Even if one was a celestial deity powerhouse, wanting to meet the Pavilion Lord was also not an easy thing, let alone a second-led heaven divine lord. But today, he actually made an exception. It was very hard for the members of Profound Secrets Pavilion to not guess. Especially Jian Tianhua, the expression on his face was very ugly. He also rarely showed face. Today, he finally showed face to suppress Jian Zhentao. But he did not expect that he had his face personally slapped by the Pavilion Lord. So many people looking, he, this Grand Elder, felt a huge loss in face, but the Pavilion Lord's order, he had no choice but to follow. Jian Shaoning and Jian Ping, two people, were currently being pleased with themselves, but then they were thrown into bewilderment by the Pavilion Lord's one sentence. What capability did this kid have, to actually be able to have Pavilion Lord personally stand up for him? Soon, my Profound Secrets Pavilion will welcome another celestial deity realm powerhouse. It's to be congratulated. Today, I'll confer Zhentao the title of Grand Elder. You have to work hard and strive to break through as soon as possible. At this time, the Pavilion Lord's voice sounded out once again, making everyone's faces change color with fright again. No way, right? Elder Zhentao is going to be promoted to become a Grand Elder. Doesn't that mean that he's going to break through very soon? I even thought that Elder Zhentao will have no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. I didn't expect that he actually gained a new lease on life. Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise, indeed not false. His eyes went blind, everyone thought that he's crippled in this life. Who could have thought that not only did he regain sight, but he will even break through to the celestial deity realm? Elder Shaoning and he fought for more than half their lives. Who could have expected Elder Zhentao to break through first? This is really ironic. Jian Shaoning's expression was ugly to the extreme. This painting style changed too quickly. A moment ago, he even trampled Jian Zhentao into the mud. Who knew that in the next instant, Jian Zhentao gained a new lease on life, directly trampling him into the ground with one foot. Since the Pavilion Lord said so, he definitely divined it long ago. No one had ever doubted what the Pavilion Lord said. If he said that Jian Zhentao would break through, he would definitely break through. Upon entering Celestial Deity Realm, that was a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, soaring to the sky in one move. He would be in a completely different world from him, A mere ninth-layered heaven divine lord. Fighting for more than half their lives, who could have expected that it was actually such an outcome? Jian Zhentao himself also had a look of shock, bowing to thank as he said, "Thank you, Pavilion Lord. Zhentao will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to break through soon." However, the Pavilion Lord's voice did not sound out again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Senior." Jian Zhentao said joyfully, "Little friend Yi Yuan, speaking of it, this is really thanks to you. Come, I'll bring you to go see Pavilion Lord." Yi Yuan nodded and followed after. Jian Tianhua's expression changed, snorted coldly, and disappeared. Jian Zhentao brought Yi Yuan and arrived in front of the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. "Going up from here is the Pavilion Lord's dwelling place. You go up yourself. This old man will bring Tianping to wait for you below," Jian Zhentao said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and went up the stairs himself. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt like he said through a layer of membrane, arriving at another space. This was a simple and crude hidden chamber, revealing a mysterious ambience all over the place. A serene-looking old man was currently brewing a pot of spirit tea, the aroma delighting people. The old man opened his mouth and said with a laugh, I didn't expect that this old man can actually meet a young man with the aura of Emperor surmounting aura in my lifetime, truly an unexpected surprise." Yi Yuan looked over toward the old man but discovered that the other party seemed to be entirely covered by a veil of mist, unable to see through at all. This old man seemed to have fused into one with the surroundings. Clearly in front of his eyes, but seemed to be extremely far away. Emperor surmounting aura? Yi Yuan had some doubts. Could it be that this Emperor surmounting aura was a kind of destiny too? Except, didn't Jian Zhentao say that he was some imperial aura? How did it become Emperor surmounting aura? The old man did an inviting gesture, indicating for Yi Yuan to sit down opposite him, and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Aura of Emperor, surmounting the world, name Emperor surmounting aura. Those who possess the Emperor surmounting aura, their destiny is exceedingly vibrant. Barring no accidents, stepping into the realm of Heavenly Emperor isn't a big problem." Yi Yuan sat down opposite the old man and said with uncertainty, "Pavilion Lord doesn't seem to have used the aura viewing art, right? How do you know that I am in possession of the Emperor surmounting aura?" The old man smiled and said, "Although Imperial aura is strong, how can it make my Gen clan members suffer Heavenly Dao's backlash? Only Emperor surmounting aura, the darling of heaven, can make ordinary Gen clan members suffer this disaster." Actually, when Zhentao returned from Riverluck capital city, this old man already knew. Moreover, even if this old man doesn't employ the aura viewing art, I can also see through a thing or two. Yi Yuan was surprised in his heart. No wonder Jian Zhentao said that with the Pavilion Lord's cultivation method, he understood the mysteries of good fortune. Seemed like this old man's strength was indeed unimaginable. Seeing this, Yi Yuan had some more hope in his heart. If it was this old man taking action, he might really be able to find Leah their whereabouts. Since Pavilion Lord is already aware long ago, why did you still allow Senior Jian Zhentao to be bullied by people? Even if he can't see, he's also a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord expert. It's not to the extent of letting him go and raise flowers and grow grass, right? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. The old man smiled and said, "The mystery of heaven's secrets is incredibly profound. Even if my Gen family can divine heaven's secrets, we also can't change anything. Forcefully meddling in the trajectory of Heavenly Dao will meet with Heavenly Dao's backlash. If minor, severe injuries and vomiting blood, cultivating falling drastically, if severe, Peries. Hi plusing and Dao dissipating, never to reincarnate. The people of my Gen family who died due to this are goodness knows how many. Therefore, even if we can see each person's fate clearly, we're unable to change anything too. Zhentao was tainted by your Emperor surmounting aura, breaking through is something sooner or later. These blows are also Heavenly Dao's tempering to him. Not experiencing this calamity, he will be unable to break through." Yi Yuan listened until he was secretly alarmed. He did not expect that there were still so much things revolving around this simple incident. Yi Yuan said curiously, "In that case, The Gen family's members performing divinations for other martial artists every day, predicting good or bad fortune, wouldn't they suffer the wrath of heaven every day? The old man smiled and said, ordinary martial artists, their destinies are very weak and won't affect the fate of this world. Moreover, members of the Gen family have their own rules when performing divinations, only saying 20 to 30%, appearing right but is really wrong. Under most circumstances, there's no problem. But when a person's destiny is too strong, members of the Gen family won't easily help them perform augury. It was very easy to meet with a backlash if their cultivation is lacking. Yi Yuan's expression changed, his expression becoming ugly. He was the emperor surmounting aura, which was even more terrifying than the imperial aura. Didn't that mean that it could not be divined at all? Yi Yuan said anxiously, Senior, this. The old man suddenly handed over a cup of tea and said with a smile, drink a cup of tea, don't be anxious. How could Yi Yuan not be anxious? In the end, he downed the cup of tea in a single act. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Pavilion Lord, this junior's loved one's fates are unknown. Coming here, I only wish to know their situation. Hope that Pavilion Lord can make an exception. For this, Yi Yuan is willing to pay any price. Chapter 17 1200 Battles Arena. Chapter 17 1200 Battles Arena. The old man drank a mouthful of tea and said calmly, letting a youth with emperor surmounting aura owe this old man a big favor. This old man is naturally willing. It's just too bad that this old man's strength falls short of my wishes. Yi Yuan had a look of despair. He did not expect that it was actually such a result in the end. Pavilion Lord, could it be that there's no way at all? Yi Yuan said unwillingly. The old man Pares said another cup of tea over and said with a smile, slowly drink, don't be in a rush. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, discovering that he somewhat lost composure. Thank you, Pavilion Lord. He received the tea and took a light sip. A bitter and astringent to the extreme harshness taste instantly filled his mouth. But very soon, faint sweetness revealed in the bitterness, penetrating into the abdomen, transmitting into all four limbs and the bones. In an instant, his divine essence seemed to have increased quite a bit. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he praised, good tea, good tea. This junior was a little impulsive, hope that senior doesn't blame. That mouthful just now, Yi Yuan did not savor the splendid taste of this spirit tea at all. Calming down now, he immediately felt the extraordinariness of this tea. A hint of approval flashed across the old man's eyes, secretly thinking that indeed well deserving of being a youth who possessed the emperor surmounting aura, calming down so quickly. The old man smiled and said, this tea is called Empty Cicada Skydew Tea. 1 cup can match a peak rank 4 divine pill. You already ate 2 just now. If it were others, they would have long had to enter close seclusion to refine it. But you didn't have any reaction at all. Indeed worthy of being the emperor surmounting aura. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart, not expecting that this tea was actually so precious. One had to know, ordinary second firmament divine lord martial artists who consumed a peak rank 4 divine pills, had to enter close seclusion for quite a few days too. 1. Consuming 2 in a row, the meridians within the body would be somewhat unable to withstand it. There would definitely be a feeling of bloatedness within the body. But Yi Yuan drank 2 cups in a row and was completely fine. It was not unexpected that the profound secrets Pavilion Lord would not be astonished. But he did not know that Yi Yuan ate medicinal pills like eating jelly beans. It would not do if the pills were only a few. Yi Yuan had to expend no idea how many divine-grade medicinal pills to break through one minor realm currently. It was simply a bottomless pit. Forget about double the spirit tea, even 10 cups, he would not bat an eyelid too. 2 cups entering the stomach, Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence also could not grow by much. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, it turns out that it's the Empty Cicada Skydew Tea, no wonder, no wonder. It's just that, it's somewhat a pity. The old man said doubtfully, oh? What's a pity? This Empty Cicada Skydew was carefully nurtured by him. He had expended God knows how much effort. Hearing Yi Yuan's meaning, there seemed to even be some shortcomings. Yi Yuan said, Empty Cicada Skydew is a rank 5 spirit tea, but Pavilion Lord only has a rank 4 effect, isn't it a shame? The old man smiled bitterly and said, empty cicada skydew is the most finicky and is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Being able to nurture peak rank 4, this old man has already spent goodness knows how much the price. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that's senior's cultivation method being wrong. Empty cicada skydew tea, the hardest thing to preserve is its spiritual energy. A single misstep and the spiritual energy will leak out, dropping ranks. The old man trembled all over and said, you have the empty cicada skydew's nurturing method. Empty cicada skydew is extremely rare. The nurturing methods par s said down are also extremely few. This old man exhausted all means but also didn't find the method to cultivate it. The significance of rank 4 spirit teas and rank 5 spirit teas was different to the old man. Rank 4 spirit teas were really just spirit tea to him, it was only a drink. But rank 5 spirit teas were very helpful to his cultivation. Moreover, the function of spirit teas was not just increasing cultivation. It also had tremendous benefits to the body. Hence, that was why he would rack his brains to go and cultivate them. It was just a pity that it was all for naught. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the nurturing method for empty cicada skydew lies in the word skydew. Every morning when dew forms, it's the time when the spirit tea absorbs spiritual energy most vigorously. At this time, one should add more fertilizer, while at other times, it should be reduced according to one's discretion. Moreover, the 4 seasons, each season's fertilizer amount is also different. It's indeed extremely difficult to cultivate. For senior to be able to cultivate to peak rank 4, you've clearly expended considerable effort too. The moment the old man heard what Yi Yuan said, he immediately had a sudden realization and said, no wonder. No wonder. So that's how it is. Little friend Yi Yuan, this empty cicada skydew's nurturing method, can it be imparted to this old man? Spirit tea was a type of spirit medicine too. Nurturing it was extremely meticulous and could not be clearly stated in a few sentences. Yi Yuan knew because Immortal Grove was an enthusiast of tea ceremony too. He had collected many spirit tea's nurturing methods. This empty cicada skydew was one of them. The Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord was extremely agitated at this time. The demeanor of an expert was all lost, looking at Yi Yuan eagerly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that is of course. As he said, Yi Yuan took out a jade slip and imprinted the nurturing method for the empty cicada skydew, and gave it to the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord. The Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord's divine sense swept through it, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter, an appearance akin to having obtained a priceless treasure. Turns out that it's like this. Turns out that it's like this. Why didn't I think of it? The old man had an appearance of being suddenly enlightened and was actually itching to give it a try. Yi Yuan was not in a rush either, waiting quietly. With this look, it was more than an hour. The old man put away the jade slip, only then abruptly startled awake, and said rather embarrassedly, I have incurred little friend Yi Yuan's ridicule. You don't know how much effort this old man put into this empty cicada skydew. Now that I'm burning with eagerness, I became immersed in it and was unable to extricate myself for some time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior is an alchemist too and naturally understands Pavilion Lord's mood. The old man laughed and said, talking about this tea for half a day, I almost forgot proper business. Little friend Yi Yuan, you have the emperor-surmounting aura. Performing divination for you, I have to expend considerable longevity. It isn't convenient for this old man to frequently take action due to some reasons. Hence, this old man set the rule of taking action once every 300 years. Yi Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. He did not expect that his destiny actually became the greatest obstacle to finding Leah they all. Senior, I wonder how long is there still from this 300 years? Yi Yuan asked. The old man said, the 300-year date is only left with 7 years. Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he heard that and said, Senior, I want this chance for you to take action. I won't hesitate to pay any price. But the old man shook his head and said, this opportunity, you have to fight for it yourself. Yi Yuan said doubtfully, fight for it myself. Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord nodded and said, after 7 years, Extreme Light Imperial City will set up the 100 Battles Arena. At that time, all geniuses will gather here and compete for a chance to have this old man view their aura and perform a divination. If you want to have this old man take action, only by winning the 100 Battles Arena will it work. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly and he said, "This. If Junior encounters late-stage Divine Lord Realm, wouldn't it be impossible to win?" It was true that Yi Yuan was strong, but he was not strong to the extent where he could defeat a late-stage Divine Lord yet. Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this. The rule that this old man set is that all those whose skeletal age exceeds 2,000 years are not allowed to join the 100 Battles Arena. Your opponents are all your peers. 1. From now on, First Led Heaven will be changed to First Firmament, Second Led Heaven to Second Firmament, so on and so forth." Chapter 17:13 Sword Pointing at First Place. Chapter 17:13 Sword Pointing at First Place. Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately came to a realization. An opportunity to have the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord personally view their aura and give pointers. How rare was that? Those whose bone age surpassed 2,000 years, their strengths were basically fixed already. The development room also would not be too great. Having them accept the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord's aura viewing, wouldn't it be a waste? A 10,000 years old Fifth Firmament Divine Lord, what was there to look at? 1. No matter how he looked, it was also impossible for him to break through to the celestial deity realm. Extreme Light Imperial City hosting this 100 Battles Arena was to find geniuses with potential and let those forces emphasis on grooming them. This way, Extreme Light Imperial City would also have excellent network relations. When these geniuses grow up, they would also be grateful to Extreme Light Imperial City. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan had no choice but to admire Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord's shrewdness and farsightedness. This move could let Extreme Light Imperial City establish great prestige, and could also let Extreme Light Imperial City get many allies. It was truly experienced and vicious to the extreme. No wonder the Jian family's power and influence were so great. This was not without reason. The level of pinnacle geniuses in an imperial city, at around 2,000 years old, their strength was roughly also just the likes of middle-stage Divine Lord Realm. It was around Ning Tianping's strength. This way, Ning Tianping was already at the level of a top genius in an imperial city unknowingly. Even though that Jian Ping was also Fifth Firmament Divine Lord, his skeletal age already said 2,000 years old. It was completely incomparable to Ning Tianping. One had to know, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was just low-grade among imperial cities. The chances of giving birth to such geniuses were extremely, extremely low. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan understands. Pavilion Lord rest assured, Yi Yuan will definitely get this spot. Yi Yuan said with a firm gaze. No matter how powerful his opponent was, Yi Yuan would also defeat the other party and get this spot. He absolutely did not allow failure, but Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord laughed and said, Little friend Yi Yuan mustn't be too confident. The 100 Battles Arena isn't as easy as you think. When the time comes, there will be large batches of young geniuses emerging. Several hundreds of imperial cities around Extreme Light Imperial City will also act without delay upon hearing it. Also, some reclusive young prodigies will also take advantage of this opportunity to rise to prominence. At that time, Sixth Firmament Divine Lord powerhouses might appear. Your opponents are very strong. This 100 Battles Arena had already been hosted for many sessions. Presently, the impact of the influence was so widespread that even imperial cities under other Heavenly Emperor's command would go into action without delay too. The wider the area covered, the greater the probability of young geniuses appearing. Furthermore, some reclusive geniuses also wanted to prove their potential and all wanted to take a look at their potential. Hence, they would all come to Extreme Light Imperial City. Every 300 years, Extreme Light Imperial City would become a melting pot, becoming the place where all young geniuses competed. Yi Yuan's eyes were full of determination as he said in a solemn voice, "This junior can't afford to lose, and also won't lose." Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord laughed and said, Emperor surmounting aura, This old man is really very curious to what extent you can accomplish. Plus Yi Yuan suddenly looked at the profound secrets Pavilion Lord, eyes narrowing slightly as he said, Pavilion Lord, you only take action once every 300 years, could it be that you've suffered serious injuries before? Profound secrets Pavilion Lord's pupils constricted when he heard that and said in shock, you punk, what discerning eyes. That's right, this old man rashly judged heaven's secrets back then, resulting in suffering heavenly Tao's backlash, causing my realm to drop drastically. That's how I ended up in this plight. Taking action once every 300 years, this old man is barely able to recover my vitality. But this time, if you really get first place, the next 100 battles arena will probably have to be postponed. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said with clasped hands, for Pavilion Lord to be willing to take action to help me, this grace, Yi Yuan will definitely remember it. Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord chuckled and said, this old man being seriously injured wants to exchange for an emperor surmounting aura's favor, it's very worthwhile. But, still that sentence, your opponents are very strong. You can only receive this old man divination if you get first place. What? You still going to take part in the 100 battles arena in the end? The reason why Zhen Zhentao brought Yi Yuan to go find the Pavilion Lord was in order to not let him partake. 1p8 in the 100 battles arena. In his view, with Yi Yuan's strength, it was totally impossible to get the 100 battles arena's first place. That battle outside the door, Zhen Zhentao still thought that it was Ning Qianping taking action until now. For a second Firmament Divine Lord to want to overpower all heroes on the 100 battles arena, this was simply a fool's talk. Yi Yuan nodded and said, yes. Pavilion Lord said that as long as I can get first place, he'll perform a divination for me. Zhen Zhentao waved his hand and said, that's the reward that the first place should get. If you can get first place, what did I work so hard to bring you to go find him for? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you're mistaken. If it's others, that's the reward that the first place should get. But for me, he can refuse. Zhen Zhentao froze and said, why? Yi Yuan said, because, he says that I'm of the emperor surmounting aura. Even if it's him, performing divination for me will also greatly harm his vitality. Hiss. Zhen Zhentao's pupils constricted, sucking in a cold breath, using eyes as if looking at a monster and staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Emperor surmounting aura. The shock on Zhen Zhentao's face could not be any greater. Extreme Light Imperial City. Forget about Extreme Light Imperial City, even in the entire Heavenspan world, one also could not find more than a few. It was hard to produce a heavenly emperor powerhouse in several million years too. Emperor surmounting aura had only ever existed in the legends. He actually met a live one today. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Pavilion Lord even said that if I really get first place, the next 100 battles arena will probably have to be postponed. This shows that the divination this time is a huge burden on him. Zhen Zhentao was thunderstruck by this news until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Imperial aura was already his bold guess. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's destiny was not an imperial aura but actually an emperor surmounting aura. He suddenly somewhat understood why he would break through. This was getting tainted by immortal qi, too. Only after a long time did Zhen Zhentao recover from his shock. He said with a solemn look, Yi Yuan, you must stay tight-lipped about this matter and mustn't let people know. Otherwise, you'll have countless troubles. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior rest assured, Yi Yuan naturally knows. A future heavenly emperor powerhouse, this news was too explosive. His rise was bound to shake the existing structure. Maybe after some heavenly emperors get this news, they would send people to come and kill him. It was not that this kind of thing did not happen before. Zhen Zhentao continued, but I'm still unable to believe that you can get first place. Ning Qianping smiled when he heard that and said, Senior rest assured, His Excellency's strength absolutely doesn't pale in comparison to those geniuses. At least, I'm not His Excellency's match. Although getting the first place is hard, His Excellency won't give up. Zhen Zhentao laughed in spite of himself and said, Are you joking with me? A second Firmament Divine Lord, even you are not a match. Ning Qianping smiled and said, That battle in front of Senior's house was His Excellency personally taking action. If facing the enemy head-on, His Excellency has confidence in killing Jian Ping. It's just that His Excellency didn't wish to offend the Profound Secrets Pavilion, that's why he forcefully endured and did not make a move. Jian Juntao looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Was this guy a freak? 1. Reminder, X-layered heaven has been changed to X-firmament from now on. 2. Doesn't actually mean immortal. Chapter 1714 Third Firmament Spatial Laws. Chapter 1714 Third Firmament Spatial Laws. Inside Extreme Light Imperial City, young geniuses gradually increased. In the streets and alleys, tea houses and taverns, there were young faces everywhere. These young geniuses came in different shapes and sizes, but the pride on their being could not be concealed no matter what. I heard that currently, there are already 3 Sixth Firmament Divine Lords who signed up for the 100 Battles Arena. How on earth did this bunch of freaks cultivate? I never delayed my cultivation all the way, and I'm also just a 4th Firmament Divine Lord up until now. Isn't that so? Realm is secondary. The terrifying thing is that their law's comprehension is even high. I heard that Jiang Nan fused 3 powers of law, his strength immensely formidable. Yeah, also, that freak called Xiahou Yun, heard that he comprehended destruction law. None are his match in the same rank. In the city, discussions had already long begun. Some powerful opponents had also long been picked out, becoming everyone's target of heated discussion. 100 Battles Arena was divided into a total of 8 groups. Each group's first place could get the Profound Secrets Pavilion's 7 Grand Elders' guidance. And in the end, these 8 groups' first place will undergo the final showdown to determine the champion of the 100 Battles Arena this time. This champion would obtain the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord's personal guidance. This was unparalleled glory. So those powerful geniuses all cracked their heads wanting to fight for this first place. Although it was all aura viewing art, different people executing it, the effect was naturally different. Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord studied the mysteries of good fortune. The geniuses that he personally guided before, all became notable figures of a region later. At this time, inside Phoenix Immortal Restaurant's top-floor luxury private room, Jian Ping was currently raising his wine cup and chatting away with a young man. When he heard the news of Yi Yuan going to Partic 1P8 in the 100 Battles Arena, he was immediately overjoyed. Yi Yuan was personally received by the Pavilion Lord, he had no way of directly acting. But if Yi Yuan was accidentally beaten to death by people during the compet 1 Taion, then he could not blame anyone. Life and death were uncontrollable on the 100 Battles Arena, although one was allowed to admit defeat. Under normal Cirque Hume stances, there would not be deaths on the 100 Battles Arena. After all, the geniuses who came to take part in the 100 Battles Arena mostly had significant backgrounds. Behind each person might have a celestial deity powerhouse. Really killing the other party, there would be no end to future troubles. However, each 100 Battles Arena would also have situations where casualties appeared. With Jian Ping's ident 1 Tai, wanting to find Yi Yuan's group was naturally not a difficult thing. When he knew that Yi Yuan and Xiahou Yun were grouped together, he was immediately overjoyed. This grouping, Extreme Light Imperial City, would naturally make some considerations in advance and have the powerful contestants avoid each other. And Xiahou Yun was naturally this group's number 1 seed. When he learned that Yi Yuan was only 2nd Firmament Divine Lord, he said with a disdainful look, "Brother Jian Ping is looking down on Xiahou Yun too much. Killing a 2nd Firmament Divine Lord also needs to have me take action." Jian Ping said with a solemn look, "Brother Xiahou mustn't underestimate him. Even though this kid is just 2nd Firmament Divine Lord, his combat power is Astonis. Hi plus ing. His strength isn't beneath mine." The moment these words came out, Xiahou Yun's face revealed a look of surprise. Although Jian Ping's combat strength was not considered strong, he was at any rate a 5th Firmament Divine Lord powerhouse too. A 2nd Firmament Divine Lord could actually cross 3 minor realms to face his enemy. Xiahou Yun's face revealed an amused look as he said with a smile, "Oh? Such an interesting opponent, this Xiahou Yun have to experience it. However, junior sister Meng Qing's matter will be entrusted to brother Jian Ping." Jian Ping patted his chest and said, "Relax, Master still pays a lot of attention to me, this disciple. This bit of request is naturally nothing difficult. Jian Ping sneered in his heart. Yi Yuan, I'll see if you still don't die this time. Xiahou Yun was 6th Firmament Divine Lord. Destruction Law had tremendous destructive powers. With Yi Yuan's strength, it was totally impossible to win. Inside the Death Cultivation SPACE, Yi Yuan's sweat was like rain, currently fighting to the death with his projection. The projection was still as strong as ever. It was just too bad that he never won once. Looking closely, these two people actually had their eyes closed. The two people entered the selfless realm at the same time. During these 7 years, Yi Yuan threw himself into frenzied cultivation. The battle this time was different from in the past. He must get first place. Hence, he also devoted more effort. His cultivation intensity, normal people were completely unable to imagine. Even though he pledged to Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord in sincerity and solemnness that he would definitely get first place, he did not look down on the geniuses this time. If Yi Yuan's current strength reached 4th Firmament Divine Vortex, he could naturally sweep across those in the same rank. Whatever 5th Firmament, 6th Firmament Divine Lord, if he smacked a palm over, they would be completely annihilated. It was just too bad that he was just 2nd Firmament Divine Lord currently. The spiritual energy that Yi Yuan needed to break through a minor realm currently could be rated as terrifying. He could not break through during this short period. But these few years of bitter cultivation coupled with the supplementation of medicinal pills, his realm already reached peak 2nd Firmament Divine Lord. Yi Yuan knew that the opponents this time were very strong. Just the 6th Firmament Divine Lords were quite a few. Furthermore, their combat strengths were all uncommon. Among peers, they all had no opponents. Furthermore, among 5th Firmament Divine Lords, it was also hard to guarantee that some powerful existence would not pop out. Since the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord warned him many times, it clearly showed that the geniuses in these several hundred cities were not that simple. With Yi Yuan's present strength, facing off against 6th Firmament Divine Lords was still somewhat taxing. Hence, he was seeking breakthroughs in the power of laws. In these 7 years, Yi Yuan already cultivated Sword Dao laws to the realm of 4th Firmament Grand Completion inside the world-suppressing Steely's SPACE. It was too bad that spatial laws did not break through. 3rd Firmament spatial laws were too fleeting and ephemeral. Even with Yi Yuan's talent, he still had no clues after fumbling about for several hundred years. Hence, he entered the Death Cultivation SPACE time and again, attempting to break through. Jeej, you want to comprehend spatial laws? Dream on. Come one day, you'll die at my. The projection laughed strangely but suddenly stopped. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's sword drew a cutting edge, breaching his defenses, directly cutting him in half. Carrying intense unwillingness, the clone died once more. Impossible. Dustless said with joy, heaven rewards the faithful, you finally comprehended 3rd Firmament spatial laws. Yi Yuan panted for a while and said, yeah, it's too hard. Those able to comprehend spatial laws are all amazingly talented people. Dustless said, that's of course. Since ancient times, anyone who comprehended spatial laws, those were all people whose name shakes a region, their reputation extremely ill. U.S. Trias. Yi Yuan said with joy, spatial laws are indeed powerful. This 3rd Firmament cultivating to the realm of grand completion should be able to tear apart SPACE, right? The misty sword art that fused 3rd Firmament spatial laws, in terms of power, it shouldn't lose to the Nirvana seal anymore. Heh. I'm somewhat looking forward to the 100 battles arena. Wonder if any opponent who can excite me will appear. Chapter 1715 First Blood. Chapter 1715 First Blood. In the enormous martial arts arena, it was overcrowded. Extreme Light Imperial City specially constructed a large-scale martial arts arena in order to host the once every 300 years 100 battles arena. In the center of the martial arts arena, 8 large-scale rings were built. At this time, the 8 rings were all divided into 4 small arenas. The contestants were all raring to have a go. The ones who signed up for the compet. One tie on this time were a total of 3,600 over people. Dividing into 8 groups, each group's compet. 1 Taion was carried out independently. Yi Yuan was placed in the 6th group, Ning Qianping was placed in the 8th group. The moment Yi Yuan entered the field, he attracted a wave of ridicule. Are my eyes failing me? A second firmament divine lord actually dares to come and take part in the 100 battles arena too? Ha ha ha. He's a genius. Geniuses naturally want to obtain the profound secrets pavilion's recognition. Truly overestimating his own ability. TSK, if I can run into him in the first round, how good would it be? In many people's eyes, Yi Yuan already became a piece of fatty meat. Whether they could enter the next round or not, it depended on whether they could encounter suckers like Yi Yuan. Among the geniuses who signed up, the vast majority of the realms were concentrated from 3rd Firmament Divine Lord to 5th Firmament Divine Lord. 2nd Firmament Divine Lords and 6th Firmament Divine Lords were extremely few. Encountering a 2nd Firmament Divine Lord, it was tantamount to being sent into the 2nd round. Of course, those who had this kind of thinking were mostly those 3rd Firmament and 4th Firmament Divine Lords. Truly reaching 5th Firmament Divine Lord, one was naturally disdainful to take advantage of this kind of bargain. This bunch of guys is truly reckless and blind, Ning Qianping said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no need to bother with them. These people are merely accompanying the crown prince to study. You go ahead. Do your best and strive to get the first place. Ning Qianping's luck was better. The group he was put in did not have 6th Firmament Divine Lord powerhouses. If Ning Qianping performed splendidly, he might be able to get the first place in his group. After all, what Ning Qianping obtained was a true God inheritance, while these geniuses, the vast majority did not have true God inheritances. Ning Qianping chuckled and said, being grilled by your excellency all day, I was abused until I even doubted life. No idea what extent I can achieve this time either. These few years, Ning Qianping's only opponent was Yi Yuan. Fighting with Yi Yuan, that was really an extremely painful experience. That was an existence that could not be defeated no matter how he fought. But it was also precisely because of Yi Yuan's existence that Ning Qianping could give it his all and go all out each time. It was also because of this that his martial techniques and law's comprehension advanced by leaps and bounds. Even Mo Lefei was also amazed by this disciple's improvement speed. However, he also witnessed Yi Yuan's might even more. No wonder Yi Yuan looked down on his inheritance. Very soon, the first round arena match began. The first round compet. 1 Taion, the strength of the contestants who took the field had a wide disparity. The fights also progressed very quickly. Yi Yuan's group had 400 over people, which was also 200 over battles. It progressed faster than expected. Some people were directly finished in a few breaths on the fiend. Next round, Yi Yuan versus Li Kuan, the judge said in a clear voice. When Yi Yuan heard his own name being called, he leaped onto the ring. It's that 2nd Firmament Divine Lord. Li Kuan, you really picked up a treasure. Lying down and you can even enter the 2nd round. Dog SHI plus T luck. Absolutely dog SHI plus T luck. Why don't I have such good luck? When a person gets lucky, even immortals can't stop it. Li Kuan, in my view, your destiny must be very booming. The contestants by the side all used extremely envious eyes to look at Li Kuan. Li Kuan burst into laughter and said, thanks for giving way. Thanks for giving way. Finished talking, he leaped and also got onto the field. Li Kuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Brat, your strength is still considered not bad among peers. But, you came too early. If you come for the next 100 battles arena, you might still have some hope. Admit defeat, the moment I make my move, you'll inevitably get hurt. Yi Yuan delayed for 300 years in between. The speed of breaking through the divine vortex realm was a little slow. His current realm was slightly better than ordinary martial artists, but it was also not considered very amazing. Among these geniuses, it was not conspicuous. Li Kuan was peak 3rd Firmament Divine Lord. He was just missing a step. If he could progress a step further, he could break through to become a 4th Firmament Divine Lord. His strength dealing with a 2nd Firmament Divine Lord, it was naturally a cinch. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Never fight before, who knows? Li Kuan chuckled and said, looks like you won't shed tears if you don't see the coffin. Forget it, then this young master will send you down. Violent shadow storm sword. Li Kuan's sword attacked like the wind, his entire person turning into an afterimage, Russ. Hi plussing toward Yi Yuan. Such swift speed. A wave of exclamations came from below. Clearly, they were greatly surprised by Li Kuan's speed. Below the ring, Xiahou Yun stood with his hands behind his back, looking careless, but his attention never left Yi Yuan's body before. Regarding Jian Ping's narrative, he actually did not believe it. How could a second firmament divine lord possibly cross 3 minor realms to battle? Divine Lord realms' minor realms were not some cabbages, able to be crossed casually. Moreover, it was even separated by a minor stage in the middle. Even a genius like him, when at the second firmament divine lord, he could only defeat some of the third firmament divine lords. Swoos. Plus a sword directly pares, said through the chess. A series of exclamations came from below once more. A death occurred in the first round? This Yi Yuan's strength was too weak, right? Li Kuan himself also jumped in fright. But his figure had yet to stabilize when he suddenly felt someone push from behind. Down. Li Kuan wanted to stabilize his figure very much, but his push was not simple, directly stripping him of all his strength, making him unable to muster up strength at all. Plop. It was only to see Li Kuan's figure involuntarily fly out of the arena, directly falling onto the ground. Xiahou Yun's gaze turned intent and he cried out, spatial law. Although it elapsed in a flash, his strength was far from what others could compare to and he caught it very keenly. Yout. My old waist. Li Kuan supported his waist and stood up. Focusing his eyes and looking, Yi Yuan was still standing on the ring perfectly well and he immediately had a dazed look. He completely had no idea how he was defeated. He clearly stabbed Yi Yuan just now. Why was the one who lost him instead? The judge said, Yi Yuan wins, Li Kuan loses. Yi Yuan enters the second round. Seeing this result, there was an uproar below. What happened just now? I clearly saw Li Kuan stab Yi Yuan. Why was he defeated without rhyme or reason? Don't know, completely couldn't see clearly. A fifth firmament divine lord said with a laugh, it's spatial law. Yi Yuan made use of spatial law to avoid Li Kuan's sword, then gave him a push from behind and he went out. Heh, rather interesting. A fifth firmament divine lord, regardless of whether strength or vision, it was all a notch higher. He was naturally able to see through Yi Yuan's actual situation. However, he was not worried. His strength was 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. Even if it was spatial law, it was also unable to change the final outcome. Except, he could no longer regard Yi Yuan as an ordinary second firmament divine lord. Chapter 1716 Yi Yuan's Fighting Spirey. Chapter 1716 Yi Yuan's Fighting Spirey as Spatial Law. This Yi Yuan, he actually comprehended spatial law. My god, no wonder he dares to go up the ring. Turns out that he's also a monster-like existence. Indeed, those who dare to come to the 100 battles arena, not one of them is mediocre. Li Kuan underestimated the enemy too much. Otherwise, with his strength, it's impossible to lose so quickly. That fifth firmament divine lord's one sentence immediately caused a stir among the contestants. Spatial law was virtually a power of law in the legends. One suddenly appearing, how could everyone not be surprised? However, Yi Yuan's realm was obvious to everyone. Even if spatial law was powerful, being able to defeat Li Kuan was already the limit. Moreover, Li Kuan's strength was not weak. If he took it seriously, the outcome was hard to predict. In the end, they all felt that Yi Yuan exploited a loophole and only won so easily by a fluke. The battles continued. The sixth group's powerhouses also revealed their true faces one by one. But the first round's opponents, it was very hard to really gauge these experts' true strength. Although everyone was a genius, there was also a disparity between geniuses. Similarly, fourth firmament divine lords, because of the difference in law's comprehension, the strength difference might be very great. I feel that Jiao Shun's strength is definitely very strong. He only used one move and finished off his opponent. Also, That Song Tianqiang didn't even draw his weapon and took care of his opponent with one hand. Xiahou Yun hasn't made his move yet. I wonder what his strength is like. Everyone discussed animatedly, all guessing those strong players' strengths. But the things that could be seen in the first round were really too few. They could only slowly judge it based on the speed of the fight. But this group's several powerful existences also had the tip of the iceberg revealed. Next group, Xiahou Yun versus Zhong Feng. Right then, the judge finally called Xiahou Yun's name. Everyone's expressions turned austere, looking toward Xiahou Yun's figure. The two people leaped and arrived in the ring. Zhong Feng's expression was ugly to the extreme. He did not expect that he was actually so unlucky, running into Xiahou Yun in the first round. There was no way to compete at all. Give you 3 breaths of time to concede. If this young master makes a move, you won't have the chance to concede anymore. 1. Xiahou Yun was incomparably domineering, directly starting the countdown. Zhong Feng's expression was incredibly ugly, large bean-sized sweat seeping out of his forehead, immediately feeling a powerful sense of oppression. But Xiahou Yun did not even release his divine essence at all. He just stood there calmly. 2. I admit defeat. With extreme unwillingness, Zhong Feng admitted defeat and surrendered. He did not even have the courage to attack. Xiahou Yun's overbearingness gave all of the contestants tremendous psychological pressure. Everyone all knew that what he cultivated was destruction law. His combat power was extremely strong. Those who had no confidence, who dared to go up and try? One punch and your entire person would be gone without even a chance to admit defeat. If it was other people, saying this was a joke. But Xiahou Yun, he had this confidence. 6th Firmament Divine Lord's absolute realm coupled with destruction law, this kind of powerful law, who dared to easily challenge him? This was a true powerhouse, an existence who crushed their peers. Xiahou Yun's aura is too strong. I even felt tremendous pressure below. For Zhong Feng to not kneel down is already very impressive. Yeah, really too strong. One sentence broke down his opponent's willpower. This kind of person has no way of competing at all. It's just I don't know who can let him make a move. Or will he get first place without staining his weapon with blood just like this? It's really hard to say. I reckon that only those few 5th Firmament Divine Lords dare to have a go with him. At least, there's a chance to concede. At this time, even those few 5th Firmament Divine Lords' expressions were also rather ugly. The sense of oppression that Xiahou Yun gave them was too strong. But Yi Yuan's eyes shone as if seeing a long-awaited prey. This Xiahou Yun similarly gave him a powerful sense of oppression. But this sense of oppression actually made him have a feeling of his blood boiling with excitement. And right at this time, Xiahou Yun's gaze actually looked over toward him. 4 eyes met. Xiahou Yun was first stunned, then immediately sneered in his heart. This punk actually wants to fight with me, really don't know how to die. Is this brat provoking Xiahou Yun? My eyesight isn't failing, right? He wouldn't have trained until his brain is spoiled, right? Think that comprehending spatial law, his invincible under the heavens? Went over. Xiahou Yun actually walked over toward Yi Yuan. Heh, there's a good show to watch. The fighting spirit on Yi Yuan's body was not concealed at all. Landing in other people's eyes, it simply became a joke. A 2nd Firmament Divine Lord provoking a 6th Firmament Divine Lord, and it was even a powerful existence among 6th Firmament Divine Lords. This looked like a death-seeking action no matter what. Spatial law could not make up for the enormous difference in realm. This was common knowledge, something that everyone knew. Clearly, this fool did not know. Xiahou Yun slowly came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You want to challenge me?" Yi Yuan did not know that Jian Ping and Xiahou Yun had long made an agreement. He only instinctively wanted to fight with the strong. Hearing that, he smiled and said, "You're very strong, but I must defeat you." No matter how strong the opponent was, he must win. But these words were simply the most hilarious joke in the world when it landed in other people's ears. Ha ha ha, truly a fool who overestimates his own ability. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think that by comprehending spatial law, you're invincible under the heavens? Brat, do you know what's called hitting a rock with an egg? By the side, a series of taunts came over. This declaration sounded so powerless. Xiahou Yun grinned and said, "Heh, spatial law, this young master is looking forward to it very much as well. Want to challenge this young master? Work hard to stand before me first." Yi Yuan smiled very casually and said, "Don't you worry, I will." A smile hung on his face, but Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. He had cultivated the slaughter supreme true intent before and was very sensitive to killing intent. This Xiahou Yun actually had murderous intent towards him. Even though Xiahou Yun hid it extremely well, Yi Yuan still detected it. "It's my first time meeting him, why would he have killing intent towards me? Could it be Jian Ping?" Yi Yuan thought of Jian Ping very quickly in his heart. In Extreme Light Imperial City, apart from Jian Ping, he could not think of anyone else who had a conflict with him before. Although Xiahou Yun was overbearing, it was absolutely impossible to produce killing intent toward him the first time they met. Then there was only one possibility: Jian Ping requested Xiahou Yun to do it. Yi Yuan smiled coldly inside. This Jian Ping really lingered on like a ghost. Very soon, the second round started. The second round's opponents were clearly going to be a great deal stronger. The battles also started to become intense. But to Yi Yuan, there was not much difference. It was still taking down the enemy in one move. Chapter 1717 Fierce Battle with Song Tianqiang. Chapter 1717 Fierce Battle with Song Tianqiang. This time, Yi Yuan's opponent was a fourth firmament divine lord. However, he was still sent flying in one move. After that fourth firmament divine lord crashed onto the ground, he still had a blank look, completely oblivious of what happened. Yi Yuan had comprehended spatial laws for a long time and gradually became well-versed and ingenious in the application of the law. Fourth firmament divine lords were already not opponents who could last one exchange with him long ago. This Yi Yuan is actually so strong, no wonder he dared to provoke Xiahou Yun. Looks like he indeed still has some skill. A second firmament divine lord could actually defeat middle stage divine lord realm. Spatial laws are indeed powerful. But no matter how strong he is, it's also impossible to be Xiahou Yun's match. Yi Yuan being able to defeat a fourth firmament divine lord made everyone's jaws drop. From initial stage divine lord realm to middle stage was a huge hurdle. Third firmament divine lords, if they did not have heaven-defying means, it was basically impossible to defeat fourth firmament divine lords. But Yi Yuan was just a second firmament divine lord and accomplished it. This also made everyone finally realize that Yi Yuan was not to be trifled with. But to say that Yi Yuan could defeat Xiahou Yun, they still did not believe it. After all, Xiahou Yun was too strong. The second round did not have the least bit of suspense. The opponent directly admitted defeat again. The aura that he burst forth was too strong. Nobody had the courage to go and receive a move from him at all. Third round, Yi Yuan continued the winning streak, defeating a fourth firmament divine lord once more. Xiahou Yun's opponent directly admitted defeat once again. 3 rounds of battle done, and yet no one could force Xiahou Yun to take action. After the third round ended, the judge announced, "Cease battle for a day, tomorrow, carry out the fourth round." 3 consecutive rounds, some people's stamina already almost could not hold out anymore. Hearing this, they immediately heaved a sigh in relief. After dispersing, Ning Tianping also came over to find him and said with an excited look, "Your Excellency, I pass said 3 rounds in a row." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "If you can't even pass 3 rounds, I'll kick you back to Heavenly Eagle with 1 foot." Ning Tianping chortled and said, "Your Excellency, I really have a feeling like I'm dreaming right now, to actually be able to exchange moves with so many expert. Most importantly, I could actually crush them. Ha ha ha, it's really great." Ning Tianping's loud laughter immediately attracted a series of sidelong glances. Quite a few people cast over hostile gazes. This guy was too arrogant. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your current strength is indeed considered at the upper-level standard of imperial cities, this level, already. But I think that you'll shake them off further and further behind." Ning Tianping said excitedly, "Heh, Your Excellency is Tianping's benefactor, utterly changing my life. After resting for a day, the 100 battles arena continued. This time, the people on the grandstands were clearly much more. Because starting from the third round, the battle situation clearly became more intense. Each group's head count was roughly over 400 people. After 3 rounds of battle, more than half were already eliminated. Only 50+ people were left. These people were all experts among experts. Apart from Yi Yuan, 1 second firmament divine lord, the rest were all middle stage divine lord realm experts. But now, no one dared to look down on Yi Yuan anymore. The judge said, starting the 4th round, first match, Yi Yuan vs Song Tianqiang. Yi Yuan was stunned, not expecting that this round was actually him taking the field first. The arrangement of the sequence was arranged by Extreme Light Imperial City. Extreme Light Imperial City had hosted so many 100 battles arenas and was naturally very experienced. They would arrange the order according to the strength of the martial artists, saving the strong players for the last to the best of their ability. Clearly, in their view, for Yi Yuan's strength to be able to defeat 4th Firmament Divine Lords was already pretty good. 5th Firmament Divine Lords, he absolutely did not have chances of victory, that was why his matchup was arranged. Yi Yuan vs Song Tianqiang. There's a good show to watch now. Heh, this punk is unbelievably arrogant, I want to see just where his limits lie. Song Tianqiang's strength is absolutely a very formidable existence among 5th Firmament Divine Lords. Yi Yuan's myth ends here. Everyone also did not expect that the first battle that would get much attention would be about Yi Yuan. They very much wanted to see now just where Yi Yuan's limits lay. Clearly, Song Tianqiang was the best litmus test. It was just that no one thought that Yi Yuan would win. Yi Yuan jumping realms to defeat 3rd Firmament Divine Lords, this was very easy to understand. Yi Yuan crossing realms to defeat 4th Firmament Divine Lords, they could also accept it. If Yi Yuan could even win 5th Firmament Divine Lords, this was also too perverse. Song Tianqiang looked at Yi Yuan and said, "You're very good. If you can break through to be a 4th Firmament Divine Lord, I probably won't be your match anymore. But now, admit defeat. You have no hope." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why do you all have the same pattern? Don't you know how to change to something else? Haven't fought yet, who knows the result?" Song Tianqiang's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "Since that's the case, then this young master will let you know that spatial law can't surpass everything." It went without saying that Yi Yuan already possessed 4th Firmament Divine Lord combat strength. But there was similarly a massive gulf between 4th Firmament Divine Lord and 5th Firmament Divine Lord. Moreover, Song Tianqiang was even one of the best among them. Hearing Moon Sacred Martial Fist, Song Tianqiang's fist rumbled over, bringing along the world power of 5th Firmament Divine Lord, virtually going to shatter the ring. When everyone saw this scene, each of them, their countenance changed visibly. Previously, Song Tianqiang had always vanquished the enemy with one move. No one could force him to use his full strength at all. Now, they finally witnessed Song Tianqiang's might. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. What is he going to do? Clash head-on with Song Tianqiang? My God, isn't he going to use spatial law to avoid this punch? Hang on. This guy is even a body cultivator, middle stage 4th transformation golden body. This guy concealed his strength so deeply. In the crowd, cries of exclamations sounded out. Because they discovered that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, but he was also a middle stage 4th transformation golden body cultivator. Middle stage 4th transformation golden body was equivalent to a 4th firmament to 6th firmament divine lord martial artist. Yi Yuan had just entered the middle stage 4th transformation golden body, his strength was roughly equivalent to 4th firmament divine lord. These people all thought that Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was spatial law. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's physical body strength was even stronger than his martial art. Universe Dragon Claw. Bang. Siv rumble transmitted over. The two people each retreated several dozen steps. Song Tianqiang's expression changed slightly. He was a 5th Firmament Divine Lord and actually fought to a draw with the newly advanced middle stage 4th transformation Yi Yuan. This humiliation, he was unable to accept it. Song Tianqiang's figure moved, slamming another punch over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not give way in the slightest too, executing the Universe Dragon Claw, class HI plussing together with Song Tianqiang. Golden light flashed on Yi Yuan's body, dragon aura overflowing. He actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Below the stage, the contestants were long dumbfounded with shock. How could they know that Yi Yuan's true strength would actually be so appalling? Previously, they were even mocking Yi Yuan for his low realm, it was simply coming to add to the head count. Only now did they realize that they were the cannon fodders. Their strength could not even accomplish forcing out Yi Yuan's true strength at all. Chapter 17:18 Divine Dragon Trampling Heaven. Chapter 17:18 Divine Dragon Trampling Heaven. Here, this is your reliance. If you only have this bit of strength, you're dead for sure. Below the stage, Xiahou Yun sneered coldly. In other people's eyes, Yi Yuan's strength was naturally powerful enough. To be able to fight Song Tianqiang fiercely until now, his strength had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. But in Xiahou Yun's eyes, it was still not enough to look at. This Yi Yuan has such powerful fighting talent. Yeah, his strength is still a notch weaker in the end. But by relying on the ingenious utilization of spatial law, he can actually fight on par with Song Tianqiang, newly advanced to middle stage 4th transformation golden body, and he can fight to this extent. This situation is also one of a kind. Below the stage, the contestants all had solemn looks. Yi Yuan's strength far exceeded their imaginations. The originally most unpromising actually became a large dark horse now. Even Song Tianqiang could not take him down. In the ring, Song Tianqiang failed to win the drawn-out battle and became somewhat anxious in his heart. My opponent is Xiahou Yun, how can I possibly lose to this brat? Forget it, that move was originally left for Xiahou Yun, but I can only expose it in advance now. Song Tianqiang made use of the countershock and pulled apart a certain distance from Yi Yuan. All of a sudden, Song Tianqiang's aura skyrocketed, his entire person becoming a bent bow. Everyone's faces changed. This move of Song Tianqiang's had yet to release, but it already accumulated sufficient momentum. One could imagine that the next attack would be a lightning-like blow. What a powerful attack! Dormant like a thunderbolt, this punch is incredible. Looks like this is Song Tianqiang's killing move. I'm afraid. Yi Yuan is in danger. That move of Yi Yuan's, the power is sufficient to rival 5th Firmament Divine Lords. It's probably his limit already, right? The victor has already been decided. Song Tianqiang's punch had yet to execute, but everyone could feel that this attack would be more than 10 times the previous. This kind of attack virtually stood at the apex of 5th Firmament Divine Lord. It was also not far from a 6th Firmament Divine Lord. With Yi Yuan's present strength, it was totally impossible to achieve it. On the grandstands, when Jian Ping saw this scene, he was immediately greatly excited. He had been staring at the 6th group's ring all along. Seeing this Astonis HI plussing attack at this time, he immediately saw hope. If Song Tianqiang could directly kill Yi Yuan, it would also be a wonderful thing. Finish him off. Finish him off. Jian Ping shouted in his heart. Yi Yuan, it's you who forced me. This punch, I'll see how you receive it. Galaxy falling heavenly fist. Song Tianqiang shouted loudly, a punch rumbled out like a cannonball. The violent world power turned into a white stream, akin to a galaxy dipping down. That commotion was incomparably shocking. But right at this time, an even stronger aura surged to the sky. It was only to see blue patterns flash. HI plussing in the midst of golden light on Yi Yuan's body. A dragon roar met it head-on, directly facing off with Song Tianqiang's galaxy falling heavenly fist. Everyone's faces changed, their eyes revealing terror. How is this possible? What a powerful attack. It actually doesn't lose to Song Tianqiang's move. This kid was actually still hiding such a powerful trump card. How did he do it? Such a powerful move had a tremendous burden on the physical body of body cultivators. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's present fleshy body strength, it was completely insufficient to support such a powerful move. However, Yi Yuan still managed it. They did not know that with the blue pattern's enhancement, Yi Yuan's physical body was far stronger than it looked on the surface. Universe Dragon Claw's second stance, Divine Dragon trampling heaven. Everyone could see an incomparably solid azure dragon brandies. HI plusing its dragon claws, directly clawing toward that white stream. Head-on confrontation. Rumble. The two attacks tussled in the air, neither giving in to the other, shaking until SPACE was shuddering. That powerful pressure even made all of the martial artists visibly change countenance. Song Tianqiang's complexion turned deathly pale and actually had a feeling of exhaustion. Crack crack, boom. Finally, the azure dragon was so overwhelming that it could affect heaven and earth. Cruise. HI plusing the white stream, emitting a heaven-shocking loud bang. The azure dragon dissipated, Song Tianqiang's body shot out backward, flying out of the ring powerlessly. Yi Yuan won. Everyone was rendered speechless with shock. This outcome was seriously too out of their expectations. Even if Yi Yuan's physical body possessed strength rivaling a fourth firmament Divine Lord, Song Tianqiang was a peak fifth firmament Divine Lord powerhouse. Facing fourth firmament Divine Lords, he practically had the strength to insta-kill. But such a powerful Song Tianqiang was actually defeated. Are my eyes failing me? I thought that in our group, the only one with the qualifications to challenge Xiahou Yun was Song Tianqiang. I didn't expect that. He was actually defeated. No wonder Yi Yuan dared to provoke Xiahou Yun. Turns out that, he's really impressive. Below the stage, the contestants all did not quite dare to believe such a result. On the grandstands, Jian Ping's expression was unbelievably ugly, gritting his teeth as he said, "Turns out that this is his true strength." At the same time, his back broke out into cold sweat. He finally recalled, back then when Yi Yuan warned him, he said that if he was not a member of the Profound Secrets Pavilion, he would long be a dead man. Turned out that it was not Yi Yuan talking big, but that he really had this strength. Just based on this Divine Dragon trampling heaven move, it was sufficient for Yi Yuan to kill him. In Xiahou Yun's eyes, a look of surprise similarly appeared. But it was merely a surprise. This kind of strength could not threaten him yet. The corners of Xiahou Yun's mouth curled slightly as he said, "Heh, a little interesting. Seems, even stronger than Jian Ping said. But if it's merely like this, it's still not enough." Fourth round started, but no one could have thought that the battle situation would actually be so fierce. Yi Yuan and Song Tianqiang's fight could be said to be the sixth group's pinnacle battle already. Of course, apart from Xiahou Yun. If Xiahou Yun did not come out, who could contend? This round, Xiahou Yun's opponent still admitted defeat. In the fifth round, the opponent still admitted defeat. Xiahou Yun's might virtually made people despair. Fourth firmament Divine Lords could not give rise to the desire to attack in front of him at all. While fifth firmament Divine Lords were just those few. Xiahou Yun had not encountered one up until now. Similar scenes were playing out in the second arena. Jiang Nan, who had very loud cheers from people previously, no one similarly dared to make a move against him. Different from Xiahou Yun's overbearingness, Jiang Nan standing there gave people a feeling of Yuna's salableness. Martial artists would find the other party's flaws when fighting. Each person would more or less have some flaws. But they completely could not find Jiang Nan's flaw. This kind of might was all round, not giving you the least bit of chance at all. Jiang Nan had a helpless look and thought to himself, so boring. Wonder when it can end and start the finals. What can excite me is also just Xiahou Yun, right? Destruction Law, heh, really want to experience it. Sixth round begins, Xiahou Yun vs Gao Shun. The judge's voice came over, immediately making everyone look forward to it a little. Gao Shun's strength was not weaker than Song Tianqiang. If anyone could force Xiahou Yun to take action, it would be none other than him. Of course, now, there was an additional Yi Yuan. Xiahou Yun still had that calm expression. Looking at Gao Shun, he said, "You want to attack?" Gao Shun nodded and said, "I know that I'm not your match, but I want to seek advice from your destruction law. Chapter 17-19 Murderers will be killed eventually. Chapter 17-19 Murderers will be killed eventually. The corners of Xiahou Yun's mouth curled slightly, revealing an evil smile as he said coolly, "Then, bring it on." No idea why, Jiao Shun's heart suddenly clenched. He was frightened by this evil smile. Damn it, I'm merely a minor realm away from him. Furthermore, my strength also stands out among the rest among Fifth Firmament Divine Lords. Could it be that I don't even have the courage to make a move? No way. Since I came, how can I retreat without a fight? At most, just admit defeat. Jiao Shun's long sword swung, his figure Hi plussing out. Gode Heavenly Thunder Sword. Jiao Shun's figure became erratic, his speed extremely fast. Lightning flashed around him, his aura incomparably daunting. Sword Dao laws fused with Thunder law, Jiao Shun is indeed powerful. Looks like he doesn't dare to be the least bit sloppy when facing Xiahou Yun. The moment he made his move, it's a big move. Looks like Jiao Shun's strength isn't weaker than Song Tianqiang. Even if he can't win Xiahou Yun, he also has the strength to have a fight. Seeing Jiao Shun's strength, everyone also became filled with shock. Previously, no one could force out Jiao Shun's strength at all. Clearly, he was also a very formidable existence among Fifth Firmament Divine Lords. At this time, Jiao Shun already rushed to 1,000 feet in front of Xiahou Yun. He flagrantly stabbed a sword out. Sword energy wrapped with electricity, the commotion incomparably shocking, shooting straight for Xiahou Yun. A hint of a disdainful smile revealed at the corners of Xiahou Yun's mouth. Only at this time did he slowly squat into a horse stance and assumed a punching posture, looking incomparably clumsy. What's he doing? Also taking it too lightly, right? This Xiahou Yun is also looking down on Jiao Shun too much, right? Can this punch kill people? Xiahou Yun's move, even mortals could execute it. Furthermore, his surroundings did not have the slightest divine essence and world power undulations. It looked like fighting with mortals. At this time, everyone could not help but somewhat doubt Xiahou Yun. Could it be that this guy did not live up to his reputation? Then didn't everyone who forfeited previously all fell into the pit? But below the stage, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, instantly feeling suffocated. This guy is so strong. Jiao Shun is in danger. Yi Yuan was startled. Everyone's thoughts did not last long, because at this time, Xiahou Yun already made his move. A punch rumbled out, everyone's countenance suddenly changed. A force that was horrifying until it made people's hearts palpitate burst forth from Xiahou Yun's fist. Everyone below seemed to have their throats clutched, complexion instantly turning ashen pale. Bang! A loud noise came over, Jiao Shun's attack was instantly annihilated. However, the momentum of Xiahou Yun's punch did not reduce, heading straight for Jiao Shun. Jiao Shun's pupils constricted, wanting to escape. However, it was already too late. Ah! Jiao Shun screamed, directly exploding into scraps. Xiahou Yun pulled back his fist and stood there, saying disdainfully, "Too weak, couldn't even receive a punch." Below the stage, quite a number of people were transfixed like wooden chickens, looking at this scene blankly. They did not come back to their senses for a long while. That judge's expression also changed slightly and he announced, "Xiahou Yun wins. Jiao Shun, defeated and dead. So strong. Is this destruction law? Destruction law is known as the law with the strongest offensive power. But this is also unbelievably strong, right? Jiao Shun actually didn't even have the chance to concede. Those contestants all turned deathly pale. They were scared silly by Xiahou Yun's punch. Some people were even shaking. The impact that this punch brought to them was too strong. If Jiao Shun was just some unknown person, he's dead, then he's dead. But Jiao Shun was a very powerful existence among Fifth Firmament Divine Lords. One could say that apart from Xiahou Yun, he was virtually a top 3 existence in this group. However, it still could not change anything. Killed in one punch. On the grandstands, Zhen Ping was excited until he was practically about to yell out. He completely did not expect that Xiahou Yun's strength was actually so strong, However, his expression suddenly changed and he gritted his teeth and said, "This punk is too arrogant." Yi Yuan saw that his strength is so strong, so how can he possibly still have a head-on confrontation with him? What Zhen Ping was worried about was that if Yi Yuan directly admitted defeat, then his plan would be dashed to pieces. Xiahou Yun walked down the ring and went straight for Yi Yuan, saying with a faint smile, "Now, still want to challenge me?" Yi Yuan did not answer, but he answered with a question, "You want to kill me?" Xiahou Yun froze slightly and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Somewhat interesting. Looks like you're scared." Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's Zhen Ping, right?" Xiahou Yun's gaze turned intent, finally becoming a little shocked. How did this kid know? Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly grinned and said, "Originally, I only wanted to have a battle with him. But I changed my mind." Xiahou Yun said, "Oh? Looks like you're planning on directly admitting defeat." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Murderers will be killed eventually. You should be prepared." The moment Xiahou Yun heard, he immediately laughed and said, "Who, are you joking with me? Do you think that by defeating Song Tianqiang, that trash, you have the qualifications to pick a fight with me? You'll never know how great the disparity between you and me is." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "You're thinking too highly of yourself." Xiahou Yun smiled and said, "Brat, your mouth is very tough. I want to see what you'll use to come and kill me the day after tomorrow. Hope that you don't directly run away." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Relax, even the Jade Emperor can't make me run away too." The two people, chiming in one after another, stunned everyone. Yi Yuan actually threatened that he was going to kill Xiahou Yun. This kid is crazy, right? Didn't he see Xiahou Yun's punch just now? His strength is strong, but it's also merely that fine thread higher than Song Tianqiang, right? Really courageous. Xiahou Yun obliterated Jiao Shun with one punch, and yet he actually still dared to provoke him. TSK, looks like the day after tomorrow, another genius is going to fall. Regarding Yi Yuan's actions that were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, it naturally aroused everyone's ridicule. Yi Yuan and Song Tianqiang's fight clearly already reached the limit, while Xiahou Yun's strength was clearly much higher than Yi Yuan's limit. Someone who was able to challenge Xiahou Yun was only the second arena's Jiang Nan, right? Old rules, 3 rounds of battle and ceasing, resting for a day's time. Over there, Ning Qianping similarly made it through 6 rounds. Now, he was already a favorite to win the champions. HI+P. After the match, Zhen Ping went to find Xiahou Yun straight away and said somewhat reproachfully, "You were too impulsive. This way, Yi Yuan will definitely avoid you and not fight." Xiahou Yun smiled and said, "Brother Zhen Ping, he already knows." Zhen Ping's expression changed and he said, What does he know?" "Knows everything. This punk is rather interesting. I've never revealed killing intent in front of him before, but he detected it. Furthermore, he even guessed that you were behind it," Xiahou Yun said coolly. Zhen Ping's pupils constricted and he said in disbelief, "Ah, are you kidding me?" Xiahou Yun said coolly, "Relax, brother Zhen Ping, not only does he not have the intention of avoiding the battle, he even threatened to kill me. Heh, this young master is looking forward to it greatly." Chapter 1720 Vanished Sword. 1720 Vanished Sword. Heh, the guy who's courting death is here. TSK, I really admire his courage, to actually threaten to kill Xiahou Yun. This guy seems to have broken through. It's true, his aura is indeed much stronger. However, it's useless. His greatest reliance is his fleshy body. Martial arts breakthrough can't change any outcome. When Yi Yuan came to the vicinity of the 6th ring, he immediately attracted a wave of ridicule. 6 rounds par s said, and only 8 people remained currently. These 8 people would battle to determine the final, first place. At the 100 battles arena, the second place did not have any meaning. Only the person who got the first place could get the Profound Secrets Pavilion's Grand Elder's guidance. Par s sing by Xiahou Yun, he smiled scornfully and said, "This is your final reliance. What can a third firmament divine lord change?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's sufficient to kill you." Xiahou Yun burst into laughter and said, "Fine, Then this young master will wait for you to come and kill me. 7th round, 8-4. Yi Yuan's opponent was a 5th firmament divine lord. He said the round effortlessly. Of course, Xiahou Yun was even more relaxed than he was. His opponent directly forfeited. With Jiao Shun's lesson, who still dared to find him to try their hand? Unless they were tired of living. The 8th round was similarly like so. Yi Yuan's strength was already the number one person apart from Xiahou Yun. Extreme Light Imperial City naturally had to put their fight at the last. In the 9th round, Xiahou Yun and Yi Yuan finally faced off. On the grandstands, Jian Ping was excited until his face flushed red. He seemed to have already seen the spectacle of Yi Yuan being blown up by Xiahou Yun with one punch. Standing on the ring, Xiahou Yun smiled faintly and said, "Brat, I'm very curious how you're going to receive my punch." Done talking, Xiahou Yun performed a stance, exactly identical to when killing Jiao Shun back then. The atmosphere below the ring immediately became different. A strange aura practically made people suffocate. Before this, the shock that this punch gave them was too intense. What was different was that the punch before this, Xiahou Yun struck only after the enemy had struck. But this time, he struck first to gain the initiative. The moment was already formed. What followed was a destructive blow. Bang! A punch slammed out, the entire SPSEE seemed to be shattered. An invisible force rumbled over towards Yi Yuan like blotting out the skies and covering the earth, the speed incomparably fast. Bang! The grand array behind Yi Yuan gave off intense shaking. The entire ring seemingly started to quake. Xiahou Yun's expression changed and he cried out in shock, "Spatial law, 3rd firmament." Yi Yuan had never truly displayed the power of spatial law before in front of people. Most people thought that Yi Yuan merely comprehended some superficial knowledge. But in reality, he already comprehended 3rd firmament spatial law. This was a remarkable achievement. Although destruction law was powerful, compared to spatial law, it was still a notch inferior. The geniuses on the grandstands were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. They actually avoided it. How? How did he do it? Truly unimaginable. Is this the true power of spatial law? Yi Yuan looked at Xiahou Yun and said coolly, "Destruction law is nothing more than this." Xiahou Yun's gaze turned intent, anger immediately rising in his heart. He was actually looked down upon. Comprehending destruction law, he grew up amidst praises and envious voices. Today, he was actually despised by another person. He gritted his teeth and said, "Stop posturing. Just now was merely an appetizer. Now, it's the real deal." Xiahou Yun's figure moved, floating over toward Yi Yuan, swift as lightning. On the grandstands, someone cried out in shock, "Law of wind." Turns out that Xiahou Yun even comprehended rank 4 wind law. This guy is truly a freak. Law of wind in conjunction with destruction law is simply sweeping forth ever victorious. Yi Yuan is in danger. He shouldn't have gone to provoke Xiahou Yun. Xiahou Yun's figure was extremely fast, punches throwing like the wind. Waves of explosion sound emitted within the array formation. SPSEE seemed to be smashed until it warped. While Yi Yuan's entire figure disappeared. People knew that Yi Yuan activated spatial law, but the undulations coming from Xiahou Yun's attacks made each and every one of them turn deathly pale. Such concentrated attacks, the ripples were much stronger than when killing Jiao Shun back then. Under the cooperation of wind law, Xiahou Yun's attacks virtually had no dead angles, covering all over the ring. In everyone's view, Yi Yuan had nowhere to hide at all. Suddenly, Xiahou Yun's attack stopped. The entire ring returned to tranquility. Xiahou Yun panted a little. Such fierce attacks likewise had a considerable burden on him. Humph. So what if spatial law? See if you don't die still, Xiahou Yun said with a cold snort. On the ring, Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. Sure enough, Yi Yuan still died. Under such horrifying attacks, how can he possibly survive? Xiahou Yun is really too strong. In everyone's view, Yi Yuan had long been blasted to SCRAPS already. Under such concentrated attacks, it was completely impossible for anyone to survive. Rather interesting. It's just too bad that it's still too weak. A voice sounded out in thin air. Xiahou Yun's expression changed drastically. Who was this if not Yi Yuan's voice? This guy actually was not dead yet. Only to see a hint of ripple surface in space. Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out. Everyone burst into an uproar. Couldn't even die like this. Was spatial law really overwhelmingly powerful? Yi Yuan looked at Xiahou Yun and said coolly, wind law acting in concert with destruction law, indeed pretty good. It's just a pity that you can't even accomplish fusing laws. Xiahou Yun's expression changed and he said in a cold voice, stop pretending. Destruction is an ultimate level law, how can wanting to fuse it be that easy? Two independent laws and fusing laws, that power was completely different. How could Xiahou Yun possibly not understand this point? He had once attempted to fuse these two kinds of power of laws countless times. It was just a pity that he could not do it. Yi Yuan said coolly, is it really that difficult? Why don't you say that you're too dumb? Xiahou Yun sneered and said, I'm dumb? Heh, this is really the funniest joke that I've heard before. These 3,000 over people, who dares to say that their talent is greater than mine? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, can't even achieve fusing laws, aren't you dumb? Xiahou Yun spat, stop making sarcastic remarks, do you think that you're superior to others for comprehending spatial law? Or is it that you think that my strength merely stops here? Yi Yuan said coolly, bring it on then. This time, I'm going to attack too. You have to receive it well. Xiahou Yun said indifferently, a trash who only knows how to use spatial law to dodge, do you think that this young master will really be scared of you? While talking, Xiahou Yun slowly put on a white glove. It was shockingly a peak divine lord mystic treasure. Immediately after, Xiahou Yun's aura skyrocketed. An aura that was even more horrifying than before spread out. Annihilation divine fist. Yi Yuan slowly pulled out the Junyi sword, his entire person becoming illusory. Hang on, where's Yi Yuan's sword? Yeah, I clearly saw him holding his sword in his hand just now. Why is it gone? This. Do you feel that Yi Yuan's entire person is somewhat surreal? Chapter 1721 I admit defy. 1721 I admit defy. Xiahou Yun's expression changed. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. But the arrow was notched on the bow and already had no choice but to release. Die. World power turned into an invisible fist force, striking until space distorted. Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved as well. Misty sword art. Spirit concealing sword. This sword move was Yi Yuan's strongest move after he comprehended third firmament spatial law and merged sword Dao laws. It was only to see his figure move turning into an afterimage and pouncing straight for Xiahou Yun. Swiss. H. Plus no earth-shattering collision sound. People only heard a subtle noise. The battle came to an abrupt end. Quicker than words could tell. Actually, it was just that blink of an eye. The two people separated upon contact. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there. The Junyi sword revealed itself once more. This. Who won? Don't know, too fast. I didn't see clearly. What a strange fight. Everyone looked at the two motionless people on the ring. All of them were struck senseless. The judge had a shocked look and did not come back to his senses for a long while. The sword earlier was too stunning. Those geniuses were all very weak. Not perceiving it was very normal. But he, an eighth firmament divine lord powerhouse, naturally saw clearly at a glance. The beauty of Yi Yuan's sword was fleeting. Pares sing quickly in an instant, but gorgeous and eternal. One sword emerging, directly breached Xiahou Yun's fist force, and killed Xiahou Yun. The judge said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan wins, Xiahou Yun is defeated and dead. What? Dead? On the grandstands, a series of exclamations immediately came over. Right then, Xiahou Yun's body suddenly split into two from the center, toppling onto the ground stiffly. Xiahou Yun was actually cleaved into two. But because Yi Yuan's sword was too fast, he maintained a standing posture all along. Others simply could not discover it. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Sixth firmament divine lord, The Xiahou Yun who comprehended the law of wind and destruction law was actually killed by Yi Yuan with one sword. Those people who were still mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his ability previously all opened their mouths wide right now. Only now did they understand that he was not posturing. He was actually really amazing. A third firmament divine lord actually killed the sixth firmament divine lord Xiahou Yun with one sword. This achievement was too dazzling. Not far away, two figures coincidentally bumped into each other. Hey, you came too. Looks like you pay a lot of attention to Xiahou Yun. Jiang Nan looked at Mo Fei, who walked over from the fourth arena, as he said with a lazy look. Mo Fei was the other sixth firmament divine lord genius. Mo Fei gave Jiang Nan a glance and said, "Aren't you the same too?" Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Heh, you're a little weak. The 100 battles arena this time, the one who can arouse my interest is also just Xiahou Yun." Mo Fei's expression turned cold. Jiang Nan laughed and waved his hand as he said, "Haha, if you have the strength, use it in the ring. It's boring to hit me right now. Since we ran into each other, go and take a look together." Mo Fei shot Jiang Nan a glare, snorted coldly, and walked over towards the sixth arena. Hey, already ended. Looks like Xiahou Yun indeed did not encounter any decent opponent, amen? Jiang Nan's words were said halfway when his expression suddenly changed. That lazy manner was swept clean. Because he saw the corpse that was currently being dragged away by people on the ring. Mo Fei similarly trembled all over and said in disbelief, "Dead. The 100 battles arena this time, there's actually someone who can kill Xiahou Yun? Heh, looks like a remarkable fellow appeared this time," Jiang Nan said. Mo Fei looked towards Jiang Nan and said doubtfully, "Could it be that a powerful fifth firmament divine lord appeared this time? But I didn't hear about it." At this time, Jiang Nan returned to that lazy manner and said with a smile, "We will know who it is tomorrow." On the second day, all seats were occupied at the martial arts field. Compared to the group stage previously, today's final battle was the highlight. Not just because those selected were experts among experts, but also because this session determined who would get the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord's guidance. The 8 winners lined up on the first arena. But the other 6 people's gazes looked over towards that young man in the 6th position. There was still one person left who had an expression like it was logical and natural. That person was naturally Ning Qianping. Ning Qianping finally surmounted numerous difficulties and still obtained a spot in the end. At that moment, he was filled with lofty sentiment. It was not long before that he was also a genius, however, he was merely a bottommost tier genius even though still part of the imperial city's level. But now, he could already stand out among the geniuses of several hundred imperial cities and become a winner. As for Yi Yuan obtaining a seat, that was something that went without saying. So what if the opponent is a 6th firmament divine lord? It was not enough to look at in front of His Excellency at all. But in other people's view, it was totally not the case. Especially Jiang Nan and Mo Fei, when they saw Yi Yuan, they were shocked until their jaws almost fell off. A 3rd firmament divine lord. The one who killed Xiahou Yun was actually a 3rd firmament divine lord. Yesterday, they had thought of countless possibilities but never could have they thought that it was a 3rd firmament divine lord. If Xiahou Yun was defeated, they would not be so shocked either. But Xiahou Yun was dead. Experts exchanging blows, defeating and killing were 2 completely different concepts. Especially on the ring, the difficulty of killing the other party was even greater. Because the other party could concede. Want to kill the other party, unless the other party did not have time to admit defeat at all, just like Xiahou Yun versus Jiao Shun previously. A 3rd firmament divine lord could actually make Xiahou Yun not even have the time to admit defeat. This was simply too inconceivable. Gone were Jiang Nan's old laziness. Shock was written all over his face. Experts like them, there were only that 1 or 2 opponents in their eyes. How could they pay attention to others? Even though Yi Yuan caused quite a considerable stir in the 6th group, before battling with Xiahou Yun, no one was optimistic about it at all. Therefore, Jiang Nan did not know Yi Yuan at all. At this time, the Profound Secrets Pavilion's head elder said a bunch, then said to these 8 people, 3 days later, the 8 of you come to the Profound Secrets Pavilion. There will naturally be the Grand Elder to give you all guidance. Now, the 8 of you each face off and decide the final winner. At that time, Profound Secrets Pavilion will personally view your aura and perform divination for you. The other 5 people were very happy at this time. But Jiang Nan and Mo Fei could not become happy no matter what. They came here aiming for the Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord. But now, it seemed a little tricky. The 2 people looked at Yi Yuan without prior agreement, revealing solemn looks. Speaking of which was coincidental too, the final 8, Yi Yuan's opponent was actually Ning Qianping. The 2 people had yet to go up the ring and Ning Qianping directly forfeited. Got to be joking, fighting with His Excellency, wasn't it looking for abuse? He was abused like hell even at 2nd Firmament Divine Lord. Now that he was 3rd Firmament Divine Lord, it was sufficient to one-shot 5th Firmament Divine Lords. At home, no matter how he was abused, it was fine. Outside, he still wanted face. The final 4 was born. But the opponent that Yi Yuan ran into this time was Jiang Nan. On the grandstands, the audience was incomparably excited, because they could see another great battle. Jiang Nan became that lazy noble young master again. He stared at Yi Yuan, sizing him up for a while, and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I admit defeat." Chapter 1722 This was a difficult problem. Chapter 1722 This was a difficult problem. What did Jiang Nan say? Admit defeat. Is there a mistake? A favorite to win the champions. Hi+P, he actually conceded. This, actually withdrew without a fight. This guy is so timid. Everyone originally thought that they could see an exciting showdown. Who knew that Jiang Nan directly admitted defeat the moment he came up? This made everyone's jaws drop. Everyone thought that this final 8 showdown would startle heaven and earth and make gods and ghosts weep. Who knew that the first round, Ning Qianping directly forfeited. In the second round, Jiang Nan directly admitted defeat. Could it be funnier or not? If it were others, forget it. But Jiang Nan was a favorite to win the champions. Hi+P. Although Xiahou Yun was very strong, no one felt that Jiang Nan was worse than him. He was even a notch stronger. Now, he actually directly admitted defeat without even fighting. You could kill Xiahou Yun, but I can't do it. So, there's nothing to fight about. You're stronger than me. Things that waste strength, better not do it. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively and went straight down the ring. Yi Yuan was stunned too, not expecting that this guy was actually so shameless. Reaching his level, even if he clearly knew that there was no hope, he would always struggle. But this guy did not seem to have any interest in anything. But being able to win without fighting, Yi Yuan naturally had nothing to complain about. On the other side, Mo Fei also defeated his opponent neatly and tidily. This way, the final showdown was between Yi Yuan and Mo Fei. During the break, Mo Fei went to find Jiang Nan and said with an unhappy look, "Do you still want face or not?" To actually directly admit defeat, Jiang Nan said with a nonchalant look, "Clearly no, that can't beat, still waste that strength for what? What if he cleaves me into 2 with 1 sword? That death state is too disgusting, I don't wish to become like Xiahou Yun." Mo Fei's expression could not help changing when he heard that. Recalling Xiahou Yun's death state, a chill immediately welled up in his heart. Jiang Nan said it lightly, actually, he was the same as him, scared. If they really exchanged blows, life and death were hard to say. Just how strong Yi Yuan was, they did not see it with their own eyes. No one could say for sure. Moreover, if Yi Yuan was a bloodthirsty person, then the consequence could only be being split in half. Thinking up to here, Mo Fei's face fell and he said angrily, "Jiang Nan, you despicable villain." Jiang Nan shrugged his shoulders and said with a lazy look, "Don't you malign a good person, I only don't want to make a fearless sacrifice." Mo Fei was angered until his expression turned livid and he said, "Don't you want to see how he killed Xiahou Yun?" Jiang Nan smiled lazily and said, "Of course I want, but I don't want to use my life to go and see." Mo Fei gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "So, you intentionally conceded to let me go and test his depths?" Jiang Nan smiled and said, "You can decide not to test him. I am not forcing you." You. Mo Fei gnashed his teeth in hatred but was helpless about it. This guy's curiosity was absolutely not less than his. Reaching their realm, it was already very hard to encounter a match in the same rank. But now, an incredible third firmament divine lord suddenly popped out, jumping 3 minor realms to kill Xiahou Yun. How could they not be curious? But curiosity kills the cat. Sometimes, wanting to satisfy one's curiosity had to pay with one's life as the price. Very unfortunately, Jiang Nan ran into Yi Yuan first, then he admitted defeat very shamelessly. He looked at Yi Yuan on the stage for a long time and finally said those 3 words. It could be seen that he had also experienced a struggle in his heart. In the end, this massive difficult problem was thrown to him. Then, was he admitting defeat or not? This was a difficult problem. It was also precisely because so that Mo Fei would curse Jiang Nan for being despicable. Mo Fei immediately felt a headache come on. He really wanted to see just what Yi Yuan relied on to kill Xiahou Yun. However, if his outcome was the same as Xiahou Yun, then it would be really fun. The final showdown begins, Yi Yuan versus Mo Fei. Right at this time, the judge's voice sounded out, making Mo Fei's heart tighten. Yi Yuan slowly walked up the stage. Mo Fei's expression changed again and again, but he did not move his feet. Jiang Nan saw him not moving and reminded him nonchalantly, "Hey, your turn." Mo Fei was currently struggling fiercely in his heart, his feet seemed to have taken root. At this time, everyone's gazes were focused on Mo Fei. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Mo Fei moved his feet. It just appeared rather heavy. Arriving on the ring and meeting eyes with Yi Yuan, Mo Fei felt like he was dreaming. Because taking part in the 100 battles arena, he never thought that his last opponent was actually this young man in front of him. He had thought before that his opponent would be Xiahou Yun or Jiang Nan. He even thought of the possibility of facing some very formidable 5th firmament divine lords. But a 3rd firmament divine lord, he would not even think about it. The pressure that this 3rd firmament divine lord in front of him brought to him was too great. Test the sword with his life or not? What's with Mo Fei? He wasn't like this before. Isn't that so? His aura that showed disdain on all under the heavens when on the ring, who can block it? What's going on now? He wouldn't be the same as Jiang Nan, also directly admitting defeat, right? On the grandstands, there were still many people who did not know the truth. Even in the match before this, Mo Fei still had the air of an expert, cold and fierce. But now, his temperament changed drastically, making quite a few people feel extremely puzzled. Yi Yuan looked at Mo Fei and also had a blank expression. Did fighting with him have so much pressure? Can beat, then fight. Can't beat, then admit defeat, what's the big deal? Yi Yuan completely did not know how great the psychological impact of him killing Xiahou Yun with one sword had on these two. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yuan would not kill so viciously either. But he had no grudge nor enmity with Xiahou Yun and the other party actually wanted to kill him in the ring. This was intolerable. Actually, killing Xiahou Yun, it was not easy for Yi Yuan at all too. His ease was only in the eyes of outsiders. Right at this moment, Mo Fei seemingly made a huge resolve. Sucking in a deep breath, he stared intently at Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, I wish to witness that move you killed Xiahou Yun with." Yi Yuan's brows raised up, immediately understanding something, and said with a nod, "Okay." Below the stage, when Jiang Nan heard Mo Fei's words, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile like his wicked scheme succeeded. In the ring, Mo Fei was akin to facing a great adversary, waiting in full battle array. Yi Yuan slowly drew the Junyi sword. The aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming fleeting and ephemeral. Just like last time, Yi Yuan's sword vanished. When Mo Fei and Jiang Nan saw this sword, their expressions immediately changed drastically. Sword Dao law fused with spatial law. Jiang Nan's expression changed greatly as he said, "Supreme laws, wanting to fuse them was as hard as ascending to heaven." At this moment, they finally understood why Xiahou Yun would be killed. This sword move, who could block? A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. Mo Fei opened his mouth and was about to throw in the towel. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Yi Yuan already moved. Mo Fei's words were directly stuck in his throat. Woos. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Chapter 1723 Pavilion Lord appears. Chapter 1723 Pavilion Lord appears. Cries of exclamations came from the grandstands. The two people separated upon contact. When he appeared again, Yi Yuan was already at Mo Fei there. Jiang Nan retreated several steps in a row. It was as if this sword was unleashed against him. So strong. Xiahou Yun died under this sword? Then Mo Fei, Jiang Nan broke out in cold sweat, incomparably rejoicing in his heart that luckily, he did not test the sword himself. Otherwise, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Even though this sword was not directed at Jiang Nan, he felt like it was. If it were him, he would not be much better than Mo Fei. No wonder Xiahou Yun died under Yi Yuan's sword. Yi Yuan put away the Junyi sword, slowly turned around, and said coolly, "Done." Mo Fei seemed to have had a paralyzing hex cast on him. Hearing Yi Yuan's word, Mo Fei's soul finally came back. It was only to see his pupils constricted as if he saw some horrifying thing, gasping heavily for air. The sweat on his body was like he was dragged out of the water. Thank you for showing mercy," Mo Fei panted and said. At this time, Mo Fei seemed to have made a trip to and back from the gates of Hell. He knew that if not for Yi Yuan showing mercy, his outcome would be the same as Xiahou Yun's. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You and I have no grievances, so what would I kill you for?" I lost." Mo Fei directly admitted defeat. Jiang Nan could not help being a little surprised that Mo Fei did not die. He even thought that Mo Fei was already killed. That sword just now was too bizarre. He could not see the reality of it at all. The sword move that merged spatial law and sword Dao law was too horrifying. Someone as strong as Mo Fei is actually without the slightest strength to retaliate in front of him. No wonder Jiang Nan directly admitted defeat. Looks like he knew that he was not Yi Yuan's match. I really didn't expect that the champion of the 100 Battles arena this time is actually a third firmament divine lord. It's still the first time in history, right? I'm really somewhat curious now. Just what color is this Yi Yuan's destiny? On the grandstands, cries of exclamations linked up. Before this 100 Battles arena, no one could have thought that the final winner would actually be a third firmament divine lord. The judge looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and announced, "This season's 100 Battles arena, the winner is Yi Yuan." Now, the final 8 all step up to the ring. The other 6 people were uncertain what it meant but still went up the ring. Suddenly, a centiliter UST of powerful auras emerged from the void, immediately causing a stir. 7 powerful figures stepped out. They were actually all celestial deity realm powerhouses. Even Yi Yuan's countenance changed slightly too. 7 celestial deity powerhouses appearing together, this commotion was truly astonishing. Hi plus ing. More importantly, among these 7 great celestial deities, each person's strength was not inferior to Jiang Jadehall's. Yi Yuan could not see through them at all. One had to know, Jiang Jadehall was a 4th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. This was extreme light imperial city's strength. Similar to an imperial city, a casual grand elder from extreme light imperial city coming out could easily destroy heavenly eagle imperial city. However, this was not over yet. After the 7 people, another figure stepped out of the void. Ever since after those 7 great celestial deity powerhouses retreated behind the old man, they bowed slightly to show respect. On the grandstands, a clever person immediately reacted. That's Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord, Jian Hongxiao. My God. The Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord is mysterious and unfathomable. No one has ever seen his true face before. I didn't expect that this time, he actually appeared. TSK, looks like Extreme Light Imperial City attaches great importance to the 100 Battles arena this time. Really very curious just what kind of destiny that Yi Yuan has. Below was seething with excitement. Even the geniuses on the stage all felt honored seeing Jian Hongxiao's appearance. They came here to compete in martial arts from afar, even risking their lives. Wasn't it for the sake of getting Jian Hongxiao's guidance? This was a god-like figure. The young geniuses that he gave guidance to all became an overlord of a region. The talk of destiny was fleeting and ephemeral. Even though they all used the aura viewing art, different cultivation, different understanding of Tao, the things seen were completely different. Similarly seeing 7 colors, but this aura viewing art was clearly not what 7 colors could summarize. Just like Jian Ping, he could only see a blurry color when he looked at Xiahou Yun. But if it were his master, Zhen Shaoning, looking, he would be able to see the divination contained within the color. If it was Zhen Hongxiao, it would be another scenery. The stronger the strength, the clearer the divination seen. The guidance given would naturally be greatly different. These Grand Elders' strength had long mastered the profound already. But compared to Zhen Hongxiao, it was more than a level inferior. Therefore, each time the 100 Battles Arena was hosted, these geniuses still came without hesitation even though they knew that this trip was dangerous. But Yi Yuan did not have much reaction towards this. Because he knew that his life path, even Zhen Hongxiao could not discern it too. Moreover, he had already seen Zhen Hongxiao. Zhen Hongxiao was also not that mysterious in front of him anymore. The current Zhen Hongxiao looked just like an amiable grandfather and did not have much air. Different from the powerful pressure emitting off the other Grand Elders' bodies, the feeling that he gave people was somewhat vague and mysterious, extremely profound. Perhaps, this was the difference in realm. Zhen Hongxiao's face carried a faint smile as he said, "The 100 Battles Arena this time seems to have produced quite a number of prodigious figures. Not bad, not bad. Among these final 8, there's actually a purple destiny, and 2 blue destiny. Looks like a great era is coming." "What? There's actually a purple destiny? Who is it?" "You fool, who else can the purple destiny be still? Of course it's that Yi Yuan. Goodness gracious, truly remarkable. Purple destiny, if lucky, that's an existence who can achieve the celestial deity realm." Zhen Hongxiao's words immediately caused an uproar. With him speaking, naturally no one would doubt it. Zhen Hongxiao smiled slightly and said, "The few of you, don't employ the aura viewing art, your eyes will go blind." These words were clearly said to the 7 great celestial deity powerhouses behind him. Hearing Zhen Hongxiao's words, everyone naturally became curious and wanted to use the aura viewing art, but was immediately frightened by Zhen Hongxiao's words. Below, everyone was extremely puzzled. Using the aura viewing art could blind the eyes. This was simply unheard of. Zhen Hongxiao smiled and said, "Everyone must be very curious why this old man will show up this time." Hearing this, everyone all nodded their heads. Indeed, normally after the 100 Battles Arena ended, it was all the Grand Elders coming out to summarize it. Zhen Hongxiao would never show up. But this time, he made an exception. Zhen Hongxiao continued and said, "This old man showing up this time is to announce 2 things. Everyone must think that Yi Yuan has purple destiny. Actually, it isn't him. The one who has the purple destiny is that young man called Ning Qianping. As for the 2 blue destinies, it's Jiang Nan and Mo Fei." Chapter 1724 Borrowing Power. Chapter 1724 Borrowing Power. What? That 5th firmament divine lord? Purple destiny? What a joke. His destiny is actually even higher than Jiang Nan's and Mo Fei's. Oh please, do you think that the Pavilion Lord will crack this sort of joke with you? Everyone was stunned. No one could have thought that Ning Qianping was actually the person with the most exuberant destiny among these people. Whether or not one's destiny was exuberant, strength occupied a very large proportion. Under normal circum stances, the stronger one's strength among peers, the more exuberant the destiny. But this was not absolute. Everyone knew this. It was just that Ning Qianping was seriously too ordinary. Even though his strength was also pretty good, compared to Jiang Nan and Mo Fei, it was far too lacking. So everyone was not willing to believe no matter what that he was the person with the strongest destiny among these 8 people. Jiang Nan and Mo Fei also looked at Ning Qianping in surprise, their eyes carrying a hint of unwillingness. "Emmy, purple destiny?" Ning Qianping pointed at himself with a look of disbelief. 7 years ago, Zhen Zhentao had once viewed his aura before. At that time, he was still just blue destiny. Who knew that 7 years par said, he actually already evolved into purple destiny. Staying in extreme light Imperial City for so many years, Ning Qianping more or less had some understanding of destiny too. He reckoned that before he followed his excellency, his destiny was at most just yellow destiny. These several hundred years went by, he actually already transformed into purple destiny. Purple destiny, which was also called purple extreme aura, was the most thriving existence among normal people's destiny. People who possessed purple extreme aura had a very high possibility of reaching the true God realm. At an imperial city this level, this was extremely rare. Because of the inheritances of imperial cities, the vast majority were all celestial deity legacies. Rarely did true God legacies exist. Even if there were, wanting to truly reach the true God realm was also as hard as ascending to heaven. Hence, everyone's shock could be imagined. The 100 Battles Arena had been hosted for at least several hundred seasons already. But up till now, purple extreme aura genius martial artists that appeared could be counted on one hand. It could be seen from this how rare purple extreme aura was. But he actually possessed purple extreme aura now. This was all His Excellency's credit. Several hundred years' time, from the most ordinary yellow destiny, transforming into the seldom seen purple extreme aura, this was absolutely a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Who, little fellow, could it be that you don't believe this old man's words? Jian Hongxiao said with an amiable smile. No, how can this kid dare to doubt Pavilion Lord's words? This kid just feels a little like I can't believe it. After all, this kid only originated from the most remote and low-order imperial city. Purple extreme aura, that's what I didn't even dare to think about in the past. Ning Qianping said somewhat incoherently. However, these words were akin to a bolt out of the blue in other people's ears. What? His background is actually a low-order imperial city. Are you kidding? A low-order imperial city can actually produce a purple extreme aura? This guy is bent on coming to beat people down, right? If King only want to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into right now. These geniuses were virtually about to break down when they heard Ning Qianping's words. In low-order imperial cities, celestial deity realms were merely 3 or 5. Their legacies were also pitifully weak, resources were also very scarce. How could this kind of place possibly produce a purple extreme aura? Picked up a true God legacy? If this kind of thing was so easy, there would not be so many people with no accomplishment to their name. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, a person's destiny is not static. For you to be able to have your present destiny, it's naturally being tainted by the aura of your benefactor. As the saying goes, when one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. It's this logic. Ning Qianping's heart became clear. He naturally knew who his benefactor was. Looking over toward Yi Yuan with a grateful look, he said, Your Excellency, did you heard that? I'm actually purple extreme aura now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not bad. Your efforts over these few years finally paid off. Regardless of whether the other final 6 on the stage or the audience on the grandstand, they did not know much about Yi Yuan and Ning Qianping's relations. Hi+P hearing Ning Qianping called Yi Yuan Your Excellency at this time, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. Only then did they abruptly startle awake. There was still Yi Yuan. A purple aura, 2 blue auras, then what was Yi Yuan? Previously, everyone was still wondering why Yi Yuan who got the first place was not as high as Jiang Nan, or even Ning Qianping. It was also not weird that they thought so. After all, imperial aura this kind of existence had never appeared in history before. As for the emperor surmounting aura, that went even more without saying. They did not even dare to think about it. And now, this purple extreme aura actually called Yi Yuan Your Excellency, then that meant that he was just a follower of Yi Yuan. In addition to what Pavilion Lord said just now, Ning Qianping was tainted by the aura of a benefactor. Then how horrifying was Yi Yuan's destiny? Jian Hongxiao did not let them wonder for too long. He smiled and said, Everyone guessed correctly. The first thing that this old man is going to announce is that the first imperial aura finally appeared at the 100 Battles Arena. He is Yi Yuan. Furthermore, His destiny is extremely flourous. Hi plus ing, a pinnacle existence. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The grandstand immediately burst into an uproar. Imperial aura. It's actually the legendary Imperial aura. No wonder. No wonder he can overpower Jiang Nan. My God, really can see everything if you live long. This old man actually saw an Imperial aura in this lifetime. *CK me. I really want to be friends with me. No, wait. Being a follower works. Let me be tainted with his immortal chi too. Lord Yi Yuan, are you lacking a bed-warming maid or not? I'm willing. Ha ha ha. Jian Hongxiao did not say Emperor surmounting aura because that was too astonishing. Hi plus ing. But Imperial aura was already sufficiently astounding. On the grandstands, no one was envious of Yi Yuan's Imperial aura at all. They were all envious of Ning Qianping, Holy Shi plus T, a puny little genius from a low-order imperial city made a meteoric rise after following Yi Yuan, Rus. Hi plusing to purple extreme aura all at once. Could this kind of destiny be a little more heaven-defying? Seeing Ning Qianping, they all understood a logic. Following Yi Yuan, one would have meat to eat. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Hongxiao with a helpless look, but Jian Hongxiao also cast a slightly apologetic gaze. Yi Yuan naturally understood that Jian Hongxiao was borrowing his destiny to promote Extreme Light Imperial City's name. The 100 Battles Arena producing an Imperial aura, once this news spread out, it would immediately cause a sensation. This was naturally a good thing to Extreme Light Imperial City. According to Yi Yuan's idea, it was naturally the more low profile, the better. But that person was Jian Hongxiao, so what could he do? Want to borrow power and influence? Borrow it then. You're awesome. You have the final say. Who asked us to have to ask you for help? Jian Hongxiao did a hand gesture, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Only after seeing everyone quieten down did Jian Hongxiao slowly say, such a joyous occasion is naturally worth this old man taking a trip out. This second matter, it is that the next season's 100 Battles Arena will be postponed till after 1,000 years. Chapter 17:25 A myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Chapter 17:25 A myriad of stars surrounding the moon. What? 1,000 years later? What's going on? Then, wouldn't I have no chance anymore? I was still waiting to come and take part the next time. 1,000 years later. I'll exceed the age requirement. Jian Hongxiao's words dropped another heavyweight bombsh. Wails immediately filled the air. A single period of 300 years, some geniuses had not grown strong enough yet. There was still a chance in the future. But 1,000 years later, the vast majority of these geniuses would all be over the age limit. At that time, they completely would not have a chance anymore. Presently, Extreme Light Imperial City's signboard was extremely resounding. These geniuses getting Extreme Light Imperial City's Grand Elders recognitions would be equivalent to plating on a layer of gold. Their statuses would be completely different. It was also precisely because of so that Extreme Light Imperial City would be famous far and near. 1,000 years was too long. Many geniuses could not wait. But in Jian Hongxiao's view, 10,000 people added up was also not as important as Yi Yuan. To be able to make a young man who possessed the Emperor surmounting aura owe him a favor was more worthwhile than 1,000, 10,000 purple extreme auras added up. Having an Emperor surmounting aura, that was an existence who could become a heavenly emperor, 10,000 true gods added up was also not as important as a future heavenly emperor's favor, wasn't that so? For this, so what if he suffered heavenly Tao's backlash? Alright, all disperse then. The 8 of you, come to my Profound Secrets Pavilion tomorrow for face-to-face instructions on how to proceed. Jian Hongxiao waved his hand and disappeared. The 100 Battles Arena was also considered to have successfully concluded now. But on the grandstands, 2 sinister and ruthless gazes looked over toward Yi Yuan. One was Jian Ping, while the other was a girl. The girl looked at Yi Yuan with a hateful expression on her face as she gritted her teeth and said, "Big brother Yun, this enmity, I'll definitely help you avenge it." Finished talking, she left the martial arts field along with the crowd. Jian Ping's gaze looked at the Jiang Mengqing in the crowd, A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Yi Yuan, I can't do anything to you in extreme light Imperial City. But, you killed Xiahou Yun, so just wait for the endless pursuit. Jiang Mengqing was Xiahou Yun's junior sister, and also his lover. The reason why he promised Jian Ping to kill Yi Yuan was that he wanted to ask Jian Ping for help, hoping to invite Jian Shaoning to view Jiang Mengqing's aura. Originally, Xiahou Yun thought that killing Yi Yuan was merely a very simple task. Who knew that he actually lost his life because of this? Below, the final 8 all came up to congratulate Yi Yuan. Presently, Yi Yuan was already totally different in everyone's eyes. These geniuses were all extremely arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Normally, they looked down on everyone. But a genius in possession of the imperial aura was destined to be someone of a different world from them. Even if they were losers, it was also a cinch for imperial aura geniuses to break through to the true God realm. While their final objective was also merely peak celestial deity realm. Hence, for Yi Yuan to get first place, they had nothing to be unconvinced of. Moreover, becoming friends with Yi Yuan might be able to get tainted with some of his immortal qi, letting their destiny grow stronger and break through to purple extreme aura. Who knew? After all, Ning Tianping was a living example. Being jealous of people's destiny did not have any benefits at all. On the contrary, becoming good friends with him could make up for a bit of destiny. How to choose? The geniuses present were all not fools and naturally understood in their hearts. Turns out that Brother Yi actually possesses the imperial aura. No wonder you had such terrifying strength at a young age, Mo Fei admires. Mo Fei said from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yuan showed leniency. Mo Fei was also endlessly grateful. Under that sort of circum stance, Yi Yuan could completely deal a killing blow. One had to know, not killing people until that kind of situation was even harder than to actually kill people. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you and I have no grievances nor enmity, so what would I kill you for? It's just competing in martial arts, deciding relative superiority and inferiority will do. Xiahou Yun was different from you all. He was hired by someone and wanted to kill me in the ring. If he wants to kill me, he naturally has to be prepared to be killed by me. The moment everyone heard, they suddenly saw the light. No wonder Yi Yuan acted so ruthlessly. It turned out that it was actually Xiahou Yun who wanted to kill him. Xiahou Yun's destiny should also be blue color barring no accidents. It was just too bad that he provoked someone he should not have provoked, to actually want to kill an imperial aura existence. What was this if not courting death? It was just that prior to this, none of them could have imagined that the 100 Battles arena this time actually had a genius who possessed imperial aura emerge. Jiang Nan suddenly said, if this is the case, then Brother Yi has to be more careful. Xiahou Yun's father, Xiahou Wenjian, values Xiahou Yun greatly. If he knows that Xiahou Yun died at Brother Yi's hands, he likely won't drop the matter. Yi Yuan's heart turned cold and he said with clasped hands, many thanks for Brother Jiang Nan's reminder. This Yi got it. Jiang Nan smiled and said, this Jiang originates from Zillion Imperial City. If Brother Yi has free time in the future, you can come to my Zillion Imperial City to be a guest. This Jiang will definitely treat you as a guest of honor. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, definitely, definitely. For some time, everyone surrounded Yi Yuan, all showing great hospitality. Even the Ning Tianping by the side had no one dare to neglect him too. After all, a purple extreme aura powerhouse, his future accomplishments were hard to say. Ning Tianping never thought that he would one day be flattered and ingratiated upon by so many geniuses, had felt like he was treading on air. The next day, Yi Yuan came to the Profound Secrets Pavilion once more and entered Jian Hongxiao's shabby room. When Jian Hongxiao saw Yi Yuan, he laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, indeed worthy of having the Empress mounting aura. Little friend's performance far exceeded this old man's imagination. TSK, sword Dao law integrated with spatial law, that sword move was truly amazing. Furthermore, you even dual cultivate laws and body, truly broadening this old man's horizons. Very clearly, he had always been paying attention to Yi Yuan's battle. His surprise at Yi Yuan was not the least bit less than the others. Yi Yuan's realm was not considered the best among young martial artists. But considering dual cultivating laws and body, sword Dao law fused with spatial law, these few things combined together, that would be impressive. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan merely encountered some fortuitous encounters. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, To our Jian family, everything and anything is closely related to your destiny. Lucky chances are naturally a part of destiny too. Little friend Yi Yuan, this old man borrowed your power and influence this time without your consent. I hope that you don't take offense. Compared to the last time, Jian Hongxiao's attitude was clearly lowered significantly. This kind of transformation was naturally related to Yi Yuan's performance on the 100 Battles arena. Actually, he did not judge that Yi Yuan possessed the Emperor-surmounting aura using the aura viewing art. He simply guessed it. Although his strength was strong, he also did not dare to randomly use the aura viewing art to look at Yi Yuan. If he was backlashed by heavenly Dao, his old bones would be considered a goner. Making Yi Yuan go take part in the 100 Battles arena, on one hand, it was naturally because it was inconvenient for him to take action many times. While on the other hand, there was also the intention of observing Yi Yuan from the sidelines. Clearly, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was much greater than he expected. And this also strengthened his judgment even more that Yi Yuan possessed the Emperor-surmounting aura. So seeing Yi Yuan again, Jian Hongxiao apologized first. Chapter 1726 Epiphany. Chapter 1726 Epiphany. As I said before, as long as Senior can help me find my loved ones, I'm willing to pay any price. What does this small matter count for? Yi Yuan said coolly. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, Little friend is really someone who values relations. HI plus PS. Since that's the case, then let's start. But, this old man doesn't have full assurance either. I can only say I'll try my best. Yi Yuan's expression turned somber and he suddenly became a little nervous as he said, Senior, just do your best, and that will do. Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful. Yi Yuan knew that regardless of success or failure, Jian Hongxiao would definitely suffer heavenly Dao's backlash. Just this alone, he owed Jian Hongxiao a ma's civ favor. Jian Hongxiao nodded his head and said, Come with me. Finished talking, Jian Hongxiao went with his hands behind his back, turning around and entering the inner room. Yi Yuan hurriedly got up and also followed in. Upon entering the door, Yi Yuan seemed to have arrived at a mysterious world again. Inside here, gave him a feeling of stirring up the soul. In the center was a ma's civ Taiji diagram, yin and yang blended together on the Taiji diagram. All around, Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li, Zhen, Zun, Zhen, Dui, the 8 positions were clearly marked. The Taiji diagram revolved on its own, giving birth to rays of soft light, filling the entire SPACE. It was as if this SPACE was derived from the diagram. Regarding the Taiji diagram, Yi Yuan was not foreign to it. Back then, when he was still in the Immortal Grove world, he had once refined a pill with great Dao. It condensed a Taiji diagram at that time. This Taiji diagram was extremely profound. The feeling that it gave Yi Yuan was as if it was chaos. His own great Dao pill refinement condensing a Taiji diagram, this derivation of heaven's secrets similarly used the Taiji diagram. Could it be that there was some connection between the two? For a moment, Yi Yuan's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts and ideas, and started thinking about the origin of great Dao. Very clearly, there was a hint of vague connection between the Taiji diagram and heavenly Dao. Very soon, Yi Yuan entered a mysterious kind of state. Little friend, what are you standing outside the Taiji 8 diagrams, ruminating quiet? Jian Hongxiao's words were said halfway when he discovered that Yi Yuan walked toward the Taiji 8 diagrams. He could not help getting a big shock. He wanted to pull him, but it was already too late. Can't enter. Jian Hongxiao's words were said halfway when his eyes suddenly opened wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. This Taiji 8 diagrams was set up in his heyday. It contained his lifetime's understanding of heavenly Dao. Even if celestial deity realm martial artists entered inside, they would also be seriously injured and vomit blood from being unable to withstand great Dao's pressure. However, Yi Yuan actually leaped in just like that and entered effortlessly. Yi Yuan stood in the center of the Taiji diagram, both eyes tightly shut. It was as if he was oblivious to outside things. Jian Hongxiao's gaze revealed a look of shock as he said, "This kid had an epiphany. His understanding of heavenly Tao actually already reached such a degree?" Jian Hongxiao was incomparably shocked in his heart. One had to know, he studied for 1,000,000 years before he had his present accomplishments. How old was Yi Yuan? Suddenly, Yi Yuan started moving. It was only to see Yi Yuan hold a ball with body hands, the shape of the Taiji image condensed and formed in front of him. Then, Yi Yuan's two arms started to wave rhythmically. That Taiji picture also started to slowly turn. This tempo was akin to the scene of his great Tao pill refinement back then. Jian Hongxiao's entire body trembled and he cried out, "Great Tao pill refinement. His deducing alchemy Tao. This kid, his alchemy Tao actually already reached such a boundary, truly inconceivable." For Jian Hongxiao to be able to derive such a profound Taiji 8 diagrams, his horizons were far from what the average celestial deity realm could compare to. Yi Yuan Taiji image had the ingenuity of achieving the same goal via different means with his Taiji picture but was also greatly different. What Yi Yuan walked was the alchemy path, while what he walked was the profound path. The two were poles apart but also arrived at the same goal through different means. The moment Yi Yuan saw the Taiji picture, it immediately made his alchemy Tao produce a resonance, letting him enter the state of sudden epiphany. Back then, Yi Yuan performed great Tao pill refinement in the immortal Grove world. But that did not mean that he could still refine pills with great Tao when he reached the Heavenspan world. There was a huge difference between the immortal Grove world and Heavenspan world. After Yi Yuan reached the Heavenspan world, even though his alchemy Tao strength advanced by leaps and bounds, he was also still unable to reach the level of great Tao pill refinement. Presently, after seeing this Taiji picture, he finally reached it. Jian Hongxiao was incomparably shocked in his heart. He knew that alchemists that could refine pills with great Tao in the Heavenspan world could be counted on one hand. Those people were all existences whose fame shook the Heavenspan world. Even transcendent heavenly emperors had to be polite and courteous in front of them too. Of course, all of those people were old monsters who had lived for no idea how many years. Yi Yuan, this young man who was less than 1,000 years, actually already reached such a level. How could he not be shocked? After the shock, Jian Hongxiao was wildly elated in his heart. Under Yi Yuan's deduction, that Taiji picture started to gradually become solid from the initial illusoriness, and also became more and more profound. No idea how long had Pares said either. Yi Yuan's two arms pulled back, the Taiji image dissipated into nothing. He slowly opened both eyes, his face revealing a delighted smile. After Tao realm, his alchemy Tao had been unable to make breakthroughs. Now, he finally got his wish. He looked at Jian Hongxiao and said slightly apologetically, "Senior, really sorry about it. This junior barged inside involuntarily when I saw this Taiji picture." Jian Hongxiao waved his hand and said with a big laugh, "This old man finally knows what kind of heaven-defying existence Emperor surmounting aura is. Ha ha ha. Little friend, you really broadened this old man's horizons. Great Tao pill refinement. This old man lived to this ripe old age, but it's still my first time seeing it. Truly impressive." Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the Taiji diagram and said with a smile, "Alchemy Tao is too fleeting and ephemeral. This junior has been wanting to find a breakthrough these few years, but I didn't expect to break through here. Speaking of which, this junior owes you another big favor." Jian Hongxiao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "This old man doesn't dislike your favors, the more the merrier, ha ha ha. All right, enough nonsense, let's get started. You go sit on that mat and write their names on the papers on the desk. This old man will infer for you." Beside the Taiji diagram, a mat and a desk were placed there. On the desk, there was a cinnabar pen and several pieces of paper placed. Yi Yuan walked over and wrote several names on the paper. Yu Mengli, White Light, Lu and Fiery. Jian Hongxiao slowly walked into the Taiji diagram, sat down cross-legged in the center, and opened his mouth to say, "In a while, this old man will divine them one by one. Whoever's name lights up, you silently read their name, understood?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, appearing slightly nervous as he said, "Understood." Experiencing many grand spectacles, Yi Yuan had always kept a straight face and a steady heartbeat. But now, he was very nervous. He was very worried. If by chance someone among the four of them suffered an accident, how should he face it? Yi Yuan could kill all the powerful enemies in the world and could be crushed into dust. Only toward the people around him that it was hard for him to let it go. Jian Hongxiao seemed to have seen through his nervousness and said with a smile, "It's a blessing if not a calamity. If it's a calamity, it can't be avoided. Your destiny is overwhelming, so the people around you will naturally also have fortune shi plus ne on them. Them leaving you might not be a bad thing." Chapter 1727 Complicated and Confusing Destiny. Chapter 1727 Complicated and Confusing Destiny. In front of Yi Yuan, one name after another gradually lit up. The Taiji diagram glimmered and faded indeterminately, yin-yang coexisting, revealing waves of the aura of Great Tao. Yu Mengli's name actually emerged from the paper, and then was brought into the vortex by the Taiji diagram's stream of light. In the end, Yu Mengli's name broke down, turning into motes of starlight, merging into the stream of light. Pewalk. Suddenly, Jian Hongxiao tasted sweetness in his throat and spewed out a mouthful of blood mist, his entire person's aura instantly withering considerably. "Senior." Yi Yuan turned pale with fright and shouted. Jian Hongxiao waved his hand and said, "I'm fine, continue," only to see him forcefully urge the profound spirit chaos formula, making the Taiji diagram revolve once again. Yi Yuan's expression flickered several times. Taking a deep breath, he continued to silently read the few names. Following that, the other few people's names were also the same, finally merging into the Taiji diagram. During which, Jian Hongxiao vomited several large mouthfuls of blood in a row, seemingly aging many years all of a sudden. Yi Yuan could naturally tell that Jian Hongxiao suffered Heavenly Dao's backlash. His longevity was bound to be greatly damaged. He secretly resolved his heart that when his strength was attained in the future, he would definitely help Jian Hongxiao return to his prime. The light dissipated, Jian Hongxiao's divination finally ended. Yi Yuan hurriedly went over to help him up and said with concern, "Senior, are you all right?" Jian Hongxiao forcefully plucked his spirits up and said with a smile, "I'm fine, I won't die." Just divining a few names actually made this old man lose several tens of thousands of years of longevity. Heh, if I divined your fate, this old man will probably immediately vomit blood and die. Emperor surmounting aura is truly terrifying. Jian Hongxiao's profound Tao attainments were exceedingly formidable. He had always been extremely confident in his own profound Tao strength too. But did not expect that this time, it was just divining the whereabouts of a few people around Yi Yuan and he suffered such backlash. The deduction this time, he even deliberately isolated Yi Yuan's aura and attempted to divine from other aspects, but the result was still so tragic. Jian Hongxiao could not imagine what the consequences would be if he directly divined Yi Yuan's fate. Emperor surmounting aura, what they shouldered was heaven-shocking destiny. He could not withstand it. Yi Yuan helped Jian Hongxiao onto the futon to sit down. Jian Hongxiao sized Yi Yuan up and suddenly said, "This old man is really curious just what little friend's fate will be like. It's just too bad that my strength is insufficient. Most likely, the one who can divine your fate is only the progenitor himself." To the Jian family's members, seeing someone with heaven-defying destiny was like Yi Yuan discovering a new kind of medicinal pill. That sort of curiosity was simply hard to suppress. Otherwise, Jian Ping also would not go and look at Yi Yuan's destiny because of a momentary curiosity back then. It was a pity that Yi Yuan's destiny was too strong, even Jian Hongxiao could not divine it too. Regarding Yi Yuan's divinations, one must approach the subject in a roundabout manner. And this kind of difficulty, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Only Jian Hongxiao, this kind of powerhouse, had such strength. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hope that one day, I can witness Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' divination art." Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "Your words might really come true one day. This old man divined just now, your destiny is absolutely not simple. Even among Emperor surmounting auras, it's also an extremely high-level existence. Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked somewhat nervously, "Senior, wonder if there was any result?" Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said helplessly, "Have, but also not considered have. This old man already exhausted all my means, but I can only sense a little bit vaguely." Yi Yuan's heart turned slightly cold and he said, "Senior, please say." Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "You don't have to be so nervous either. Looking at it now, the four of them are at least all still alive." One sentence made a boulder in Yi Yuan's heart landed on the ground. As long as the people were okay, everything was fine. What he was most worried about was the worst situation happening. Yi Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Senior, please clarify." Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, "Just looking at what the divination shows, this girl called Yu Mengli is similarly SHI plus elded by heaven's secrets. This old man can't see through." Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly and he asked, "What does this mean, Senior?" Jian Hongxiao said, "This old man judged that there might be several situations. The first one, that girlie obtained some kind of lucky chance, changing her fate heaven-defyingly, and her destiny is no longer what it was before. So heaven's secrets are SHI plus elded. As for the second one, it's that someone deliberately concealed the aura on her body, making you unable to start finding. Of course, it's also possible that she's trapped inside some mystic realm and that mystic realm can conceal heaven's secrets." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. If it was the first situation, it was still fine. But if it was the second and third kind of situation, that would be hard to say. Heaven's secrets were SHI plus elded, even Jian Hongxiao could not do anything to. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to find, he would not know where to start as well. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt his head swell up. The current situation completely surpassed his expectations. In the past, he always had a plan ready to deal with situations. But this time, he really somewhat panicked. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Jian Hongxiao continued, "Even though I'm unable to detect her situation, when I was deducing earlier, this old man faintly senses that your fate has yet to end, and will come a time when you meet again." Hearing this, Yi Yuan finally heaved a sigh in relief and said, "Senior, then the rest." Jian Hongxiao said, "That primordial spirit, this old man deduced that he should be in a land of fire spirits currently. Presumably, it should be beneficial to him. Also, that girlie called Luer should be fine as well. Rather, this white light, this old man sensed a hint of ill omen, his current situation likely isn't good." Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said, "What's wrong with white light?" Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, "Don't know, this is already this old man's limits. This old man can't divine an additional trace of information too. However, this old man can deduce that he should currently be in the demon divine region." Yi Yuan's face turned slightly grim and he said, "Looks like I have to make a trip to the demon divine region. Senior, can you be a little more precise?" Jian Hongxiao smiled bitterly and said, "This old man knows that the demon divine region is extremely big, but this is already this old man's limits." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, "I got it." Finished talking, Yi Yuan slowly got up, bowed toward Jian Hongxiao, and said, "Senior's grace, Yi Yuan engraves it in my heart. In the future, I'll definitely repay immensely." Jian Hongxiao waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, "Looks like this old man overestimated my own strength. The things deduced currently are far fewer than what this old man expected previously. It's good that you don't mind." Yi Yuan said, "How can this junior dare? Senior's divination is already of tremendous help to junior. At least, junior has a direction now. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knows that senior's losses likely can't be made up for within 1,000 years. The next 100 battles arena will likely have to be postponed again." Jian Hongxiao's losses were clearly even greater than expected. He was currently very weak. It was likely hard to recover in 1,000 years. Looking at this, in order to help him this time, Jian Hongxiao expended a tremendous price. Chapter 1728 Intercepting. Chapter 1728 Intercepting. After Yi Yuan left, a middle-aged man walked into Jian Hongxiao's shabby room. Seeing Jian Hongxiao's appearance, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He hurriedly went up to support. If Yi Yuan was here, he would recognize that this middle-aged man was one of the 7 great celestial deity powerhouses who appeared that day. He was called Jian Chen, Jian Hongxiao's most trusted apprentice. "Master, are you okay?" Jian Chen asked concernedly. Jian Hongxiao waved his hand and said, "This old bunch of bones won't die for the time being. But I didn't think that the heavenly Tao's backlash this time was actually so powerful." Jian Chen said with a resentful look, "Master, is doing so worth it?" Jian Hongxiao gave him a glance and said with a smile, "After Master came to be enlightened, I've long already severed the thought and planned to die old here." Who knew that before the 100 battles arena this time, this old man did a divination, and the matter actually had a turnaround. Jian Chen's expression changed and he said, "Could it be that this turnaround lies on that kid?" Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "Although this old man can't calculate Yi Yuan's numerology, I can divine my own fate. The divination shows that Master's affair has a turning point, but when Master wanted to continue divining in depth, my own numerology was actually covered up by heavenly Tao. Connecting these two matters, isn't it confirmed with Yi Yuan?" Jian Chen had a look of astonishment and said with a disbelieving look, "Master, that kid is merely at the initial stage divine lord realm. How many years and months do you have to wait for him? Moreover, your vitality is badly damaged right now, longevity taking a big dip. Can you wait until that day?" One had to know, Jian Hongxiao already suffered heavenly Tao's backlash before this. He already suffered a huge loss in longevity to begin with, his realm falling drastically. This time, for Yi Yuan's sake, he suffered serious injuries again, his vitality greatly damaged, lifespan decreasing again. At this time, Jian Chen was worried that his master could not persevere until that day. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "Hehe, you and I are both the progenitor's successors, so how can we doubt our own fate? Man proposes, God disposes. I can only do my best, the rest will be left to heaven." Jian Chen fell silent, having nothing to refute regarding his master's words. As a member of the Jian family, he should act in harmony with heaven. Since he saw a turning point, then he should go all out to do it. Seemed like his master's cultivation base was indeed far deeper than his. Jian Chen was silent for a moment and said, "Master, this disciple already got some news. Ningbei Imperial City's Xiaohe Wenjian already brought along 3 great celestial deity powerhouses and is already on the way to Extreme Light Imperial City. Ningbei Imperial City is a high-order imperial city, their strength isn't weak. What should we do?" Jian Hongxiao did not reveal a look of surprise and said coolly, "You make a trip. A measly Ningbei Imperial City, if offended, then offended, there's nothing serious." Jian Hongxiao said it very casually, not placing Ningbei Imperial City in his sights at all. Yi Yuan bade farewell to Jian Zhentao and brought Ning Qianping out of Extreme Light Imperial City, speeding like the wind toward the Demon Divine region. The Demon Divine region was in the land of Extreme West. Pares said through the Demon Divine mountain range, and it was the gathering place of the demon race. The territory there was called Demon Divine region. The Demon Divine region was a chaotic place where the strong reigned supreme and the weak were prey for the strong. Maybe White Light wanted to train himself. That was why he would go to the Demon Divine region. But he did not expect that he actually let himself fall into danger. Yi Yuan silently prayed in his heart, hoping that nothing happened to White Light. Through so many years, he and White Light were as close as brothers. In terms of feelings, it was no worse than with Yu Mengli. "Your Excellency, rest assured. Brother White is blessed and will definitely be fine." Ning Qianping comforted him by the side. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in a solemn voice, "This departure, just the journey on the road alone will take as long as several decades. With White Light's strength back then, he'd likely have to fly for at least 300 years before he could reach the Demon Divine region and couldn't make it back to Heavenly Eagle in time at all. This punk didn't take the 500-year agreement to heart at all, infuriating me to death." Ning Qianping smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency, this really can't blame Brother White. You aren't aware of just how great the pressure of being by your side is. Just take me for example. Back then, I broke through to become a 3rd firmament divine lord in one stroke, strength far surpa. S. Sing yours. But just how many years had Pares said, You can annihilate me in one move now. Even though I believe that your excellency definitely won't fall behind others, I also didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. In the past, Ning Qianping still somewhat did not understand white light their thoughts. But now, he completely understood. His excellency was simply a freak. Come one day, when you could really only follow behind him to make tea and pour water, that would really be called a blow. Even though Yi Yuan did not have this intention at all. Bang! All of a sudden, the purple extreme hall trembled violently. Yi Yuan's and Ning Qianping's chests seemed to have been struck by a heavy object, directly spewing out a large mouthful of blood. Little bastard, hurry up and come out to die. Otherwise, this seat will shake you to death today. A powerful voice transmitted in from outside. Yi Yuan and Ning Qianping, two people, exchanged a glance, both incomparably shocked as they said, Celestial Deity Realm Powerhouse. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Celestial Deity Realm Powerhouse. Yi Yuan put away the purple extreme hall and revealed his figure. Outside, 4 figures blocked the way. Uncle Xiahou, it's him. It was him that killed Big Brother Yun. Uncle Xiahou, Big Brother Yun, he died so miserably. You have to avenge him. The one who spoke was precisely Jiang Mengqing. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately understood who this Celestial Deity Realm Powerhouse in front of him was. Xiahou Wenjian looked at Yi Yuan coldly, as if looking at a dead person. Little bastard, competing in martial arts in the ring, you actually dared to kill my son. Today, this seat is going to extract your soul and refine it for 10,000 years in front of Yunna's tombstone. Xiahou Wenjian said angrily. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, competing in the ring, life and death are up to fate. Moreover, Xiahou Yun was instigated by people and wanted to harm me, so he deserved to die. Shut up. Xiahou Wenjian roared furiously, his voice carrying boundless world power. Pewalk. Pewalk. Yi Yuan and Ning Qianping were akin to being struck by lightning, fresh blood spurting wildly. Just a voice made the two without the slightest strength to fight back. Too strong. This Xiahou Wenjian was at least a middle-stage Celestial Deity Realm Powerhouse. This kind of powerhouse, their strength was already unimaginable. Xiahou Wenjian said with a cold smile, Little bastard, how can your cheap life be mentioned in the same breath with my son's? If he wanted to kill you, you should have stretched your neck out to be executed. In Xiahou Wenjian's eyes, his son's life was even greater than heaven. Xiahou Yun's talent was exceedingly high, sufficient to inherit his position. Letting Xiahou Yun went out this time was to get the approval of Extreme Light Imperial City. Who knew that he would be gone forever? Jiang Mengqing also had a baleful look as she said, Too little bastards. How can your lives compare to Big Brother Yun's? Today, I'm going to take revenge for Big Brother Yun. Done talking, Jiang Mengqing raised her long sword and charged over toward Yi Yuan. How could Yi Yuan do as she wished? He was just about to fight back when suddenly, an incomparably powerful burst of world power descended, suppressing him until he was completely immobile. Yi Yuan's face changed, golden light radiating brightly on his body, blue patterns revolving to the extreme. Clank! Jiang Mengqing's sword seemingly stabbed onto refined iron, shocking her arm until it turned numb. Brother Xiahou, Yi Yuan is my Extreme Light Imperial City's distinguished guest. Please lift your hand high in mercy and let him go. At this time, a figure slowly appeared and said these words to Xiahou Wenjian. Chapter 1729 Palm that flew over. Chapter 1729 Palm that flew over. Jian Chen made haste and finally caught up. While at this time, Jiang Mengqing was sent flying away by Yi Yuan. Only after a great flurry did she barely manage to stabilize her figure. She looked at Yi Yuan, astonishment on her face. She did not expect that even though the other party's entire person was being restrained and he actually still had the strength to resist. Jian Chen's world power spread out, finally releasing Yi Yuan. Xiahou Wenjian's face fell and he looked at Jian Chen and said, Master Jian Chen, this seat deliberately waited for this kid to leave the boundary of Extreme Light Imperial City before taking action. This seat has been sincere enough toward your Extreme Light Imperial City. Jian Chen clasped his hands and said, Brother Xiahou's sincerity, Jian Chen can naturally see it. But Yi Yuan and my master are already friends despite the difference in age. Brother Xiahou, please give Jian Chen's face and let him leave, how about that? Xiahou Wenjian's expression was very ugly. Jian Chen was one of the Profound Secrets Pavilion's 7 great grand elders, holding great power and authority, very respected. In a normal situation, he would definitely give the other party face. But now, the son that he valued the most died. Now that the enemy was in front, could it be that he had to give up on taking revenge? No, he was unreconciled to it. Master Jian Chen, other things, this seat can compromise with you. But this matter, pardon me for not being able to comply with your wishes. This guy killed my Yuna. Not avenging this enmity, Yuna he will find it hard to close his eyes in death. Xiahou Wenjian glared at Yi Yuan and said. Jian Chen's expression was very ugly. This fellow was simply making trouble willfully. His extreme light imperial city had already hosted the 100 battles arena for several hundred sessions. Each session had quite a few geniuses that perished. If everyone came to find trouble like this, where would his extreme light imperial city's face be put? Jian Chen's face fell and he said, Brother Xiahou is being somewhat unreasonable and provocative saying these words. Getting on the 100 battles arena, life and death are your own responsibility. This is my extreme light imperial city's rules. Brother Xiahou doing this right now, is it to provoke my extreme light imperial city? Sure enough, Jian Chen's words made Xiahou Wenjian's face change. Extreme light imperial city's influence was too great. Not that their strength was very formidable, but that their protégés spanned all over the world. Currently, the various major imperial cities' sovereigns had mostly been guided by Extreme Light Imperial City before. With Extreme Light Imperial City issuing a call for action, even if only 20% of the imperial cities answered, it was also not what 1 or 2 imperial cities could hold off. This was Extreme Light Imperial City's terrifying aspect. Jian Chen looked over in Yi Yuan's direction. It was only to see that he was covered in blood. Clearly, he already sustained extremely severe injuries. This unwittingly made his heart rage with fury. Master expended such great effort to perform divination for Yi Yuan, but Xiahou Wenjian almost killed him. How could this not enrage him? Humph. Jian Chen, don't take Extreme Light Imperial City to come and suppress me. What others do, I don't care. But my own son's enmity, I must avenge it. Today, this kid must die. Jian Chen even thought that Xiahou Wenjian was scared. Who knew that after he struggled for a while, he actually said this kind of word. Jian Chen's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, Xiahou Wenjian, you're insolent. Xiahou Wenjian said in a solemn voice, Jian Chen, I'm not standing here in the capacity of Ningbei Imperial City's Grand Elder right now, but with the ident. One tie of a father. Today, whoever stops me, if Gods block, kill Gods, if Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. You dare. Jian Chen's face fell and he blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face also changed. This guy was already utterly crazy. Xiahou Wenjian chuckled and smiled coldly as he said, Why wouldn't I dare? This seat is a 7th firmament celestial deity, while you're only a 5th firmament celestial deity. If this seat wants to kill people, could you still stop it? The two of you, stop him for me. This seat will kill this guy personally and take revenge for Yuna, who Xiahou Wenjian brought were also all middle-stage celestial deity realm powerhouses. The two of them joining hands, stopping Jian Chen was naturally nothing difficult. Jian Chen's expression changed and he said to Yi Yuan, quickly go, flee toward Extreme Light Imperial City. Yi Yuan's face fell, directly entered inside the purple Extreme Hall, and escaped in the direction of Extreme Light Imperial City. He knew that Xiahou Wenjian absolutely did not dare to kill Jian Chen, so he did not have any worries to distract him either. Want to escape? This seat is here, can you escape? Xiahou Wenjian laughed coldly, figure moving, disappearing on the spot. Jian Chen wanted to make a move to stop, but those two mighty celestial deity powerhouses already stepped forward. 2-on-1, Jian Chen was immediately held back. Inside the purple Extreme Hall, Yi Yuan's expression was very grim as he gritted his teeth and said, so fast. A 7th firmament celestial deity powerhouse, His strength was beyond imagination. Yi Yuan had confidence in escaping under the hands of a first firmament celestial deity by spurring on the purple extreme hall. But in front of a seventh firmament celestial deity, it was completely lacking. Xiahou Wenjian erupted and caught up to the purple extreme hall. A horrifying aura instantly enveloped the purple extreme hall. This is really a treasure. This seat attacked at full power and it's actually completely unharmed. It's likely a true God mystic treasure. This time, this incident benefited this seat. Xiahou Wenjian laughed savagely. Raising his hand, it was a palm. Bang! The purple extreme hall had nowhere to avoid and was hit head-on. Even if Yi Yuan already urged the purple extreme hall's defenses to the limits, this palm still affected him until he vomited fresh blood wildly. Damn it. I didn't expect that Xiahou Yun's father was actually a seventh firmament celestial deity. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Xiahou Wenjian's appearance had indeed somewhat exceeded his expectations. This guy was too strong. Bang! Yet another palm. Yi Yuan. Two people were shocked until they were shaken to the bones. Ha ha ha. The next attack will take your lives. Yuna, father will avenge you right now. Xiahou Wenjian laughed wildly, a glove appearing on his hand at goodness knows when. Yi Yuan's complexion turned pale and he said, not good. Celestial deity mystic treasure. A seventh firmament celestial deity powerhouses wearing a celestial deity artifact. That power was simply unimaginable. Even separated through the purple extreme hall, Yi Yuan could feel the horrifying aura outside. This punch coming down, him and Ning Tianping would absolutely have no chance of survival. Go to hell. Xiahou Wenjian laughed savagely, a punch suddenly slamming out. But right at this time, an enormous palm was sent from the horizon, arriving instantly. Xiahou Wenjian was currently pleased with himself when suddenly, an irresistible force instantly locked onto him. His heart plummeted, the punch that was just released was also instantly frozen. Ah! A despairing scream sounded out. Bang! Under a palm, Xiahou Wenjian turned to ashes. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. Your Excellency, who is this? So strong. Seventh firmament celestial deity, he actually one-shotted him with one palm. Ning Tianping said in shock. Yi Yuan said, the profound secrets pavilion lord. Ning Tianping opened his mouth wide and said, no way, right? That profound secrets pavilion lord is at most also merely ninth firmament celestial deity, right? How can he be so strong? This palm was not struck out at close range. It was released from countless tens of thousands of miles away. This kind of means was truly inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, looks like we all looked down on this profound secrets pavilion lord. His original strength is at least also at the true God realm. Little friend Yi Yuan, take care. This old man won't be sending you off. At this time, an aged voice transmitted over from the horizon. Yi Yuan. Two people bowed toward the direction of Extreme Light Imperial City. Chapter 1730 Skydemon Mountain Range. Chapter 1730 Skydemon Mountain Range. Skydemon Mountain Range stretched for goodness knows several hundreds of millions of miles. Countless great demons were hidden inside. Connected together with the Skydemon Mountain Range was the Demon God Plain. The Skydemon Mountain Range and Demon God Plain together formed the entire Demon Divine region. This place was a paradise for the demon race. At this time, 6 plainclothes martial artists were currently moving inside the Skydemon Mountain Range. A lean middle-aged man said with an unhappy look, I say, Boss Duan, why do we need to bring along a third firmament divine lord trash? His voice was very loud and did not have the intention of covering it up. Clearly, it was deliberately said for people to hear. Boss Duan looked at the young man walking quietly behind the team and said helplessly, no choice. Recently, the savage beasts in the Skydemon Mountain Range seems to be abnormally irritable. The people willing to enter the mountain are not many in the first place. It so happens that I acted slow this time. The strong ones were all SNATC head by other teams already. The lean middle-aged man previously said unhappily, Boss Duan, The logic of better to go without than have something shoddy, don't you know? Bringing such a trash over, can he be of help? Later, he even wants to divide up our natural treasures. Isn't this picking up a bargain for free? Alright, Luo Yong already came, what's the use of saying this? An additional person is always an additional portion of strength. At this time, a beautiful woman in the team could not listen anymore and came out to mediate things. This girl was called Yu Jing, the sole female in the team. She was a peak 5th firmament divine lord. Seeing Yu Jing speak, Luo Yong immediately changed to an ingratiating expression and said with a smile, "Heh, young sister Jing already spoke, then I won't pursue it anymore as well." If not looking on the account of younger sister Jing's face, this Luo definitely wouldn't have come this time. However, if this kid doesn't put in any effort and still wants to take a share of the loot, this Luo won't agree to it no matter what. Boss Duan said, "I've long talked to Brother Yi about this, don't you worry." Luo Yong gave a cold snort and stopped talking. Yu Jing moved to the young man's side and whispered, "Little brother Yi Yuan, this Luo Yong is like this. He can't suffer any losses at all. You don't take it to heart." This young man was naturally the Yi Yuan who came from afar. He originally wanted to enter the Sky Demon mountain range alone. But under Dustless's persuasion, he still gave up. There were many hunting small teams in the Sky Demon mountain range, one person was too conspicuous. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited was not strong either. It would attract quite a few people's covetous eyes. Even though Yi Yuan was not afraid, it would be better to avoid troubles. Moreover, these hunting teams were very familiar with the Sky Demon mountain range situation. Which place was relatively safe, which place was relatively dangerous, they were very clear of it. Following them would allow him to understand some of the Sky Demon mountain range situation first. Otherwise, diving into some great demon's territory headlong, even if Yi Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would also die until he could not be any more deader. In the nearby Linyaro Imperial City, there were places that specifically recruited martial artists. This kind of team was formed temporarily. Boss Duan's name was Duan Peng. He was a 6th firmament divine lord. When he wanted to enter the mountain, he would go to the recruiting place to select martial artists and find a few good men to help. Of course, he would also negotiate the prices with these recruiters. The natural treasures obtained in the Sky Demon mountain range naturally had to allocate some to them as well. With Yi Yuan's 3rd firmament divine vortex realm, naturally no one took fancy to him in the city. If not for having to pick the leftovers, Boss Duan would not even give Yi Yuan a glance. Yi Yuan smiled and said to Yu Jing, "Thank you, elder sister Jing, for helping me out of the predicament." Yu Jing smiled and said, "I say, kid, your nerves are also really plucky, to actually dare promise Boss Duan. The place that he wants to go to isn't where you can go. If my surmises are right, you should be some large family clan's disciple, coming to the Sky Demon mountain range to train, right?" In this Sky Demon mountain range, the level of strength naturally determined the different places that could be penetrated deep. Those like Yi Yuan, even though they would not just hang around the peripherals, it was clearly far from the place that Duan Peng was going. Yes, it's this younger brother's first time entering the Sky Demon mountain range. I'm totally clueless about this place. Can elder sister Jing tell me and let me gain some knowledge and experience? Yi Yuan pushed the boat along the current, requesting Yu Jing to tell him about the Sky Demon mountain range's knowledge. Yu Jing seemed to be very close towards Yi Yuan, this next-door little brother. Hence, she started to talk endlessly. Hearing Yu Jing's explanation, Yi Yuan also gleaned considerable gains. Yu Jing's experiences were all gained by her predecessors, and at times, their lives. The things she shared with Yi Yuan were very valuable. Where was safe, where was dangerous, which places could be gone to, which places could not be gone to, it was all very detailed. A moment of carelessness and it would be eternal damnation. The great demons in this Sky Demon mountain range even had heavenly emperor-level existences. The dangers involved could be imagined. Of course, that sort of place, the average person was unable to approach it at all and would die at the peripherals until not even dregs remained. The two talked happily along the way, but there was an unfriendly gaze by the side, constantly casting over toward Yi Yuan's side. Luo Yong was clearly interested in Yu Jing, so his impression of Yi Yuan would definitely be even worse. Hey, kid, stop asking questions anymore. Right now, we've already entered a dangerous zone and might run into fierce beasts any time. You shut your mouth up for me. Luo Yong could not hold back and came up to interrupt the two people's conversation. Yi Yuan had not spoken yet, but Yu Jing lost it first. Luo Yong, it's Yi Yuan's first time coming to the Skydemon mountain range, but is it my first time coming too? Luo Yong could not help choking and said in a solemn voice, "Younger sister Jing, the Skydemon mountain range hasn't been too peaceful recently. Who knows whether there are high-level fierce beasts haunting in the vicinity or not?" Yu Jing could not help feeling stifled when she heard this. What Luo Yong said was reasonable too. At present, it was not very peaceful in the Skydemon mountain range. Situations where squads were completely wiped out would frequently appear. Their voices had yet to fade when rustling sounds came from the woods. Everyone's faces changed, each drawing their weapons, an appearance of facing a great enemy. Suddenly, an enormous black centipede slowly sprung out of the woods. When everyone saw the centipede, they immediately relaxed. Gave me a scare. Turns out that it's a raging fire centipede that just entered middle stage rank 4. Luo Yong heaved a sigh in relief. This black centipede was roughly equivalent to 4th Firmament Divine Lord martial artists. Their group was naturally not afraid. Suddenly, Luo Yong thought of something. A hint of a smug smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He said to Yi Yuan, "Brat, this centipede isn't strong, you go take care of it." Yu Jing's expression changed and she said, "Luo Yong, what's the meaning of this? How can Yi Yuan's strength possibly deal with this raging fire centipede?" Luo Yong shrugged and said, "The fierce beasts that we encounter, this is probably the weakest already. This kid is at any rate peak 3rd Firmament Divine Lord as well, doesn't he want to train? Don't even dare to deal with a raging fire centipede, still train for what? Moreover, we have so many people here. How can we watch him go and still die in the end? Boss Duan, don't you say so?" Duan Peng cursed in his heart, this guy was really insidious. But what Luo Yong said, he really had no way of refuting it. Duan Peng was just about to open his mouth but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Fine, I'll go." Chapter 1731 Really Can T Find a Sixth One? Chapter 1731 Really Can T Find a Sixth One? Luo Yong's eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile like his wicked scheme succeeded. While Duan Peng and the rest revealed looks of surprise. This kid had some nerves. Rather, it was Yu Jing who said rather anxiously, "Yi Yuan, you mustn't act without due consideration." Yi Yuan looked at her and said with a smile, "Merely a raging fire centipede, no big deal. Why not elder sister Jing stand guard for me, how's that?" Yu Jing thought about it but still nodded her head. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, taking out the Junyi sword and slowly walked over toward the raging fire centipede. Seeing the Junyi sword, the eyes of Duan Peng, Luo Yong, and the rest involuntarily turned sharp. High-rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. This kid indeed had some background. Especially Luo Yong, his eyes revealed a greedy look. Even though he was already 6th Firmament Divine Lord, he only had an initial rank Divine Lord Mystic Treasure on hand. Compared to Yi Yuan, he was simply like a beggar. Yi Yuan walked over toward the raging fire centipede unhurriedly, without the least bit of pressure. Click, click. The centipede emitted a series of strange chirping sounds and suddenly turned around, tunneling into the woods. Luo Yong's eyes went wide, caught somewhat off guard by this sudden change. The raging fire centipede actually ran? Facing a 3rd Firmament Divine Lord human, it actually ran? One had to know, the strengths of fierce beasts were normally stronger than humans of the same rank. Moreover, uncivilized fierce beasts, under the situation where the power gap was not too big, would not know what was called fear at all. For example, when the raging fire centipede clearly saw that there were 5 to 6 humans here just now, it still planned to attack them. Now, what was going on? "Where are you running?" Just as they were in shock, Yi Yuan's figure moved, tunneling into the forest. Everyone was taken aback once more. This kid's gall was so fat. "Yi Yuan, don't chase." Yu Jing's expression changed drastically, immediately carrying her sword and chasing after. But Pares sing through the dense forest, how was there still Yi Yuan's figure? Yu Jing did not give up and chased ahead again. Luo Yong came back to his senses, his face revealing a radiant smile. This kid was really courting death himself. What's wrong with that raging fire centipede? Why would it run when it saw Yi Yuan? Duan Peng said with a look of confusion. Luo Yong smiled and said, what else can it be? It must have unlocked a hint of wisdom and perceived that we weren't to be trifled with, that's why it would run away. Duan Peng nodded and said, it's likely the case. It's just that. Yi Yuan chasing after like this is very dangerous. I hope that Yu Jing can find him. Luo Yong naturally did not hope for Yi Yuan to return and said with a smile, that brat was indeed a hothead. If he wants to seek death himself, can't blame others. Duan Peng also shook his head, feeling that Yi Yuan's foolish actions were rather unreasonable. Even though he disliked Luo Yong, what Luo Yong said was right as well. This Yi Yuan did not have any self-awareness at all. If he died, he could not blame others either. Before long, Yu Jing dashed out of the dense woods, her expression very ugly. How is it? Found him? Even though he knew the result, he still asked. Duan Peng could tell that Yu Jing was very concerned about this little brother. Yu Jing shook her head rather blankly, her entire person like she was drained. Luo Yong was secretly pleased in his heart and said, no need to care about that kid anymore, at this time, he's most likely already swallowed by the raging fire centipede. Let's continue walking. When Yu Jing heard this, she said in annoyance, Luo Yong, what do you mean? You treat your companions like this? If you abandon Yi Yuan now, will you immediately leave us behind if we encounter danger later? Luo Yong could not help choking when he heard that, his expression ugly as he said, how can it be? That kid overestimated his own ability and chased after himself. I didn't force him to go either. Leaving behind one's companions was a taboo to them. This was an unspoken rule among squads that frequently came to the area. Once the reputation spread, no one would dare to use them in the future anymore. One person entering the mountain, the danger was also too great. Yu Jing's words somewhat unmasked his motives. Luo Yong really did not dare to follow up. Boss Duan, I request to wait here for Yi Yuan. Yu Jing looked at Duan Peng and said with a serious expression. Duan Peng thought about it and said with a nod, then we will wait an hour for him then. If he still isn't here in an hour, we'll have to carry on our way. No need, I'm back. Yu Jing still wanted to say something when a voice suddenly sounded out. Everyone followed the voice and looked over, and saw Yi Yuan slowly walk out of the dense forest. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned intent, all revealing a look of shock. It was only to see that after Yi Yuan walked out, a huge centipede came out from behind. The centipede was being dragged by Yi Yuan, already dead until it could not be any deader. Bang! Yi Yuan casually threw the raging fire centipede in front of everyone. Duan Peng said with an astonished look, This was your doing? Yi Yuan smiled and said, otherwise? Is there still anyone else? Everyone was speechless. The outcome of the matter was too far from their expectations. Especially Luo Yong, he simply felt even more uncomfortable than having eaten a fly. Originally, he already sentenced Yi Yuan to death, being delighted and pleased in his heart. Who knew that in a blink, not only did Yi Yuan return, he even killed the raging fire centipede. While talking, Yi Yuan took out several bright red fruits and threw them over one by one. Of course, except for Luo Yong. Duan Peng caught the fruits, gaze turning intent as he said in surprise, rank 4 spirit medicine blood curdle fruit. You. Where did you get it from? Yi Yuan said, I chased this beast just now, chased all the way to its lair. After killing it, I searched its lair while I was at it and found these blood curdle fruits. Since everyone is in the same team, of course those who see it will get a share. Also, this raging fire centipede will be given to Boss Duan. The benefits gotten later will be distributed by Boss Duan. Although the blood curdle fruit was not some overly rare rank 4 spirit medicine, casually selling for several billion divine essence stones was still doable. Yi Yuan was considered to have given them a big gift. They did not do anything and earned several billion divine essence stones. Furthermore, this raging fire centipede was also full of treasures from top to bottom. They previously even thought that Yi Yuan was here to scrap benefits. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan threw them a big bunch of benefits. Boss Duan looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face, not expecting Yi Yuan to be so generous. This made them even more certain that Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai was definitely extraordinary. If it were any of them, they would definitely pocket these things alone. Either way, no one saw it too. But Yi Yuan actually took them out to share with everyone. Luo Yang's expression was gloomy as he said in a solemn voice, "Punk, what's the meaning of this? Since those who see get a share, why do the rest all have, but I don't?" Yi Yuan said with an apologetic look, "Brother Luo, really sorry about it. This he only found 5 blood-curdle fruits in its lair just now and really couldn't find the 6th one. I'm forced to make things a bit inconvenient for Brother Luo. If find something later, this ye will bring Brother Luo to share it." With Yi Yuan's one sentence, everyone all secretly found it funny in their hearts. These blood-curdle fruits were neither more nor less, just nice 5. It was also too coincidental, right? Furthermore, Yi Yuan shared with the rest, only Luo Yong's was missing. This was definitely no coincidence as well. Luo Yong had a grim expression as he said, "Humph. Kid, well done. A mere blood-curdle fruit, your father doesn't think anything of it." Chapter 1732 Smelling Fragrance and Recognizing Poison. Chapter 1732 Smelling Fragrance and Recognizing Poison. Duan Peng put away the raging fire centipede's corpse. The party embarked on the journey once more. Yu Jing had a look of pleasant surprise and said, "You, kid, were too reckless. Just now, you scared elder sister Jing to death." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just a raging fire centipede. It can't hurt me. But elder sister Jing, can I ask? You seem to be very concerned about me." In the beginning, Yi Yuan just thought that Yu Jing was very good-natured. But later, Yi Yuan gradually felt Yu Jing's concern. Especially when Luo Yong had him go deal with the raging fire centipede earlier. Yu Jing let out a sigh and said, "When elder sister Jing sees you, I'll think about that unlucky younger brother of mine. He's the same age as you." Back then, he was also young and spirited, wanting to challenge the Skydemon mountain range, but, talking up to here, Yu Jing choked a little. Yi Yuan came to a realization when he heard it and said with a sigh, "Sorry, my deepest condolences, elder sister Jing." Yu Jing snickered and glared as she said, "You punk, cursing my younger brother, eh? He isn't dead yet." Yi Yuan froze when he heard it, immediately feeling incomparably wronged. "I say, sister, your action just now, anyone would think that he was dead." Seeing Yi Yuan's wronged look, Yu Jing laughed and said, all right, it was elder sister who didn't state it clearly. I'm not blaming you." That appearance was overflowing with flirtatiousness. When it landed in the eyes of Luo Yong, who was not far away, wasn't it lovers joking around? "Brat, before you come out, your dad definitely didn't tell you that some people are who you can't afford to provoke. Dare to play me, I will let you die without even you knowing how you died." Luo Yong already sentenced Yi Yuan to death in his heart. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely bury Yi Yuan alive. This kind of thing, he had done it more than once or twice. Only through Yu Jing's oral account did Yi Yuan know what happened to her younger brother. It turned out that Yu Jing was not a member of Linyaro Imperial City. Her younger brother wanted to hone himself, so he secretly left their hometown and entered the Skydemon mountain range to train. When Yu Jing learned the news that her younger brother left home, upon guessing that he definitely came here, she rushed to Linyaro Imperial City straight away. Only after inquiring about it did she know that her younger brother indeed came here, and even entered the mountain. It was just that after some time, what she found out at the end was that her brother got inflicted by a strange poison. Yu Jing searched for miracle doctors in Linyaro Imperial City and also could not treat her younger brother's poison. She could only use some special means to temporarily suppress her younger brother's poison. She did not dare to leave Linyaro Imperial City. She was afraid that her younger brother would die on the way. Hence, she simply became a hunter here, following squads in and out of the Skydemon mountain range to support her younger brother. Presently, the poison's flare-up incident was getting more and more. It was an indication that he did not have much time left, so harging about him. Yi Yuan now understood that was why Yu Jing would be so sad. Knowing this, Yi Yuan also sighed. Yu Jing, a woman, spent so many years in Linyao Imperial City for her brother, truly not easy. Linyao Imperial City was clearly different from other imperial cities. The weak were prey and the strong feasts here. It was more apparent than in other places. Without strength, it was hard to advance an inch here. Just like before, Luo Yong compelled him to fight against the raging fire centipede. Apart from Yu Jing, no one helped to speak up for him. If he was strong, killing the raging fire centipede was one thing. If his strength was lacking and he really died, most likely, no one would be sad, and would instead mock him for his strength being lacking. The people here were all very realistic. They walked together for benefit and also killed each other for benefit. Yi Yuan said, "Elder sister Jing, you rest assured. Your younger brother's poison, I'll help him to resolve it. At that time, you sister and brother will be able to go back home." Yu Jing did have the slightest excitement when she heard it, but she instead smiled and said, "Silly little brother. Your good intentions, elder sister understands it. Overestimating your own ability, younger sister Jing's brother, even Master Song, you couldn't cure him. You, a snotty brat whose hair isn't even fully grown, what are you babbling about?" Luo Yong smiled coldly and said. Duan Peng also smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Brother Yi is even an alchemist. But Master Song Yu is a 5-star alchemy god. Even he was helpless, so you probably won't be able to do much." Receiving the blood-curdle fruit and raging fire centipede's corpse, Duan Peng's attitude toward Yi Yuan was much better. But in this matter, he clearly felt that Yi Yuan boasted too much. Yu Jing smiled bitterly and said, "I pulled a lot of strings and finally found Master Song Yu's connections. It's just that I didn't expect that even he was helpless about it too." Linyao Imperial City was close to the Skydemon mountain range. Countless martial artists were killed and wounded every day. This kind of place, the alchemy profession was naturally very developed too. Having a 5-star alchemy god was not odd. Yi Yuan suddenly scooted close to Yu Jing and sniffed vigorously. Yu Jing was startled and even thought that Yi Yuan was going to be frivolous with her, hurriedly dodging aside and saying angrily, "Yi Yuan, what are you doing?" Yi Yuan ignored her, slowly closed his eyes, and opened his mouth to say, "Ironwood incense, hunting cloud light breeze powder, sandalwood huaming gra. SS. Looks like when your younger brother's toxicity flares up, it should be alternating between hot and cold, entire body twitching. If I didn't guess wrongly, he should be foaming at the mouth, his complexion waxing, vomiting blood, and several other symptoms. Putting it all together, your brother was probably inflicted by the fire cloud ice edge bug's poison, right?" Yi Yuan shut his eyes and said a whole bunch in one go. When Luo Yong saw Yu Jing get angry, plus Yi Yuan's action earlier, anger also flared up in his heart. Sneering secretly in his heart, he realized he finally found a chance. He gave a cold shout, "Punk, you want to take the opportunity to take advantage of younger sister Jing," and even ranted nonsense. "Your father will exterminate you right now." Done talking, he released his aura and smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan. But he did not notice that the more Yi Yuan talked, the more Yu Jing's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. She suddenly grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and said in surprise, You're really too incredible." Luo Yong's action stopped abruptly. Yi Yuan's body was blocked by Yu Jing. If he smacked a palm down, Yu Jing would be gone. You wouldn't have guessed that it was the fire cloud ice edge bug with that sniff, right?" Yu Jing was really stunned. She only told Yi Yuan just now that her younger brother was tormented by a strange poison and did not say anything else. But Yi Yuan actually only sniffed the smell on her body and listed those spirit medicines perfectly. This was simply too inconceivable. Furthermore, the things that Yi Yuan said were exactly the same as Master Song Yu. One had to know, Master Song Yu diagnosed her brother in person, while Yi Yuan had not even met her younger brother before, and actually deduced so accurately. This strength, she simply did not dare to imagine it. When Duan Peng saw Yu Jing's reaction, he was also extremely shocked and said, "Yu Jing, you mean that, What your brother was poisoned by was really the firecloud ice edge bug's poison? Yu Jing nodded and said, yes. What Master Song Yu said was exactly identical to what Yu Jing said, it's the firecloud ice edge bug. Furthermore, the symptoms that Yu Jing said were not the slightest bit off, just like he saw it with his own eyes. The rest all used eyes like they had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan. What kind of freak was this fellow? He only sniffed the residual medicinal fragrance on Yu Jing's body, and he could actually infer such a result. This skill was simply formidable to the extent that it was somewhat ridiculous. Chapter 1733 Making a Detour. Chapter 1733 Making a Detour. Yu Jing was a woman, furthermore, a beautiful woman. Beautiful women naturally could not bear being covered all over with medicinal smell. Adding on rouge and powder, the medicinal smell left on the body was already very, very faint. But even so, Yi Yuan only relied on one sniff and could infer so much information. This skill was truly inconceivable. I didn't expect that Brother Yi concealed so deeply. Duan Peng looked at Yi Yuan, a hint of pleasant surprise plussing across his eyes. With such a formidable alchemist following their side, it was absolutely an unexpected surprise. Teams with alchemists were universally acknowledged as having the lowest casualty rates. It was just that alchemists were too expensive, they could not afford it at all. Yi Yuan said to Yu Jing, the firecloud ice edge bug is extremely rare. It can't be seen in the outside world at all. This kind of poison is indeed troublesome. This is because its ice and fire attributes, two attributes, interweave within the body, permeating all pores, like a millstone, subverting yin and yang, tormenting the martial artist's body. Yu Jing nodded and said, yes, that's it. Yi Yuan, do you really have a way? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, this poison is indeed powerful, so there's no method for the time being. The moment these words came out, Yu Jing's face revealed an incomparably disappointed look. But by the side, Luo Yong burst into laughter and said, haha, you talked for half a day, but it's equivalent to saying nothing. I even thought about how capable you were. Who knew that after talking for so long, it's equivalent to letting out a fart? Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to pay attention to him and asked Yu Jing, elder sister Jing, the place where your younger brother was bitten by the bug, do you know where it is? Yu Jing shook her head blankly and said, they were being hunted down by a very powerful fierce beast back then, fleeing in any path without any care. He did not know where he was bitten at all. The moment Luo Yong heard, he revealed a gloating smile again. With this, all of the clues were cut off, right? Yi Yuan did not feel that there was anything and asked again, then, you guys are very familiar with the Sky Demon mountain range. Do you know whether there's some dark and humid place, overflowing with miasma, yet also a place where earth fire is especially vigorous? Yu Jing still shook her head blankly, but Duan Peng suddenly said, if it's this kind of place, I know one. Seeing everyone look over, Duan Peng said, Evil Water Ravine. The others were still, but the moment Luo Yong heard, his face could not help changing as he said, it's that legendary Evil Water Ravine that has no return. Duan Peng also said with a solemn look, that's right. Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's it. Let's go and take a look. Yi Yuan's words made everyone stupefied. Duan Peng did not expect Yi Yuan to leave right away and said in a solemn voice, Brother Yi is taking things a little too lightly, right? This trip into the Sky Demon mountain range, we have another goal. Making a detour to Evil Water Ravine now is probably inappropriate, right? Moreover, Evil Water Ravine is notoriously dangerous. The poison bugs inside are countless. A single misstep and we'd all die there. Luo Yong also sneered when he heard that and said, Kid, our squad was hired by Boss Duan with money, why is it like you're the employer now? When Yu Jing heard Yi Yuan's words, her heart could not help turning warm. But Yi Yuan said coolly, this Yi is an alchemist. In my eyes, nothing is more important than saving people. Moreover, to talk about danger, our destination this time is definitely no better than the Evil Water Ravine, right? Duan Peng's expression changed when he heard that and fell silent. Luo Yong's expression similarly changed. He said in a cold voice, Kid, what do you mean? Yi Yuan smiled and said, nothing. Boss Duan said that when he entered the mountain last time, He accidentally learned of a place with the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit. But he definitely didn't tell you guys that not only does the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit have the purple-eyed devil ape, this kind of powerful accompanying beast, but there's also even an accompanying spirit medicine like the green vine emerald net flower. And the green vine emerald net flower has the dark night poison bat, this kind of accompanying beast. I think that these things added together, that place probably won't be much safer than the evil water ravine, right? Yi Yuan's words made everyone's countenance change visibly. The purple-eyed devil ape was a powerful rank 4 fierce beast. There was no need to talk much about it. Dark Night Poison Bat was similarly a fierce beast that made people's expressions change when they heard it. More importantly, they gathered in flocks, best to not provoke. Martial artists were not alchemists in the end, how could they be so clear about the habits of spirit medicines? The Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit was an extremely rare rank 4 spirit medicine, it could be sold for a high price when obtained. They also did not think so much and followed along. Who knew that that place was actually so dangerous? Duan Peng, what's the meaning of this? Luo Yong's face fell and he questioned. Duan Peng himself was also blindsided. These things that Yi Yuan said, he really did not know. Back then, when he saw the purple-eyed devil ape, he immediately ran away and did not see anything else at all. I really didn't know that that place was actually so dangerous, Duan Peng said anxiously. Luo Yong said with a cold snort, "You've been there, would you not know? At this point, do you still take us to be fools? Your father isn't going anymore." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I think that boss Duan really doesn't know. The Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit faces the sun, it's likely at the entrance of some cave. The vine emerald net flower likes yin and should be in the depths of a cave. But once startled the purple-eyed devil ape, the dark night poison bat will surely be startled too." Yi Yuan's words made everyone feel lingering fear. If they went over without due consideration like this, once surrounded by dark night poison bats, they would not even know how they died. Luo Yong said with a cold snort, "Since you knew, why didn't you say it earlier? I think that you're harboring ill intent." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "If I said earlier, would you all believe?" Everyone could not help feeling suffocated when they heard it. If not for Yi Yuan displaying astonis, HI plusing alchemy Dao strength, they definitely would not believe. A third firmament divine lord's words were not enough to believe. Luo Yong's face fell and he waved his hand and said, "Don't care, your father isn't going anymore. Although treasures are good, I also need to have the life to take them. Your father doesn't want to die in vain." As he said, he was actually really about to leave. Boss Duan had a look of unwillingness and stopped Luo Yong, and said, "Don't go, as long as we can obtain the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit, you and I split 60% equally, the others share 40%. As long as our tactics are reasonable, it's not without a chance." The corners of Luo Yong's mouth curled, revealing a smile of his trickery succeeding. He naturally did not want to really go, he just wanted to use this to exploit Boss Duan. Although his strength was inferior to Boss Duan's, he was a true blue 6th firmament divine lord powerhouse too. This place could lack anyone but just could not lack him. Luo Yong indeed stopped and looked at Boss Duan and said, "This is what you said." Duan Peng was just about to answer when Yi Yuan said coolly, "Then you should let him go. I have a way to not only obtain the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit, but we can also obtain the green vine emerald net flower. Furthermore, as long as you all make a trip to Evil Water Ravine with me, elder sister Jing and I, we won't take a single penny. The Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit and green vine emerald net flower are all yours." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Duan Peng said with great joy, "Is this true?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "When you told me that the objective of this trip is the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit, I already made the preparations in the city. This minor matter is naturally nothing difficult." Luo Yong immediately froze there, unable to leave. So awkward. Chapter 1734 Falling into Bug Encircle Men. Chapter 1734 Falling into Bug Encircle Men. Upon entering Evil Water Ravine, a dark and damp scent hit head-on. This place was densely covered in miasma, earth fire exuberant, resulting in this dampness making people feel uncomfortable from head to toe. This DAMN place is simply a barren hill and turbulent waters. No wonder it's called Evil Water Ravine. Your father is really retar dead, to actually following you all to this kind of place. Luo Yong cursed. No one made you come. You yourself insisted on following. Yu Jing rolled her eyes and said huffily. The moment Luo Yong heard, he could not help laughing awkwardly and stopped speaking. He still thickened his skin and followed after in the end. After all, the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit was very valuable. Even according to the terms negotiated previously, his harvest was also not small. Otherwise, with his strength, why would he follow Boss Duan to this kind of place? Duan Peng said, the insects and bugs here are countless, impossible to guard against. Everybody be a little more careful. No need him to say, everyone already released their divine essence, protecting their bodies. Yu Jing said rather nervously, can the method to save my brother really be found here? Yi Yuan smiled and said, myriad things under the heaven reinforce and counteract each other. Although the fire cloud ice edge bug is powerful, there's always something that restrains it. Duan Peng frowned and said, this place is so big, so how to find it? Yeah. If there's really some antidote, would Master Song you not know? I've also heard of the fire cloud ice edge bug before. It's simply incurable. Luo Yong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, there are too many unknown things in this world. You don't know, doesn't mean there isn't. Forget about Master Song Yu, even the medicinal ancestor, would he dare say that he knows all of the myriad life under the heavens? Luo Yong sneered when he heard that and said, messing around for so long, it means that you also don't know what the antidote is. You hoodwinked everyone to come together, but didn't even have a clue, truly laughable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this everyone doesn't include you. You insisted on following by yourself. Luo Yong choked and was just about to fly off the handle, but then he heard Duan Peng saying, all right, old Luo, don't keep on making things difficult for Yi Yuan. Already came, so Yi Yuan, what should we do now? Yi Yuan was clearly long prepared and blurted out, of course it's finding the fire cloud ice edge bug first. This thing is very formidable and should be perched at the place where it's the most humid and the earth fire most vigorous. We'll just have to head toward this kind of place to look for it. Fire cloud ice edge bug, Yi Yuan had never seen before either. This knowledge was all inherited from Dustless. As for the method to resolve the poison, even Immortal Grove did not know as well. However, this could not stump Yi Yuan. When at the Immortal Grove world, he frequently liked to go and crack strange poisons that no one could resolve. He had his own set of methods. Even though the Heavenspan world was different from the Immortal Grove world, the principle was interlinked. The party headed toward the place where Earthfire was the most vigorous. But along the way, it could not avoid tangling with some poisonous things. But this party was strong and did not expend much effort. Looking as the Earthfire got more and more vigorous, the humidity also getting heavier and heavier, everyone actually had a feeling that even breathing became hindered. Duan Peng frowned and said, this place is too weird. These miasma, dampness, and earthfire gas, is actually able to corrode divine essence. At this rate, I also can't persevere long. Even Duan Peng, this peak sixth firmament divine lord existence, could not quite hold on anymore, let alone the others. Yu Jing's complexion was very pale, forehead sweating profusely. Clearly, she already could not quite hold on anymore. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, his chaos divine essence was incomparably sturdy and did not fear these gases' erosion. His state was instead the best among the 6 people. Reckon that it shouldn't be far away, the earthfire gas and humidity here are already very careful. Yi Yuan was just speaking when he suddenly pulled Yu Jing into his embrace and stabbed a sword out with a backhand, movement swift to the extreme. Everyone did not understand what happened. Turning around to look, they saw that on the tip of Yi Yuan's sword, a milky white bug was pierced on it. Their expressions changed drastically. Duan Peng's expression changed and he said, this bug is so formidable, quietly approaching so close and we actually didn't detect it. Hang on, could this be? Yi Yuan slowly nodded and said, that's right, this is it. In the team, someone suddenly exclaimed, not good, you guys, look. Everyone turned around to look and discovered that the surroundings were crawling densely full of bugs, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, even on the trees. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces revealed a look of despair. Duan Peng's complexion turned pale as he said, "Damn it, we entered the lair of the fire cloud ice edge bug. With this, it's hard to escape even if we grow wings." Luo Yong said fiercely, "Yi Yuan, it's all you. If not for you, we also wouldn't be at our wits' end now." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Stop shouting and wrangling. Even if I did it on purpose, can you still escape currently?" Luo Yong choked, immediately feeling incomparably aggrieved. Yeah, this current sort of situation, even if he killed Yi Yuan, it could not change any outcome either. Yu Jing's complexion also turned white and she said, "Yi Yuan, sorry, it was all elder sister Jing who harmed you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All putting on a dead person's face for what? It's not over yet. Want to grumble? Wait until we go out before grumbling." Luo Yong said furiously, "Go out? It has already reached this point, but you're still making wisecracks. These bugs are all rank 4 fierce beasts. Now, all of the paths are blocked. So how to get out?" Yi Yuan ignored him and said calmly, "I'll bring you all out. All don't resist, continue to go in. This place isn't the place where earth fire is most vigorous, the thing that can resolve the poison should be inside." Finished talking, Yi Yuan released his divine essence and wrapped the other 5 people inside, directly ripping apart Space and Pares Sing through the insect swarm. When everyone saw that they broke out of the insect swarm all of a sudden, each and every one of them was shocked until the shock could not be greater. Spatial law. Brother Yi really kept to your own counsel. Duan Peng cried out in shock. Luo Yong also had a look of astonishment. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually comprehended such a terrifying power of law. But Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let's continue escaping toward the inside, but don't shake off the bug swarm. Let them chase after." The distance that Yi Yuan shuttled through Space was not very far. At this time, those bugs seemed to be very angry, all flying over toward this side. Everyone immediately felt their scalps tingle, scampering away. Yi Yuan chuckled and fired out several sword lights with a backhand, directly slaughtering a swarm. With this, those bugs became even more berserk, flying over toward Yi Yuan in a fierce fighting mood one after another. Yi Yuan grinned and sped away, catching up to Yu Jing who fell behind to the back very quickly. As Yu Jing flew, she said gratefully, "Yi Yuan, I really don't know how I should thank you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Want to thank? Wait until after finding the antidote before talking. Right now, I don't have any confidence at all." The moment Yu Jing heard this, somewhat worrying about personal gains and losses, she said, "Can we find the antidote?" Yi Yuan said, "Relax, no matter how powerful the poisonous object, within a circumference of 100 miles, one can definitely find the thing that restrains it." Chapter 1735 Confronting Bug King. Chapter 1735 Confronting Bug King. As it got closer and closer to the center of the Earthfire, the erosion of all kinds of corrosive gases naturally also became more and more severe. Yu Jing's aura was already starting to get chaotic, her speed naturally could not pick up as well, falling behind with Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pulled Yu Jing's hand and a surge of chaos divine essence Pares said over. Feeling her hand being held, Yu Jing jumped in fright and was instinctively going to pull it out. But very soon, she discovered a powerful and vigorous divine essence SHI plus elded her whole body, immediately reducing her pressure significantly. Yu Jing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment. Only then did she discover that the third firmament divine Lord Yi Yuan was completely fine until now. Now, he actually still had excess divine essence to come and help her. How did this guy do it? Feeling that powerful divine essence around her that was much more powerful than her own, she thought to herself that it was no wonder Yi Yuan could kill the raging fire centipede. This person was not simple. "Thank you, Yi Yuan," Yu Jing said from the bottom of her heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder sister Jing, you've already said thank you many times." Yu Jing's face turned red and she said, Apart from saying thanks, I don't know what I should say." Yi Yuan smiled and was just about to speak when suddenly, the mountains shook and the earth quaked ahead. Bang! A white enormous bug suddenly scurried out from underground and bit towards Yi Yuan. The 4 people who were currently running in front were taken aback with fright by this sudden turn of events. Duan Peng's expression changed and he said, "SHI plus T, this is the Bug King. Looks like it has peak middle stage rank 4 strength. The 2 of them are in danger." The position where the Bug King appeared did not deviate to either side and just nicely cut off the 6 people, blocking Yi Yuan 2 people. When Luo Yong saw this scene, his face revealed an unnatural look of joy. Even though Yi Yuan saved him just now, he still wished for Yi Yuan to go die. Yu Jing's face turned white as a sheet and exclaimed, "Yi Yuan, be careful." This sudden turn of events was too abrupt, catching the 2 people off guard. It was already too late to want to avoid it. Yu Jing wanted to push Yi Yuan away and confront that enormous bug herself, but she discovered that she could not push at all. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's left hand threw a claw out with dragon roars howling endlessly. Divine dragon trampling heaven. Bang! A loud noise came over. Yi Yuan and the enormous bug each retreated several steps. Yu Jing got a big shock. She did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually this strong. This Bug King's aura was clearly significantly stronger than her, already reaching peak middle stage rank 4. Yi Yuan, in his haste, actually fought to a draw with it. Duan Peng and the rest also had shocked faces, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually safe and sound. It turns out that Yi Yuan is actually even a body cultivator. Furthermore, his strength is already at the middle stage 4th transformation, Duan Peng said with surprise. Luo Yong even thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, so how could he have known that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful? He laughed coldly and said, "Boss Duan, I've long said that this brat is unreliable. He hid his strength, pretending to be a pig in order to eat a tiger. I think that he's hiding a malicious intent." Yet, you all still believed his words. Duan Peng looked into the distance, expression gloomy and uncertain, and also could not quite make a decision for some time. Those in their line of profession, no one would really trust. In this Sky Demon mountain range, the most terrifying thing was not fierce beasts but the human heart. Regarding Luo Yong and Yi Yuan 2 people's conflict, he had actually been sitting it out and watching the fight all along. As long as it did not affect his journey, no matter how these 2 people quarreled, it did not hurt the important essentials. But he discovered now that the things Yi Yuan hid were too many. What Duan Peng did not expect the most was that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful. Just now, the Bug King suddenly emerged. If it were him, he might not come out unscathed either, but Yi Yuan did it. Looking at it this way, Yi Yuan's strength was already not beneath his. While over there, with this delay, Yi Yuan and Yu Jing were surrounded by the fire cloud ice edge bugs very quickly. Yu Jing shouted, "Boss Duan, quickly come over and help." Luo Yong looked at Yu Jing, a spiteful look on his face. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Duan, you have to think clearly. Bringing this kid with us, weal and woe are unknown." Yu Jing saw that the few of them did not have any movements and said in a great panic, "Yi Yuan, you can definitely get out yourself, don't care about me." Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned dark and he said, "Shut up. Let's go out together. Hold me tight, don't let go." Being shouted at by Yi Yuan like this, Yu Jing was immediately frightened until she did not dare to make a sound anymore, grabbing onto Yi Yuan's hand tightly, not daring to loosen up. Yi Yuan's figure moved swiftly, Russ. HI plussing over towards the Bug King. Divine Dragon trampling heaven. Yi Yuan blasted a move out once more, exchanging a blow with the Bug King. 1 human and 1 bug retreated several steps again. If it was Yi Yuan alone, he naturally did not fear this Bug King. If not for the sake of finding the antidote, Yi Yuan would be able to kill this Bug King with 1 sword. But now, he needed these Fire Cloud Ice Edge bugs to bring him to go find the antidote. Once he killed the Bug King, these Fire Cloud Ice Edge bugs would definitely scatter and flee in all directions, and finding the antidote would be impossible. As for spatial law, he used it straight away when he encountered the Bug King just now, but it was negated by the other party. This Bug King seemed to be very sensitive towards spatial fluctuations. Hence, Yi Yuan chose to confront head-on. After retreating with his move, Yi Yuan forcefully endured the countershock and did not stop in the slightest, charging once more. Another Divine Dragon trampling heaven. Bang! Powerful aftershock dispersed in all directions, directly sending those fire cloud ice edge bugs that attempted to come close flying out, unable to approach at all. Following that, the third time, fourth time, fifth time, this Bug King's strength was truly formidable. If it were the average sixth firmament divine lord, they would also be shocked into minced meat by Yi Yuan's uninterrupted divine dragon trampling heaven. But this Bug King was just repelled back several steps each time, then welcomed Yi Yuan's assault once more. Blue patterns flashed on Yi Yuan's body, his fleshy body erupting with unparalleled endurance. Launching an assault time and again. Far away, Duan Peng, Luo Yong, and the rest were all dumbstruck with amazement. That series of loud noise gave them an incomparably strong impact. This level of power was sufficient to utterly crush them. So strong. Could this guy's body be forged from meteoric iron? This is killing 800 of your enemy and losing 1,000 of your own. No matter how strong the physical body, it still can't withstand the execution of such martial technique. Luo Yong laughed coldly and said, "Heh, he still wants to be a hero to rescue the beauty. I think that is almost reaching the limits too, right?" Duan Peng's expression flickered incessantly. He was still struggling whether or not to take action. Yi Yuan was like a madman, launching assaults again and again, class HI plusing with the Bug King. Suddenly, Duan Peng clenched his teeth and charged over toward the Bug King. However, right at this time, Yi Yuan launched the 13th assault. Rumble. The Bug King was directly smacked flying out by the dragon claw. This time, it was unable to stabilize its figure anymore. When Yi Yuan saw this, he could not help being overjoyed, grabbing Yu Jing and Russ. HI plusing over. Go. Yi Yuan shouted loudly at the Duan Peng who rushed over, immediately speeding over. Duan Peng looked at this scene in shock and was speechless for a while. This guy assaulted 13 times consecutively, displaying such a powerful martial technique, and was actually still brother IMANG with vigor currently. But he also did not dare to stay, immediately running around and fleeing. After that Bug King landed, it crawled up very quickly, lifted its head to the sky, and gave a long roar. Those fire cloud ice edge bugs received its summoning and pounced toward Yi Yuan and the rest once more. Chapter 1736 Netherworld Dark Fragrance Flower. 1736 Netherworld Dark Fragrance Flower retreated. They retreated. The few people were currently running when those fire cloud ice edge bugs retreated like tidewater, including that Bug King which also did not dare to come over anymore. Seeing this, the few people all heaved a long sigh in relief. This sea of insects was truly too scary, making them have a feeling of making a trip to and back from the gates of Hell Pewalk. Stopping, Yi Yuan's injuries could no longer be suppressed and started vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. Yu Jing's expression changed and she hurriedly supported Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, are you alright?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said rather feebly, "I'm fine. I won't die." Yu Jing had a remorseful look. She knew that Yi Yuan would only be injured so badly in order to protect her. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's strength, that Bug King could not stop him at all. Heh, the hero rescuing the beauty always need to pay some price, Luo Yong said with a cold smile. The moment Yu Jing heard this, she immediately exploded and scolded angrily, "Surnamed Luo, what do you mean? Just now, asking you all for help, none of you acted. Now, making irresponsible and sarcastic remarks, can you be more shameless?" Luo Yong had always hankered after Yu Jing a lot. But looking at the current situation, he knew that he had no more hope. Hence, the original enthusiasm became resentment. This was the so-called, giving birth to hatred because of love, right? Luo Yong smiled coldly and said, "Yu Jing, you don't get deceived by this brat anymore. He concealed his strength, sneaked into our team. So who knows what's he trying to do? If he's open and above board, why couldn't he tell us earlier?" Yu Jing responded with a cold smile, "Don't think others to be as filthy as you." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Stop quarreling, I'll recover a bit." He fished out a medicinal pill and consumed it, and started to meditate on the spot. Soon after, he regained more than half of his strength. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. The medicinal effects of this medicinal pill was also a little too good, right? This place is already the central area of the earth fire. If my conjectures are right, the antidote should be around here. Yi Yuan got up and slowly said. Duan Peng said, but, how do we know what object can cure the poison here? Yi Yuan smiled slightly, extended his hand, and flipped it. A milky white bug appeared in the palm of his hand. It was shockingly a fire-cloud ice-edge bug. The bug was very ferocious, having the appearance of baring its fangs and brandies. Plussing its claws. But it had restrictions laid down by Yi Yuan and could not break free at all. Using this to find it. The moment Yu Jing saw this, she could not help saying in surprise, under that sort of situation earlier, you actually still had time to capture a fire-cloud ice-edge bug? Yi Yuan smiled and said, casually caught one, this thing is too weak. Everyone was rendered speechless. Weak. This was a rank 4 fierce beast. Yi Yuan opened his and started to turn around on the spot. Suddenly, the bug in Yi Yuan's palm became restless. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and walked over in that direction. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. Turned out that one could still use this kind of method to find the antidote, truly an eye-opener. Yi Yuan kept on walking forward in that direction. The fire-cloud ice-edge bug became more and more restless. Suddenly, a stretch of dark red little flowers appeared ahead. The fire-cloud ice-edge bug in Yi Yuan's hand suddenly became incomparably frenzied, colliding around inside the restriction wildly. Then there was no more movement. The moment everyone looked, it turned out that the fire-cloud ice-edge bug was actually already without vitality. It died. Yu Jing forcefully suppressed the joy in her heart and said with a hopeful look, Yi Yuan, these flowers wouldn't be. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, that's it, won't be wrong. Duan Peng said with a doubtful look, what flower is this? I never seemed to have heard of it before. Those in their line of work, even though they were not as proficient as alchemists, the vast majority of spirit medicines, they recognized them. But this dark red small flower, even though it brimmed with spiritual energy and the grade was not low, they had never seen before and also never heard before. Yi Yuan smiled and said, never heard before, then it's right. If everyone has heard of it before, how can a 5-star alchemy god possibly be helpless to do anything about the fire-cloud ice-edge bug's poison? The fire-cloud ice-edge bug is rare to begin with. The spirit medicines able to resolve its poison were naturally even rarer. Upon thinking, Duan Peng thought so as well. If it was a spirit medicine that everyone knew, this poison would be nothing unusual. Yi Yuan was not long-winded, putting away these spirit medicines swiftly, and did not have the intention of allotting with the rest. But Luo Yong was indignant and said unhappily, Brat, what do you mean by this? This is, at any rate, a rank 4 spirit medicine too. Could it be that you want to pocket it alone? But Yi Yuan said indifferently, a spirit medicine whose name isn't even known, you plan on taking it to go sell for money? Don't waste things, alright? This thing placed in your hands is called a wanton waste of gods good gifts. Placed in my hands, it might be able to yield unusually brilliant results. Moreover, what qualifications do you have to compete with me? Don't you forget, we still have to pass through the fire-cloud ice-edge bug's territory to go back. At this time, Yi Yuan finally revealed his imposing side, momentum threatening, forcing Luo Yong to not dare to look him in the eyes. At the start, he just did not stoop to haggle over it with this kind of person. He did not expect that this guy jumped more and more merrily. Until now, he still did not figure out his standing, then he had no need to be courteous anymore. These people were merely guides for Yi Yuan. Luo Yong's face turned stiff when he heard that, and was taken aback by Yi Yuan's powerful aura, and actually did not dare to look Yi Yuan in the eyes anymore. Not just Luo Yong, even Duan Peng also could not quite bear it and opened his mouth to smooth things over and said, haha, this trip was all Brother Yi putting in the effort. These things should be obtained by Brother Yi. Moreover, this flower can only treat the fire-cloud ice-edge bug's poison. So its usage won't be too broad either. The price won't be too high. Old Luo, just let it go. When Luo Yong heard that, he also took the chance to back down. Giving a cold snort, he stopped talking. Yi Yuan said coolly, hurry up, we shouldn't stay in this place for long. Roar. His voice had yet to fade when a roar was heard from the dense woods. Everyone's faces changed, taking off running. Yi Yuan sprinted wildly along the way, maintaining composure on the surface. But actually, he was long already overflowing with joy in his heart. These people did not recognize this dark red little flower, but he recognized it. This small flower was called Netherworld Dark Fragrance Flower, a rank 4 spirit medicine extremely abundant in spiritual energy. Using it to refine cultivation medicinal pills, the medicinal effect was more than 10 times of ordinary medicinal pills. It was just that this flower was seriously too rare. Even the heavenly Empyrean immortal Groveback then had merely just seen it once. He did not expect that this thing actually still had the function of resolving the Firecloud Ice Edge bug's poison. Placed in the world, a medicinal pill could sell for a price of at least 100 billion too. So many Netherworld dark fragrance flowers, the value was simply immeasurable. But just as Yi Yuan said, only by placing this spirit medicine in his hands could its true value be displayed. Placed in other people's hands, it was simply a wanton waste of God's good gifts. However, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan currently used for cultivation were already pretty much depleted. It was precisely the time of shortage between 2 harvests. Now, finding so many Netherworld dark fragrance flowers, he did not need to worry about cultivation for a very long period of time in the future anymore. This kind of treasure, Yi Yuan naturally would not let them land in these people's hands.